Nice try.
Orange.
Give me nades.
One on rest, please.
Well,
Nice.
Nice.
Камень ожидай.
Только на Робине.
Его въебите с камнем слева под синкой. Выбил.
Insta. 2v1, guys. 2v1.
How do we win this?
I think we just
We
play.
have two men on orange.
That I think you're fucking useless, no? Come with car to blue mark.
I can play full edge.
Надо готовиться стакать хае на зеленую. Можно ролить Леву, у нас 8 хаешек, даже больше.
Мне кажется, ты на Леву должен проходить, Тём.
I got one nade,
Okay.
yeah.
Be ready to nade when the circle's closing in to get
If
off.
they fight, by the way, we need to take the switch, by the way, otherwise we lose.
Справа под
Да,
на
щитом.
хитнике. Я грею хае ему. Он лево отбежал. Объективит нас.
Надо Нави убить, надо Нави убить.
I'm flashing once.
Use your blue zones.
Зашли долбить.
Парни, надо найти.
Да, го на Нави выбор, го на Нави выбор, го на Нави выбор. Я горю.
Справа слева под зоной! Все, умирает. Маша синьки отсюда. Да.
We have smoke.
Are we smoke in front of us?
Yes. Follow shit on the left. I'm full.
I'm full white.
I'm flashing left.
Knock one left. Last is left.
That's inside.
Smoke in the last left.
Nice, let's fucking go!
Good job.
One is holding on the bridge.
Still the house on me, 2 story.
Okay.
Upstairs, up above me. Something down.
No.
1 HP.
He jumped.
He jumped out. I got knocked from across.
Two guys downstairs. Knock one more downstairs.
Back room,
One more
downstairs.
Outside, gas station still. Let's be me, you can rest for X.
He's running on you.
Last guy coming.
I'm leaning behind your warehouse.
Cross it.
On defensive on orange. I'll take gas.
I'm healing.
I'm safe.
We need to rest for X.
Yeah.
He's low.
Very low.
I'm pushing. Where?
He didn't hit it. Nice.
Come
Go
sing
for X,
PP,
go for X.
Phoenix.
Yeah, just
Play with us.
drive by below me.
1 HP. Nice. TMO, EB.
4 man.
Car on orange, watch out. Maybe close east of me.
Ты за мной под дерево. Нокнул, двойку.
Их убивать, их тянул.
Это два ноги.
It smokes.
I have not, bro.
Flash. Can we push that front guy, please? One is close.
Nice.
Blood.
Dead. How
One
many
team
is
dead, one
like...
team dead. 2.
Inside. No?
Okay, nice.
I don't know.
One guy with the bike coming in front of us. Fox Vitality. Yes, Fox Vitality if you can. Vitality is like more team.
Yeah, we have to be careful like playing into the sun.
Flush.
Let's get yellow.
Go together.
One more knock.
One more knock.
Really close.
17.
How many is Navi?
He's very low.
Wait, he's in.
One more.
Надо убивать, что ты не выживаешь.
Добивай сразу.
He's running, he's just shading it.
Leave the deal.
It's fine, he's dead.
Attacked him with AW.
Three, and then we're gonna kill them here.
Yeah.
Can you start pressing them in a second?
Yeah.
Yeah. Three,
Okay,
all
where
three
the
there.
other
All three on green. You need to help me now.
I have to rest. I'm resting. Are they pushing?
Orange and Coop.
Chill a bit now, guys.
Orange
Chill a
and
bit.
yeah.
I'm proning to this right bridge. Just full chill, guys. Orange and cool.
Behind it.
I can re-smoke you too.
Re-smoke.
Nice.
Plus.
1v1. Take me as cover. Just call him. Call him, please.
Play on the tree.
Nice, let's fucking go. Good job.
No, there's one HP. The coop spinning out, spinning out.
Kill the coop, please.
Knocked him.
Nice.
Flash.
Flash.
Another
Sounds one SP. Knocked outside.
One
main, plus
active.
space.
I'm running up to you. We don't have angle from where we are.
Oh my god, I got it. I'm good.
Someone
That's
there.
yellow green.
I'm good.
One is super low. One knocked.
Nice.
One outside blue, low. BW, guys.
Еще на.
Будку дал побудку. Да я будку.
Выбил одного, добить.
Нет, вижу.
Добить, бля.
Конечно, блядь. Все, вайп. Раз.
If they can take cast intended. Nice.
Okay, repeat now, I was just shooting.
Twisted foreman
What?
north, Starry sky foreman green.
Okay. Two men BB south.
2 men BB south. Navi 3. They're fucking driving. Nice.
One more in the car, one guy holding.
Oh my god. Look up.
Sorry.
Я хилюсь.
Я норм.
Защит там.
Last.
Okay. Nice, last one on green.
Вали.
Поищи, может, панцир в какой-то из сачи.
Флешка хуйня. У нас в пикапе нашим...
Панцир! Они сейчас выйдут, инст.
Один окнус.
Слева добей.
Все.
Под верхнего не поставься. 10 патронов. Под верхнего поставляешься.
там внутри.
Надо дохуярить. И патроны забрать. Вниз.
Он знает, что все разок.
Crash concrete.
Yeah, but we have different team on the side.
They're dodging now. They're gonna dodge.
We have different team on the left. We should take the shack with one, guys.
Still knocked. Dead. Dead. Never mind, he's close.
On the rock still.
50 on the rock. Nice. Oh, they're behind now.
And upstairs, I think.
Bottom left, I think.
Bottom close,
Maybe. Nading bottom left. He
And
took
tank,
the tank! Out! Jumped out!
I guess.
On me.
Open,
One
open.
pushing. On pains. Yellow.
Oh my god, boys.
Inside.
He's inside, back me.
On me.
I'm full.
We're raising, reset.
Down the stairs. It's on green.
He's gonna push now.
I'm full right again.
Insta.
Nice, good job.
Nice.
Raise.
One orange.
The ATM is gonna explode. I'm not shooting the panzer.
Guys, get the cars in.
PTG.
One man.
Yeah, I can just come to me.
Gonna be really
First
good,
one on
guys.
Hay-Bales.
Nice.
Good job.
Knock one more.
Nice, bro.
They have
PTG, how many?
PDM. Dropping you 7 here, bro. No.
Nice.
Nice, good job. I'm taking now.
Okay, can you do it? I'm holding.
Я ползу в сейф. Чтоб ей не дали, дайте смог какой-то.
Я дал.
ВП могут, ВП не могут?
Даю.
He died.
Knocked one on the road.
We need to make it orange table and kill right team.
Running full open. I said guy.
Set. Tractor and green.
Army, follow the field.
I dropped smoke and bait. Убил Максим Сальника. Нок.
ВП, еще ног.
Ласт. Ши нахуй. Играйте, похуй играйте.
Пробегайте со мной один!
Давай.
Иду. Вайп, я право забираю.
Гвой.
4-2.
ПГГ ластовые остались.
Да, даю.
Пытаемся фармить их. У них и так поинтов дохуя, килю аптеку.
И пэт сделать.
Я туда БТ даю.
За зубчиком.
Да.
Без КП, зубчик. Не спешите, просто доиграйте.
Я прижимаю лево, нормально. Нету.
Я где фикшу?
Жмите позицию, без ноков поставьте. Один в стене,
Один, давай выше, стена выше.
Одного ног, еще один.
Флэш даю, надо доигрывать, убивать. Пойдем.
Ой,
Молодец.
Nice.
Охуенно.
You can reset on me, okay?
The buggy.
Copy. Reset Aris, nice. Coming to Aris.
Come on, you.
One two on me. I'm dropping on Aris.
Go back to B side to hold it. B side getting crashed, we hold.
Commit to side, it's only one
Yeah, but we have to
it's only one
try and chase him in between, guys. Two guys in the open, one running in the open, yellow. Knock one open, yellow.
Nice, Abibi.
Nice, one off. Behind you.
Behind you, Abibi. One HP in the buggy.
Need to get flashes though. I'm coming. Where is it? He put up a yellow.
On wizard.
Wizard. One more
wizard. Green exact.
I'm trying to bait for you.
You need to help me here, not on my
I'm
rock.
coming.
Leaving.
Knock one. One HP on green. Right. Two on me, two on my rocks. Underneath me.
All three downstairs. Nice.
I might get knocked. I might get knocked.
I can...
Nice.
I think you need to pull up from above.
He got knocked on blue. Ketta is in prison. In
hurry.
Ketta.
Лево. Там еще ног Борзы. Борзы одни ноги. AC2.
Close by, we need to get kill something. Push it off, one. I'm gonna try to kill him.
Nemesis maybe went south.
Kill him.
Nice.
Left of you, one card coming.
Nemesis above me, boys. Pull up close.
Habibi. Nemesis dead. No. He killed last Nemesis guy.
You can't do yellow lines and over.
I don't have nades.
Knock one.
Two knock. One
PGG
in the woods.
Last guy combat, I think.
Insta.
We can chill now.
Twisted.
Behind wizard, I think. I'm nading
One more
wizard.
guy on green.
Green?
He's resting my guy on green.
Okay, net green, it's Swiss.
Налево, Тёма, налево.
Нажать можно. Еще смоков раскидать.
Three. I think last guy was healing.
I can smoke.
Yeah, that's all four.
Он сейчас взорвется, я смотрю. У вас лево выйдет, смотрите лево.
Я смотрю лево. Бля, убегает налево.
Гарики будут еще.
У меня звуком.
Я смотрю.
Он мне молик дает.
Гарик первый этаж.
Он мне хлеб давать.
Ты один играешь.
За синий.
Слева, помочь.
Почти ногу.
На меня запушил.
Я жду Гарик. On triangle, I think. I'm only triangle.
Yeah.
Go triangle. Burning.
Cannot see much. We need to wait for the smoke.
Give me a sec. I'm smoking up to get a good angle. Healing.
Dog triangle, my triangle. One left to top, I think.
Yes.
Дал желтый урон.
Я пытаюсь нашить смоки.
Бля, надо пропушить ее, походу, уже, парни. У меня смоков нет. Есть мне передо мной?
Идите, я сейчас справа пойду просто пушить.
Он убежал слева, кажется.
Я прохожу пока.
У меня флопан просто.
Он убегает, я
Ну,
ему
парень, я иду, надо идти, блядь. За камнями живут.
He has a fucking behind him. We need to nade him.
He's running.
We have zero smokes.
Knock.
Last to top. One orange, one right.
Yes.
Orange last guy.
Yeah.
I'm pushing.
I'm taking space.
Nice.
Oh my god, baby.
Fucking
What
go.
the fuck did you just do to him?
Kill them.
Two guys in car.
One more on the car. No, last car
Nice.
was.
Last to top. You can res.
Yeah.
They're gonna res, коррекции.
Начала Мелмана нокнула еще, блядь. Надо закатить выебать.
Вижу вверх. Ноту вверх, у тебя камень.
На мячо заехал.
Заедь на камень, Серег. На это.
I mean, is the green rock playable, Aaron?
Guys, white and blue hold. Three guys on yellow.
Yeah.
I do see on that side.
Orange.
Give me
One
nades.
on rest, please.
Well,
Nice.
Nice.
Камень ожидай.
Только на вебе. Его въебите с камнем слева по синьке. Выбил.
Insta. 2v1, guys. 2v1.
How do we win this?
I think we just
We
play.
have two men on orange.
edge.
Kata, I think you're fucking useless, no? Come with car to blue mark.
I can play full edge.
Надо готовиться стакать хае на зеленую. Можно ролить Леву, у нас 8 хаешек, даже больше.
Мне кажется, ты на Леву должен проходить, Тём.
I got one net.
Okay. Be ready to nade when the circle's closing in together.
If they fight, by the way, we need to take the switch, by the way, otherwise we lose.
Справа под на
щитом.
хитруке. Я грею хае ему. Он лево отбежал. Тилит нас.
Надо Нави убить,
I'm flashing once.
Use your blue zones.
Зэшка долбить.
Парни, надо найти.
Бля, го на Нави выпасть. Я горю.
Справа лежит, слева под зоной! Все, умирай. Можешь синкать. Да.
We have smoke.
Can we smoke in front of us?
Yes. Holy shit on the left. I'm full.
I'm full white.
I'm flashing left.
Knock one left. Last is left.
inside.
Last left.
Nice, let's fucking go.
Good job.
One is holding on edge.
Still the house on me, too, Starry.
Okay.
Upstairs. Up above me.
No.
1 HP.
He jumped.
He jumped out. I got knocked from across.
Two guys downstairs. Knock one more downstairs.
Back room.
One more downstairs.
Outside, gas station still. Rest be me, you can rest Rex.
He's running on you.
Last guy coming.
I'm leaning behind your warehouse.
Cross on you.
On defensive on orange.
I'll take gas.
I'm healing. We need to rest Rexy. He's low.
Very low.
I'm pushing. Where?
He didn't hit it. Nice.
One
Go
thing,
for it, go
P,
for it.
Phoenix.
Yeah, just
Play with
drive
us.
down, drive by below me.
1 HP. Nice. CMO, EB.
4 men.
Car on orange, watch out. Maybe close east of me.
I'm going.
Ты за мной под дерево. Нокнул, двойку.
Их убивать, их не был.
Два ноги. Need smokes.
I'm not, bro. Flush.
Flash.
Can we push that
One
front
can be
guy,
in the
please?
blue.
One is close.
Nice.
Blocked.
Dead. How many is
One
left?
team dead. 2.
Inside. No?
Okay, nice.
I don't know.
One guy with bike coming in front of us. Fox white ulti. Yes, Fox white ulti if you can. White ulti is like more team.
Be me. Yeah, we have to be careful like playing into the stun.
Flush.
Let's get yellow.
Go together.
One more knock.
One more knock.
Different team.
How many is Navi?
He's very low.
4 men.
No. One more.
Надо убивать, что ты не выживаешь.
Добивай сразу.
He's running, he's just shading it.
Leave the deal. Go.
Tight.
Attacked him.
Three, and we're gonna kill them here.
Yeah.
Can you start pressing them in a second?
Yeah.
Yeah. Three,
Okay,
all
ready,
three there.
Alex?
All three on green. You need to help me now.
I have to rest. I'm resting. Are they push one?
Orange and 2.
Chill a bit now, guys.
Orange
Chill a
is good,
bit.
yeah.
I'm proning to this right witch. Just full chill, guys.
Orange and cool.
Behind there.
I can resmoke you if you want.
We smoke.
Nice.
Last.
One.
Take me as cover.
Just call him, please.
Play on the tree.
Nice, let's fucking go. Good job.
No,
There's one HP.
The coop spinning out, spinning out. Kill the coop, please.
Knocked him.
Nice.
Flash.
Flash.
No, another
One
time.
SP, knocked outside.
One
main, fast
active.
space.
I'm running up to you. We don't have angle from where we are.
Oh my god, I got it. I'm good.
Someone
That's
there.
real on green.
I'm going.
One is super low. One knocked.
Nice.
One outside blue, low. BW guy.
Yo. Еще на.
Будку давал под будку. Доел будку.
Выбил одного, добить.
Нет, вижу.
Добить, блядь.
Конечно, блядь.
Все, вайп.
Раз.
If they can take cast and send it.
They're
Nice.
gonna try
Okay,
bottom
repeat
stairs.
now. I was just shooting. I didn't.
Twisted foreman
What?
north, Starry sky foreman green.
Okay. Two men
And,
BB south.
Two men BB south. Navi three. They're fucking driving. Nice.
One more in the car, one guy holding.
Oh my god. Look.
Sorry.
Я хилит.
Я норм. Защит там.
Last.
Okay. Nice, last one on green. Molly.
Поищи, может, панцер в какой-то истач.
У нас же пикапе нашим.
Панцер! Они сейчас выйдут, инст.
Один макнус.
Слева добей. Под верхнего не поставься. 10 патронов. Под верхнего подставляешься.
там внутри.
Надо дохуярить. И патроны забрать. Вниз.
Он знает, что все, он так.
Not crash, crash concrete.
Yeah, but we have different team on the side. They're dodging now. They're gonna dodge. We have different team on that left. We should take the sack with one, guys.
Still knocked. Dead. They left. Never mind, he's close.
On the rocks,
50.
50 on the rock.
Nice.
Oh, they're behind now.
And upstairs, I think. Bottom left, I think.
Bottom close,
Maybe. Nading bottom left. He took the tank. Out, jumped out. I got this. On me. One car pushing. On pains. Yellow.
Oh my god, boys.
Inside.
He's inside the back room.
On me.
I'm full.
We're raising, reset.
Down the stairs. Still green.
He's gonna push now.
Full right again.
Mister.
Nice, good job.
Nice.
Raise.
On orange.
The endgame is gonna explode. I'm not shooting the panzer.
Guys, get the cars in.
PTG.
One man.
Yeah, I can just come to me.
He's gonna be really
Flash
quick,
one on
guys.
hay bales.
Good shot.
Nice.
Good job.
Knock one more.
Nice, bro.
They have,
PTG, how
they have
many?
PDM. Dropping you 7 here, bro. No.
Nice.
Nice, good job. I'm taking now.
Okay, Killy, do it. I'm holding.
Я ползу сейф. Чтоб хрень не дали, дайте смог какой-то.
Я дал.
Я дал.
ВП могут, ВП не могут?
Даю.
Yep.
He died.
Knocked one on the road.
We need to make it orange table and kill right team.
Running pull open. I said guy
They
dead.
said. Tractor and green.
Storm your full shield.
I don't smoke and they
Убил Максим Сальника. Пенок. Хорошо.
ВП, еще ног.
Ласт. Лучший нахуй. Играйте, похуй.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
It's time, the final day for our first finals here for PEC. PUBG Esports coming at you here. We've had 2 days of fantastic games, and now let's see how our third is going to go down. My name's Kalaris, we've got Avenger here, we've got Blank as well to talk about everything, and I think the question really is anybody going to catch up with Virtus Pro? Because we've already, in the past, had the Twisted Minds roster. They've claimed 7 of these regionals. There have been no other repeat champions. Twisted Minds has claimed 7. Will they be able to catch up alongside Team Nemesis as well? That's going to be a big challenge here, Avenger, for everybody against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's a great day. It's always awesome when you have that final day, and it's actually so many teams that still have a chance. Sure, at the very top, might only be a 3-horse race in my book today, but yeah, we'll see. As we heard McClay and some of the guys say yesterday, it's PUBG. Anything can happen. And if you win the first game, there's still a chance.
There is still a chance, technically, and we've seen miracles happen. We've seen those rises happen. For sure, here's our 16 teams, Blank, and I think I've been super impressed by Nemesis. Obviously, I'm always impressed by Twisted Minds, but the fact that Virtus Pro is 30 points ahead of Twisted Minds alone is just barbaric.
Yeah, they're clearing the kill points. It's brilliant they brings this up now, but they're clearing the kill points by almost 20 points over anyone else in the entire lobby, which is an outstanding result. Not to mention, you know, they're 10 points ahead right now in placements of Team Nemesis. Even when they do have some of these off games, they still have enough of these bangers. It doesn't really matter. I think Virtus Pro has been fantastic in that regard. But I think you bringing up Team Nemesis is a really good thing. The fact they're in second place right now, I think that I would be really pleased to see Team Nemesis end in second place. Honestly, I think that'd be a very good result for them. Obviously, they want to take first place here. But like I said yesterday, it's going to require Virtus Pro to have some slip-ups today. You know, let's see if Team Nemesis can drop the banana out of the back of the cart today and slip them up.
Oh, like it. Well, I mean, maybe there's some little defensive players going on, a little green shell spinning around, knocking that banana out of the way. We'll see. I mean, the thing is that for Team Nemesis, and noslack as well, actually, who was in that kind of running on top 4 and then let things slip a little bit, Avenger. There's obviously very important things on the line for these teams in terms of this final, but also the job's not done there as well, because we have another final, and technically if you're able to keep yourself in the running here for this one, you can potentially parlay that into doing well in the second, and maybe even getting yourself an EWC invite, never mind the PGSs that are coming up.
Yeah, that's the big one, obviously, because the top 9 from PGS is already invited from the PGS system. So I could see, I mean, right now it's Nemesis and noslack that gets the invites to Esports World Cup, right? So that 4th place is extremely important. obviously, it's not guaranteed with Virtus Pro, but after they won PGS3, I doubt that it's unlikely we're not going to see them through on the PGS points. And also, with how dominant they've been so far, I'm actually not too worried about them. My biggest surprise here is obviously not only Boostic taking one mag at the AUG for the AUG and to get Twisted Minds down here is Twisted Minds have not had a win yet, guys. True. Virtus Pro have had 3, Team Nemesis 2. Like, they still have not had that big Twisted Minds game that they know that they're able to get. So, do they get that today and take the hopes and dreams away from Virtus Pro to get that 250 PGC points just already?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Because if Twisted Minds would have had a win, arguably, it probably would have come from that Rondo game where they went up against Virtus Pro, and technically Virtus Pro was kind of up against the ropes, in theory, against the Twisted Minds in that scenario. So actually, those points would have had massive shifts between the two teams because you would have been then denying points away from Virtus Pro as well here, Blank. So the fact that even just one win from a Twisted Minds could have had huge ramifications on this leaderboard so far compared to where Virtus Pro is very important. And maybe we'll see that Twisted Minds win today, hopefully, suddenly, eventually.
Yeah, I think when you look back on it, if you do have that point swing, I think it's only like 10 or so points that there would be in a difference right now between Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, which is a very feasible distance to cross. Looking at right now, it's 30 points that they're going to have to profit over the top, which is very, very difficult. Here are PGC points from the qualifiers, SAUL getting them. And let's talk about SAUL for a second, because I do think it was nice to see Aduzi yesterday, giving his thoughts on what's been happening during these finals, where basically saying there's a lot of circle chasing going on for them. And I think they did get a little bit luckier yesterday in terms of where those circles ended. And favorably for them, every time the circle did come their way, I think they didn't have a terrible game off the back of it. And I think that showed that, if SAUL can have some decent starts today, I think there's a very real chance that they could at least get themselves into that top 5 and secure a top 5 position. I think getting into the top 3 now is going to be a very difficult task. I think second place, first place is out of the question.
Yeah, it's looking difficult, but it was a meteoric rise for them yesterday. Likewise also for Ascend and Na'Vi Avenger, who all those 3 teams started at 14 points, 14 points, 17 points, right? But then ended up towards 5th, 6th, 7th places here at the moment. And there's a world where they can maybe take over noslack, maybe try and kind of make an insane challenge at the top 3, like Blank was kind of negating the idea of, which it would be insane if they were able to do something like that. I completely agree. But hey, some of these teams like Na'Vi especially has got the chops. Yeah, Na'Vi obviously a big day yesterday, has the chance at it. And the reality is, like, it's just about getting as many PGC points as possible. Obviously 250 for first, 150 for second, and then it starts dying down, 105, 80, 60, like that cutoff. There's a huge difference. If you're getting 12th, it's 10 points to 5th, which is very reachable for the teams that are, in that mid-pack. 60 points all of a sudden, right? And again, we're talking about this, the invites for Esports World Cup. We're talking about the invites for PGS. And you need to get the top 2, and we obviously have some of our GPT teams in the very top that's already invited. So that 3rd, 4th, 5th place is looking really spicy right now. And hey, Na'Vi, PGS2 champions, they turned it on in the last 2 games and had an insane jump up. So we know that they're very capable of doing it in what a lot of people would consider to be harder lobby, because it's international, right? It's all your champions from all around the world, basically. Or again, admittedly, it was invites for the most part here for our PGSs, but still, I mean, a lot of those teams got the invite for the reason, right? So yeah, Na'Vi's got the chops to be able to make something crazy happen today. The only problem is that I just don't see Virtus Pro letting off the gas, especially at number 1. Like, maybe you can jump to top 3, maybe, but there's no way you're catching up with a Virtus Pro Blank that's looking as good as they do.
Well, I think the big case here for Virtus Pro is that it's such a relaxing day for them, isn't it? When you can give up 1 game, you can feasibly give up 1 game. They could get 16th place and still stay in first if they have like a decent 4 set after that.
The damage on the guys.
Yeah, I mean, Nixie at 4,611 is crazy, with the fact that Beamy's like close behind him on 4.5.
With 10 less kills.
It's a wild one. It's a real wild one. But yeah, the fact that they have a whole buffer here, Kale, is marvelous.
Yeah. So Nix is on 28 kills. Where's Difax at the moment, actually, now that I think about it, Martin? Because obviously he was ahead of him for a while.
I think they're tied. Yeah, 28 as well.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're tied on 28 right now. Kind of crazy.
Still.
One crazy stat I'll share with you right now, though, guys, is that from yesterday, right? The last 2 games from Na'Vi, obviously fantastic. 31 points in those 2 games. So out of the 10 they played, a little less than half of the points came from the 2 last games yesterday, right? So they had 33 points in the previous 8 games and then 31 in the last 2, right? So as McClay said yesterday, it's PUBG, anything can happen. One big game here today puts you into a pretty comfortable fourth spot if you're in one of those mid packs, right? And sure, if you have a, let's say, miracle run, 2 good games to start things off with, you are actually at a decent shot at that 3rd place.
No, for sure. Also interesting when Mark was hosting that post-show little talk there with McClayers and Scav as well. The chat was basically all just the pro gamers chatting at each other, telling each other like, lol, we got lucky, lol, no, you didn't, lol, ha ha ha, lol, red zone, you know, like these kinds of things.
Look at our rotations.
So, and actually what was interesting about that was that Virtus Pro towards the end, they were asked in the chat, why didn't you guys close that out with the compound at the end? And they were like, yeah, just for the memes, really. Like, just for, you know, for the bants almost. But no, not really. Because, I mean, the thing is that Na'Vi actually did very well on the push-up, of course, against that there blank, to be able to convert some of those points to continually put themselves in the running here. And you guys, at home, can go and get yourself the code, and you need to do a bit of a scavenge hunt as to where you find that other half of the code as well, and that will be on social medias. So stick around on social medias, go and hunt for that, and figure out where that is, and you can get yourself some G-Coin. But yeah, Na'Vi's, they come alive at the end of these days here, Blank, and I'm hoping to see it again from the boys. But I mean, even when you watch in those highlights before, as Boostic was like getting 3 on sprays with a single clip and stuff like that, it's just amazing to watch.
I am hoping it's going to be a bit of a last day flourish, right? Because yesterday it was frightening almost watching Na'Vi when it came to those last 3 games. The accuracy, the mechanical skill, and it felt like they were very, very ready and raring to go on those last games. Now, I hope that sentiment hasn't been lost coming into day 3, because I do think Na'Vi has a very, very good chance to get up towards our top 4, right? It's such a tight margin towards the middle of the tables right now up until 3rd place, and like Martin says, you know, you're gaining yourself suddenly a whopping 20 extra PGC points there over towards 4th place to get 80 over 60 and 5th. So very, very important day, very, very important day.
And important for another reason as well, because we're going to check in with He-Man, as he's got us some fashion tips and advice for PUBG. So he's probably showing off what he actually plays in the game. So let's check in with He-Man here from the Myth of.
Hello, I'm He-Man, and I'm here to talk about the most important thing when it comes to PUBG, your outfit. Let's start with the best gloves you can get, the pinnacle of gloves. Every time you go into lobby with this on, you have people surrounding you, dropping their gloves, begging you to trade for theirs. The PGI title wraps. My favorite skin is the PGI 2018 4 Angry Men hoodie. The bright red, almost like roses, elegant. What more can I say? It's just beautiful. My favorite helmet is the Styling Santa Level 3 helmet. You got the moustache, you got the Santa hat. What more could you want for festive vibes? My favorite backpack is the Sugar Rush Sally's Bestie Level 3 backpack. You get a free companion alongside your journey. What more could you want? My favorite weapon skin is the new Happy Barrel. It's an esports skin, and the color schemes match my outfit perfectly. That concludes my outfit review, and I hope you also start styling on the battlegrounds.
Who was that savant showing up at the fashion shows? That was crazy stuff from He-Man. And Blank, you've been rumbled. You said green. He's gone full red on that one, which, you know, fair play to him. He's going to stand out on the battlegrounds.
He surprised me. Yeah, in a big way. That's not what I expected, to say the least.
No.
But mad respect on that outfit. Looks great.
Yeah.
I wish I had it. I was sad that he didn't mention the beret, because I thought the beret really brought the kit together.
It was nice. It was nice. And guaranteed, if he had one in real life, he'd have won it for that moment, by the looks of things. But yes, that's the maps, that's the points, as they all do break down. You guys are all very familiar with that for now. We really want to talk the nitty-gritty. And Avenger, part of that nitty-gritty for me comes to noslack, right? Who had an amazing day one. I'd love to see that step back up for a team like noslack. However, yesterday was a bit wishy-washy for this team. There he is with, look, fashionista himself, IEXE, with his hat. He's ready to go for today. What do you think, Martin?
I mean, for sure. The 7-kill game we saw from him was awesome, right? And I'd like to see that hat on Sander, though. That's my request for a future one. I'll say this, though. My favorite skin is the 2018 hoodie, the red, white, and black one. That's awesome. I think you also have it RL, don't you, James? That's great.
Yes, somewhere deep in the esports memorabilia, we have way too much of it. I think it's fair to say.
Yep.
It's been a long time now. I don't mind that hoodie. You're a liar though, because you're a WTSG hoodie enjoyer all the way. So don't lie to me.
Yeah, okay. Of course I am. It's green. It matches perfectly on Taco and a Wrangle. I'm not like Blank, where my entire outfit is just black and I have white hair. Same in RL as an in-game, right?
Does he do that?
I don't know.
I don't remember Blank's outfit.
My outfit's like super pink, actually.
Oh,
yeah, I got like the whole pink vibe right now. I have the pink Dragonov. I've got the pink barrel. Yeah, it's a cool fit. It's a cool fit.
Up until the point where he unlocks the top Eve skin.
Yes,
I think.
True.
Please,
the top Eve skin is goated.
Very appreciated.
Please, craft it. That's how he replies instantly.
I'm back here begging once again.
You're not getting it. All right, just a few more moments before we get into our game, unless somebody disconnects, which has happened a few times here in the finals so far, so we will see. Avenger, you're not casting this first game. What are you looking out for on our Erangels here before we jump on in?
I mean, I'm definitely looking at those first early rotations, because obviously, if you're a team in the chase right now, you look at the past game series, there's quite a lot of space in the middle. There's quite a lot of teams that are greedily splitting, and I want to see some teams punish those 1-1-2s or 2-2 splits, because it is be going for way too long and for way too greedy for these teams.
And of course, someone like Batulins is going to be looking to launch their team all the way to the tippity top. For Batulins and Twisted Minds, even something like a 30-point difference is not out of the realms of possibility. As I've said before, they are the kings of EMEA here at Blank. They'll be looking to try and make something huge happen.
Well, it is funny, right? Because I think if we talk about Twisted Minds, I don't think we ever really say Twisted Minds had a great day today, but I think we will have to say goodbye to Avenger, and we'll be jumping straight to the match here from that northwest side down towards the southeast, Kalaris. But yeah, I think for Twisted Minds, I don't think we can really say they've had a fantastic day over the 2 last days, right? But that's impressive in its own right. They're the fact that they're still at this top side and we've not really come off any game been like Twisted Minds really dominated that lobby. They're so consistent.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate reality for 15 other teams in these lobbies every time in EMEA in the finals, is that regardless of what happens to Twisted Minds is inevitable. They will always be there, and they will always be challenging for that #1 spot. So yeah, we just don't, you're right, we just don't talk about it much anymore because we think it's a given. And likewise, chat will always think it as well. So, but anyway, let's take a look. Our first game of the final day to figure out who is going to be able to become our champions for the first weekend, of course. We do have another finals coming up. Not next weekend, that will be the playoffs, but the weekend after that, the second final here to determine who's going to be able to win overall here for PEC. As where is our circle going to go? As Twisted Minds will be hoping for a cheeky home circle for all of this. A lot of mixed droppage going on down nearby Narvi, and we do go east. Mixed droppage,
yeah,
you know.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think most teams not really wanted to put too much emphasis onto Sosnovka with this playing path. It's kind of impossible for it to go down there. So we head over towards that east side. Most teams just littered themselves across the center island. I think right now TMO actually has a fairly nice start with Justice heading down towards that southeast side, getting a little bit of a scout on. I do wonder how quickly they're going to move out of Yasna here. For TMO, it's a bit more like a salvage run today. I don't think they want to end up at the bottom of the tables. This is a good way to get yourself for that rut. And with how tight it is at the middle of the pack at the moment, I don't think it's impossible for the Mythov to redeem themselves today. Just going off the past couple of days, it does seem unlikely.
Yeah, I'll say that as we take a look at them here, if there is some salvage to be had for the Mythov, I think that you could realistically, if you had a good day as the Mythov, maybe you get yourself up into the middle pack, right? Yeah. And then from there, you're getting yourself towards more PGC points in theory. Right now, 16th place will be 5 PGC points, so not great at all. The middle pack gets you towards like 25, 30 points or something like that. And that's if things go spectacular today. I will see, because it's kind of moving goalposts, right, for a team like them. That said, though, I think there's a lot of learnings that they can take away from this lobby and how things have gone down. And, you know, there is another playoffs. There is another finals for them to play. So it's not all doom and gloom just yet. And we still have the 5 games today.
I think even just getting into the finals is a pretty big deal. Like you say,
for sure.
Huge amount of experience to be had playing in this type of lobby. Especially in EMEA, where I think we can quite comfortably say this is a really, really high-level lobby. I think when you're coming away from this, there's a lot of notes to be placed down on paper. I think you probably have to get a larger notebook at this point with the amount of things you'll be scribbling down. But it is great to see, I think, a lot of teams grabbing a ton of information off the back of this.
Well, I mean, I'll allude. In fact, no, I'll just straight, you know, kind of talk about our conversations in the back, right? This is your first ever PEC final or EMEA Championship final, right? Mm-hmm. And we're talking in the back, and you're basically saying to me, what a joy it is to watch these players play, because they're all so good, and you get to watch some insane skill coming out from these guys. So yeah, we're spoiled in EMEA for sure. Mm-hmm. It's such good games.
No, honestly, it has been so much fun being able to do PEC. I think so far I've been very surprised, but in a really good way. Like being able to watch these players, it's so much fun. Like watching players at the top of their game, and even going through the PEC Cups, like with Mark, like that was also really fun. There was some really good plays over there, and I just didn't know how much the bar could be raised, but it has been, and I think, like you say, I've been absolutely spoiled having this as the second tournament I'll be doing for PUBG PC.
Not bad at all. Well, let's see how all these teams are going to fold in on this circle, as Nemesis is going to have plenty of room in the north side of this, because for the most part, the only teams that really kind of stray into the north side of a circle like this was the Mythov, having Yasnaya, but they've of course moved down towards what looks like heaven. I can barely see on my little map there for a second. But Lou, and Borz found themselves in the field south of Yasnaya, so we need a little bit of a scrap here going on. Our knock already happening against Marshall, as Twisted Minds are looking to do a bit more damage against them. The smokes do actually make a recovery for him. I think he's going to get out. It's very close though. One bullet hit there for 40. So time is ticking, but first knock means that they should be able to get him up okay.
They know he's still down though, right? So it's a real question whether Twisted Minds wants to play off the back of this, but with Borz sending over towards the northwest side, this is so dangerous. Might catch him through the window. But yeah, for Twisted Minds, this makes a lot of sense to me. You know, getting aggressive early on, they know they need more kill points. So if they find a team out of the open, they're going to try and take as much as they can from them. So I think we're going to see a slightly more aggressive Twisted Minds today if they want to take that first place off of Virtus Pro, which is going to be a bit of a task. Nice nade from Hakatori. Way out from nowhere. Boostic is down up on the top side of the bunker. Spiro over towards the entrance, but there is a Molotov, keeps them at bay for the time being. It's the best he can do in this situation.
Yeah, he had a very important job, which was denying and delaying any kind of silly more utility throws up on the high ground of that. But Nitro is actually exerting some pressure here. The Boostic's gone because of all of this pressure that was going down. Yes, he didn't go out and get the steal, but did enough to be able to dissuade them from going for that full res overall. And Phil first does knock Silas though, so now Starry Skies has got problems of their own. As on their eastern side, that's where S8UL is coming in from. But looks like Na'Vi wants this fight. Sees him instantly. He's got no cover. Oh gosh. Bad stuff for Code Marco. He's down and out. Good clean up by Spirit. Here comes the reinforcements though for Bushido Wildcats, but I think they're coming into a position where it's not that easy to overtake this fight. Medibay is down, and Hakatori once again here. Crossberg. Jeez Louise. Medibay couldn't get enough done with it.
It's one of those things where you're watching Hakatori play, and it's sort of enlightening watching him play, because I think a lot of players would have backed off there. I think they would have backpedaled back towards the bunker, maybe taken a little bit more damage and then gone down. But for Hakatori, he just keeps pushing. And I think for him in that moment, it's the right play kind of pushes out of the sight line. It does force him into that engagement, but he knows the player's on the bike.
Yeah.
But you have to know that you're mechanically gifted enough to pull off a maneuver like that. And Hakatori absolutely is. I think it's a few players that can make that work, which is why he's such a boon to Na'Vi.
Yeah, the spatial awareness of when he pushes and knows that the cover on his left-hand side is like, okay, yeah, it's 20 meters away from him or whatever, but it still negates the line of sight. It's just fantastic. Nixie shuts down Medibay. That is Bushido Wildcats out in 16th place as Medibay was trying to scramble for a little bit of a position wherever he could. And then, of course, you get hunted down by Virtus Pro, who apparently can see everything in every game at all times.
That was a crazy wiggle as well coming through from Medibay. I think he leant into every single shot from Nixie. It's tough. So awkward. I mean, if it was like a slightly off kilter, it'd be fine, but it feels like Nixie definitely has his beats on point right now. For SAUL, though, this is a nice circle for them once again over on Erangel. I think their Erangel's on day one, very, very difficult. I mean, we went into our double Miramar, and they had one Erangel that went their way. But here, maybe they can get a bit more done. They're currently playing over on prison side. They do have players over towards Lumberyard as well, just gathering information, using those sound cues to their advantage. But they do sort of need a southern shift on this one to have a much stronger position. Not to say that they can't play this one out. I mean, there's a lot of areas where they can pass by Lipovka, kind of isolate that information game from other teams by using the sight lines. But I do think that for SAUL, this is another good chance for them. This is what they were hoping for.
I have my concerns in the middle of the circle right now. Arton is in a red zone, so be careful, my friend. As he's he's in a building. He's all right. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. But they're actually playing in from Lipovka, right? So it's really not that bad a place to be able to play in from. Here's our red zone in Mansion as Mythov scattered across Mansion. They're scattered across Heaven. So loads of land that they're trying to soak up here in the middle of this circle. And nobody really wants to drive through at the moment into any kind of move like this, because of course the red zone's still popping, still going, but now it's gone. So why did the red zone go all the way down to Milter Power? There's no one down there, so everyone's happy. Good times.
I should destroy this random area. By the way, I actually am not a huge fan of playing Mansion Heaven. Unless you are really confident, I feel like the Heaven position gets dismantled more often than not. But we'll see what they can get done with this. But yeah, already a lot of teams flying in. Twisted Minds is right in between TMO, currently getting pincered, and yeah, the Mythov are immediately moving back over towards Mansion. I like that from them.
It makes a lot of sense on a circle like this here, but there's going to be lots of teams crashing on in. I think Everlong is actually going to hit maybe even the right-hand side of it. I'm not sure where they're going, but the thing is that ever since we had that forest added, it has... What is going on? Hello? Car park garage? You can't park there, mate. That was on top of another car.
Oh, I mean, for Levante, I feel bad for him. Like, how do you predict that? He rams himself on top of the coupe, instantly creating a new angle, a new avenue of approach. Team Vitality are able to hold on though, despite all that. But yeah, that was a bit of an awkward one.
You phrased it correctly. I've never seen that angle.
Yeah, that's a new angle. Like, he's on the double decker.
It reminds me of Gary's mod. You would like weld cars together and add boosts to them and just fly around. Anyway, Everlong found themselves Heaven, which is quite nice of them. noslack's kind of perched up on there as well, but they do have Sata and Kovalevi away from that, so maybe they would actually want to get together or just get away completely. It really depends. Here at Mansion, Twisted Minds has moved in on the north side. Justus does know that one of the Twisted Minds players had moved in there, so he's trying to keep eyes on them. But again, what I was trying to say, again, it was a long time ago that this forest was added, of course, but it now allows so many teams to exist in this area. compared to what was going on before with this area, which was just so barren, which, again, is like 5 years ago. But, you know, still a good reason. There's not much room. There's lots of room as well for Nixie to be able to take down the rest of HiVE. Look at Rook's also doing a great job against this. Any kill point that goes Virtus.pro's way is a detriment to the entirety of this lobby right now, because nobody's catching up if they're starting off with another 3 kills and just not letting go of it.
Yeah, I think if VP gets themselves 20 points on this game, it's pretty much over. It's over, right? It's done and dusted, and they're already 3 points the way there. Avenger brings a good point from behind the scenes, talking about Team Nemesis right now, how much space they currently have on the northeast side. And again, I think this is kind of their signature, right? Where they're very happy to play out on the edge, but these guys must do so much studying on the back end. Like, the work ethic must be crazy on their side. The amount of time they spend thinking of every single possibility, every single circle, and how they're going to play off the back of it. Because they're a fantastic edge team, and I think that's kind of what they're going for going forward. But yeah, you can see here having that little ridge over towards the eastern side. If the circle comes that way, that's a fantastic place to end your game as well. And then also making sure to cover out the coast and then playing these small buildings over on the northwest side. I love this from Team Nemesis. I'm a really big fan of this team.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. I mean, the thing is though, I'll play devil's advocate for a second. It was kind of a northern shift on teams that were centering up, right? And they were one of the only teams coming in from the north after we'd witnessed as the myth had left Yasnaya, right? So technically, they should have had some decent space. The only problem is it's kind of a coastal location. And now we just shift away from them. The Society is kind of close, so you can use that as a bit of an anchor point to try and kind of wiggle on in. But this hill, as well as Lipovka, now become a big focal point. Arguably the hills more than anything, where this is kind of holding up in that compound on the hillside is a very, very, I guess, prio spot. And so Sid's already heading on forwards here to see what is going to be going on. He's already being shot at by that compound. So now they already know that one great location to play is taken.
I'm really curious to see how VP plays this one out, because they're down towards the southwest side. They've just broached into the blue now. But the southern side of the map is so awkward to traverse through around the edge of prison. But I think they realize that there's going to be a team holding there. And there is Starry Skies. They're wrapping far down towards the south to go on past. And Starry Skies, I think they have an inkling that they're there, but they can't take shots. This is a cool rotation coming through from Virtus.pro.
And Navi's going to get in another fight once again here against Everlong. As Fairest is now down, so he's going to have to lead from the just comms alone. Molly forwards as well here. Navi trying to do their very best. First story's down to Spiro. And the doozy from S8UL is also having a bit of an impact on this fight with the MK12 from a distance. But the nade does a bit of damage here to Saint. They know exactly where he is, though. They really want to dislodge him. Are they going to throw this straight through into his room? No, it stays in that corridor there for a second. But again, you got to be scared here as Saint, the one remaining player here to try and deal with Na'Vi. It's not easy.
It's a cheeky building to be in. I think this is always a difficult one to assault when you come up to it with the amount of little cubbies and small rooms you can head into. Yeah, it's hard to nade out if a player is good, and especially if there's only one nade coming in at a time. That's where Saint can kind of play around this, dart around this location. It's very unlikely he lives out too much longer, but what he is doing is delaying a lot. I mean, Na'Vi is not getting information on the outside. At any moment, someone else could crash in here. And with Na'Vi now down to 2 players, like, this is a location that teams would like to play, which should get taken over very quickly. Ascend is moving in over towards S8UL. S8UL start to leave on this one. Defense will find Hello My Bad off in the distance as they start to just send it over towards Team Nemesis positions. A full-on engagement happening on the northern side of the map, and right now Vitality is taking names.
Yeah, it's bad for Nemesis though, as Melman will actually take down Mogor, but at the same time here, Levante took down Stade, and Diffex is completely gone as well. So for Nemesis, a bit scrappy here now on this north side, with all these teams trying to rotate in around them. I think the fact that Sosed was so far away from them to try and make something happen in terms of like a full 4-man hold against some of these teams wrapping on around, unfortunately, has kind of come back to bite them. But I get why you would want to try and have an anchor point here to make something work. Salek down on the south side. The Virtus.pro's moving in above them. And Kurexi is down, but he did actually throw a nade, taking out Sloy Jacket as well as finishing off Zubila. So you never get anything for free against Virtus.pro. They're always going to take something from you.
Yeah, it's a frustrating one for Starry Skies because they got straight past them and are in a fairly decent position to play around. Zalek tries to find some shots over towards Nixie, but he just cruises on past. But VP are now down to just one player. I think he's just going to try and send it here, yeah. But this is good news for the lobby. If Nixie goes down soon, it opens up an avenue of approach. Albeit Twisted Minds is only on 3 players. Team Nemesis on 2 as Team Vitality sent far out towards that northern side. Just caught them off guard, I think, is what happened.
Yeah, and Nixie wedges himself between a rock and a hard place, the hard place being his car, and he'll sit down there for a little while. So I think he could, in theory, survive there for quite a bit. There's now another molly for Saint. This is still stagnant in terms of a fight, but I understand why, right? It's a very important location right now. He's got an Uzi. Okay. Oh, too much damage. He's gone. The Uzi! Ah! Okay. It's like me, like a small chihuahua kind of clawing at you. Little Uzi is cute.
I do like that they brought the shotgun and the Uzi to the twisty, windy corridor house. That's kind of the best thing you could do there. Twisted Minds now, Lou, with a stun grenade, sends that one out. He had such a massive impact yesterday. Teammate is bleeding out. Batulins will go down. So Twisted Minds now down to 2 players. Look to finish off Borz, who they poked the nest of early. An example now has to just dart away. And Twisted Minds down to 1 player, only 1 kill on the game. It's not a great start for them. But this does open things up for a lot of our teams towards the middle of the pack here to try and catch up. This is the first time in a long time where I would say all 3 of the top teams are vulnerable on a game like this.
Oh my God. Yeah, for sure. And now Na'Vi has leapfrogged noslack. That's crazy stuff for them to start the day off. 10 kills go their way. I think noslack tried to crash into the compound that was, again, very strong in the middle. And they were, instantly greeted and instantly deleted.
God, I need to see a replay on that. Like, that is insane.
Well, you can see where the car pulled up.
Yeah, you can. But I mean, they had Uzis and shotguns and AUG, so there's got to be 2 of the most unreal spray downs of all time. I don't know how in the hell they pulled that off, but for Na'Vi, what a game so far. 2 players, full squad wipe over towards noslack. What a frustrating result for noslack as well. Example though, over towards Borz, doesn't find it, and Hala Senpai will be able to finish off the job. He did take 1 name at least, and He-Man from the myth of is happy to pick up the points.
Style fashionista himself being able to move through here for the myth of. I guess that's why the Spartan helmet has that kind of rainbow flourish on top. He's such a fashionista. But yeah, for the myth of here, not too bad just yet. 2 kills on the board. They're surviving into the late game. They're going to actually have a lot of room into this game a little later on after holding down Mansion as well as they have done so far. I'm just concerned about the rest of the lobby in terms of, okay, so Virtus.pro's gone. My concern lies with, is this just now Wrecking Ball Na'Vi? Are we back to PGS2 late in the day Na'Vi, where they get 10 kills, they're showing just insane play, and maybe they can make an insane run on things at the end of this tournament so far?
Yeah, well, I think for Na'Vi, it's just a wild one, right? Where as I think even yesterday when we were seeing them low on player count, it was still terrifying to play against them. And also, if you're looking at the map right now and you kind of saw what just happened on that building, I do wonder if you assume that's a 3-4-man team and not a 2-man. Like, they just wiped noslack. You know generally the location where they are. I think that's now a hard thing to figure out. Ascend, though, they don't care. They're going to head straight in.
Yeah.
They have the Pants of Health available.
I think some of the players will definitely have looked at the match log and figured out exactly what's going on over here, so it should be totally okay for them to be able to understand that they can make this breach at the same time, though it's still dangerous, right? Spiro's on 5, Hakatori's on 5. As you said, this duo is insane, and they've actually shut down with a nade and a shotgun, another greeting. Okay, Ascend's going to die, and Na'Vi's going to be totally
off
fine.
The back of this blue zone, absolutely. Na'Vi is taking everyone out inside the lobby. It's the deadly duo. You just cannot step to these guys. 2 buildings, 2 players, 1 battleground, and it's all going their way.
The fact that they have got 13 kills, Hakatori has 8. He could actually get a 10-piece. He's done 1,037 damage already.
It's pubs for them.
No, get away here with your Panzerfaust. I don't want any of this. This man needs to go on more of a rampage, please. That'd be great.
I mean, getting the 10K in a match like this with players like this is unheard of. Vitality taking a lot of damage on this side. Go on, Co.
I think eventually Navi's death will come at S8UL. I think eventually maybe they might actually want to move down there. We'll see. Well, yeah, Sen's gone, and now S8UL might be eyeing that up. Or they might just stay on the south side and kind of continue to wrap and actually dismantle some of the teams on this side, because S8UL is very good about edge play, especially when they are 4 alive in these kind of exact scenarios. That is their playbook. That's what's won them championships in the past.
Good stuff from Team Nemesis, though. Still hanging on despite everything. Now moving it over towards PGG. There are shots, but getting them towards the tree here is a big deal. Sadly, on the backline, Melman will go down, leaving us with just 1 player on Team Nemesis. But they do breach into triple digits. The only other team alongside VP to make this happen. S79 to get that smoke down. P90 out, but I do think it may be over here for SoSed.
Yeah, it's looking difficult here, going up against PGG. S8UL backed up, and now they're actually going to crash the compound. All right, Navi, you've got a real challenge on your hands now here. S8UL is going to be mad. They're going to be angry. They're going to have known that multiple teams have crashed into this position and met their end. S8UL is not going to give you this as well unless magic happens. Magic strikes once again.
I think the difficulty for Na'Vi is that there's just been no chance to head outside and pick up a lot of the utility.
Got 7 shots.
There has been dropped, but
no way.
Heading in. Hakatori finds one right off the rip. We'll look for another. Dips on back. 2 stun grenades available, 1 smoke. That's about it. And it is absolute carnage inside the building. You're right. Aduzi will pick up Ares. So not another kill here coming through for him.
Okay, he got an explosion. I think Hakatori, he's done 1,300 damage. This is absolute insanity. He's got 9 kills at the moment. He dropped his nade. Oh god, when he got knocked. Here comes S8UL coming around the corner. Shotgun in hand. Not going to be working out. Phil first takes down Spiro. Good stuff to be able to clean him up. They've still got to deal with Hacker Bloody Tory though in the other building. The one thing that goes in everyone's advantage is now there's 2 teams here to try and deal with this beast in the other building.
I mean, he sits between both of them.
Betwixt
the 2 teams, and it's not likely to give this one up anytime soon. Yeah, I think the big issue is that all these cars dropping on this outside edge, there's been no chance. I think for Na'Vi, might have been a slightly easier hold if they'd been able to pilfer some of those loot crates, but it just was not possible.
We need the 10
with
piece.
the time they had. But yeah, we do need the 10 piece. He is 1 away from it. Great mortars from Viz, though, coming in from Stratos, literally from the stratosphere. Sloy Jacket dodging out of the way.
This is a very important game for Vis because they've had this compound and they dropped Lipovka and they've had this compound for as long as the game has been going on. So they had to convert on a game like this, did Vis. And so far, they are doing it. Held it down strong, held it down confidently. And even Mortar's raining down on PGG, as you just witnessed. And even Pains has got a decent angle on Salik. So shutting down anything that's coming in from that southeast side, they know that all of their attention can just be on the southwest. But I still need that 10 piece.
It would be cool. It would be cool to see. PGG now down to 1 player. Salik will be left out. Mika afraid.
Nobody wants to go in.
Inside the building. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't either. We heard T-Bone yesterday. It is terrifying going up against this guy. Arguably the best player in the world. Odds on the inside. Has the stun grenade in hand, prepped and ready for someone coming out. Right now, the S8UL are sending some pretty nice airbursts over towards TMO.
Yeah, there are great candidates for best player in the world, but easily Hakatori is in that conversation at present, right? Like it comes and goes, it changes with the flow of the game, flow of the meta, flow of kind of the scenes and things like that. But Hakatori is a phenom. And right now, he's still alive. He's up against the blue. The thing is that all these teams, they know that he is the first one that's going to have to move when the blue actually pushes. So just wait it out. Don't go into the layer.
Yeah, the only way to defeat Hakatori is to let the blue do the job. They have some nice angles over towards him right now. Viz is taking bullets from S8UL. It's just nice that S8UL continues to have presence towards the center side of the circle whilst holding out the beast in the cage currently on the edge of the blue. You're right, he does have to move first. I think the only feasible way that Hakatori gets out of this one is if he just sends it over towards Mika, but he would need smokes to make that one happen.
He did win 2 damage, but he did take some damage himself here, Hakatori in the distance. So now he's going to heal on up and try and go for it, but he knows that the angle is just going to be held here by Mika, I think. No way! Excuse me? Wait, no, he's going for a full squad wipe. He's insane. Okay, well, he's gone now. But actually, if Mika doesn't get res, that would be the 10-piece. Or if it gets stolen, of course, that wouldn't be the 10-piece. But, geez Louise, I can't believe you beat him on that. It got stolen away.
Yeah,
29 for the Hackatory. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's still amazing.
And the hacker story comes to an end as we close the chapter on that book. He-Man from the myth of hiding inside the smoke, getting a third place though. I think it's not terrible for the myth of. Not a bad start for them from the position they're in. Sending nades down the hill over towards S8UL. It's not a bad nade. A lot of damage that comes through, like you say, but playing uphill towards Viz here, it is a really tough approach right now for S8UL, and they desperately need those off angles. Vestilosh is waiting for He-Man to come out the way. All they can do is start dropping these emergency cover flares. Vestilosh looking for that one, but great shots from the sidelines. I think that's coming through from PGG.
It's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel for this, or shooting soul in a barrel. There's a thing called the soul, right? But let's see if they can actually do anything against this. Stratos here, check and take a decent off angle as well against it. They're just corralling them into, unfortunately, just a very small area here. Maybe Sloy can try and sneak a second place. I don't think it's going to be the case, though. I don't think he's aware that on his right-hand side, he's about to die. Oh, no! Arton actually saved. Sloy saved by S8UL.
PGG Sloy will take it down. But yeah, there is a kill coming through, actually, from S8UL. I don't think he can get a doozy back up now. But either way, one kill opens up something at least, but maybe they're able to get that res off. He is right on the edge of the blue, and I think that they don't really want to leave those sight lines open, but they are going for it.
It's really a big game for Vis here, because now they're hanging with the big dogs. Look how much this is going to propel them up the leaderboards, and they've been able to hold down this compound. Again, you know, this is what happens sometimes in PUBG. Circles come to you, but you got to make the best of it when it does. And Vis has, at present, here with this compound, but S8UL not out of it just yet. They're being very cautious. The only problem is they know they can't get a doozy. Anytime Vis wants to just flex out for these extra angles, yeah, it should be the nail in the coffin for S8UL.
If Stratus is, I want to do it again. I'm going to have a little look over. That is an awkward explosion on the vehicle as well. That's kind of what was keeping them safe for such a long time. And now that it's gone, Stratus can maybe pop his head over the top here, take some shots. They are looking over towards him. Arton finds Molodog with the help of Stratos, and it will be the finish. Viz sends themselves up the leaderboard, but Na'Vi is the main story this game.
Yeah, a simple left-right good night here for Vis here to finish it off against S8UL. Very impressive stuff by them to be able to hold that down in this lobby. Full of killers, and straight away our first highlights are Na'Vi. Oh dear. Let's get Avenger back in to talk about this game, because there was definitely some highlights that do bear repeating, I think.
Yeah, wow. They had a 2-2 split this compound and actually managed to hold on to it for quite a while. I did not expect that, because that compound is very breachable from the northern side. The two twin buildings on the northern side of the compound usually is breached, but there's just so much fights going on around Hackatory and the boys on Na'Vi. Everyone wanted a piece of him. Everyone wanted to stop him. And yeah, someone had to do it. I'm sad we didn't see the 10-piece though, guys. Holy,
it was so close.
What a performance from this man. And yeah, there's no denying he's one of the best in the world right now.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Technically, yeah, you could just push around that corner and try and take Mika out and get yourself that 1 point, but that's not what Hackatory wants in that moment there, Blank. He wants to be able to take out the squad and maybe get another placement point on that. He's keen for it all, is Hackatory.
It's sad as well there for Spiro, because I think if he gets a better connection on that first pull of the shotgun, there's a chance for him as well. It might have been different there.
Yeah.
I think we can't really discredit.
He 1,500 damage.
Yeah, it's a crazy game. Can't really discredit Spiro though as well. I think the backup he provided in that situation was fantastic.
That's actually, now that I think about it, Avenger, can you remember a time a player almost did 1,500 damage in a PC game or EMEA?
Not in regionals for PC, but I think he broke that record at PGS as well, right? He had a 1,700 damage game in the PGS they won. So I think if we're looking at from like historically, Hackatory might be the guy that has the most 1K clubs from a regional and international perspective. Like, it's actually insane how many times we've seen this guy do this.
Yeah, unless like someone like Example trumps him because of like tenure, right? You know what I mean? Because Hakatori is technically kind of new school compared to him. But I mean, in terms of like the microcosm of how long Hakatori's been around, I think it's undisputed. Yeah. Let's take a look at those leaderboards then, as Nemesis does break the 100-point mark, going up to 103. Twisted Minds had a bit of a mare of a game. Really wasn't much going on from them. Na'Vi moves up to 81 points, and now it's a huge descent here, Blank, for noslack, as so many teams have been able to leapfrog them.
Yeah, dropping down towards 8th place doesn't feel good. Does not feel good at all. I think they'd be proud of their first day, but I think since then it's not been fantastic. On the other hand, this was VP's slip-up. This was their slip-up. This was the one game that they really had. The teams at the top didn't really take advantage of it as much as we thought. All three, I mean, Versus Pros, Team Nemesis, Twisted Minds, they all didn't have great games on this one, which is very uncharacteristic of all three of them. But it gives Na'Vi a chance right now in 4th place. That's a big jump up from them.
Again, I mean, if Hakatori keeps doing things like that, then yeah. But you know, I mean, as much as there it is, 1,465 damage. It does bear, you know, repeating though that Spiro did a whole lot for this to work as well, right?
Yeah.
It's very hard to do that as one Avenger, but as two, with Spiro also putting in so much work as well. That's very important to acknowledge.
Yeah, you have to remember, even like for Diffix as well, you have to have enablers on your squad, and that's what Na'Vi does so well right now. And like, there's no denying, like when we look at Boostic before him joining Na'Vi, like he was that guy, but now they're both doing it, and Spiro and Ferris, they're just perfect for the setup, for how everything is working and how the enabling them to do this. But man, like, imagine if they did not have such a bad day one and struggled kind of a little bit. They would have been in the story. They would have been in the conversation, guys. And sure, maybe with what we've seen so far, there's still a chance if they win and get next good game here.
Yeah, can you imagine? We're on board. We had our team focus on Nemesis, considering how well they'd done so far throughout the last 2 days here, Blank. And for them up to the top, as you mentioned, and Avenger was kind of mentioning, they had a lot of space to work with. Just the multitude of backfills that came their way really kind of scuppered their plans.
Yeah, I think this was the one that kind of caught them off guard the most. I think that they thought they had so much space to play with on that northeast side, and then suddenly Vitality tries to wrap here. I think that you kind of brought it up very well in terms of Sosa playing that anchor. They really needed it. And I think for them, this was more a case of, we're going to try and scout out this position, make sure we can see who's coming this way. I just don't think they expected how quickly the battering ram came through from Team Vitality.
Bye-bye, foldable shield. Yep. So that is how it kind of sits here for these teams. I'm curious to see how everybody's going to kind of play things out on our next battleground here, Avenger. Is there any other things from Erangel that you kind of want to talk about from what you saw there?
Again, it continues with how many hardships we had, right? We've seen these eastern shift, then to a southern shift, and then the teams have to scramble. Even VP here in 3rd zone, they had to like get out in the blue and get out of this. And that's really the story. Like, if you're able to and kind of plan for it, okay, if we have too many hardships going against us, we need to have a backup plan. Like, if this goes absolute worst, where are we going? And it looked like VP had a plan. It looked pretty good, but this locking down the two compounds that far apart in circle 1 and 2, and then succeeding to hold is really the big story here. And it continues for me today here. I really want to see some of these teams punish these 1-1-2-2 splits. Like, they need to stop them. Otherwise, the teams that are getting gifted wins way more games than they should be.
Yeah, getting away with murder effectively.
Yeah.
From all of that. Let's listen in some of the team comms from our previous game here on Erangel.
1 HP under the copper. Nate the rich boys.
Yellow
and green. Yellow and green.
Окей. Я хилюсь.
Я прям тебя камнем тоже.
Да я видел камни, Никита, нормально, расслабься.
Стреляй. Nice.
Running, do some running.
Играет. Он щит желтый играет.
Я вижу. Я ломаю щит, он тебя смотрит. Ебал ему дал. Я ломаю фулл щит просто.
Он какая-то меня.
Его убили.
Это по какая? Это вижу. Больно, пизда. Найс.
По правому нас.
Левый
I need to fall back.
BB cannot leave. BB cannot leave. I have full.
They can draw you glittery.
No, they have to pay, bro.
Да, там же был, там же... Нет, спина была, синяя спина.
Под синькой. Он бежит под синькой после МТ.
Still on blue.
Yeah,
Peeking
that's
first, headshot. 1 HP. Both 1 HP, 1 active.
I'm flashing.
Next to it.
Some interesting comms there actually towards the end from this, because of course they're very keen and very eager to get that win, right? But I think for us, how long they've been together compared to some of the other teams, maybe sometimes, Blank, there is some disagreements in how people could actually approach things for man. So it's really cool to kind of listen on him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big call out there for me is when they are disagreeing whether they could leave or not. But I think that's good from Viz. The fact that they're in such a dominant position, but the player on side is just like, we have to take these guys seriously. We can't really think to ourselves they're locked in. We need to play this perfect, because for them that's a big win. And I mean, Avenger, you were bringing this up yesterday that Viz is a pretty decent team. Surprising you almost in terms of how well they've been doing.
I mean, they're surprising me quite a lot. And actually, I had the pleasure of playing some ranked with Habibi today here and Silas. It was quite fun. As we look at Hagatori, almost having the same amount of damage than Nixie, but 12 less kills, kind of impactful too. But yeah, I played some rank with them and I had a little bit of a chat with them. And I mean, his story was as well, like, it's hard to hold on to anything like in the top 5, because there's just so many good teams with crazy fraggers, right? And with such a new team that this is, I am thoroughly surprised and happy on their behalf, but as chaotic as the comms sound, they've come so far and I need to be proud of that as well. So it's cool to see. It was really fun to play with a BB as well.
All right, well, let's get to it then. Our Miramar game on the way. Blank will get you back in after this one. It's me and Martin to bring you the Dusty Dunes.
It is indeed, James. We are starting over on the eastern side, going up to the northwest, and wow, oh wow, 4 more games here to decide who gets 250 points and who gets way, way less. It actually is quite the drop-off once we get to second, 150 and 105. So even on fourth, just 80 points for that fourth place, getting less than a third than first place is really going to stack up for those PGC points.
It will for sure, and it is very, very important, as we've already seen some of those points get allocated throughout the previous days of those playoffs. And the fact that there is the potential for there to be 1, 2, 3 points differences if we get down to tiebreakers because of that, or the way that was distributed, that could be very exciting towards the end of the year. And let's take a look at the drops. Not too much crazy going on here, Mr. Martin. It's pretty chill.
Yeah, it's pretty evened out. Also, with such a great plane pass to start things off with, it's mostly going to depend on where we're going to see the circle. Are we going to get a more Cantara? Or we're going to go on the western side here. A home turf circle from Montenuevo. Or we're going to get another chicken dinner from Ascend, potentially. Or even some great games for noslack to catch back up to that top 4. That could be cool to see.
Yep. Yeah, the noslack really needs to start cranking the gears, though, right?
Yes.
Like, if you think about what they did in day 1 compared to day 2, and now obviously starting things off with nothing in the first game, that's not what we want from our noslack. What we watched in that day number 1 was phenomenal. I was really enjoying watching that. And of course, it's difficult to keep up the consistency in a lobby like this. You're literally talking about the best teams in the world keeping up consistency, like the Virtus Pro boys, like Twisted Minds, and of course, Na'Vi just does Na'Vi things sometimes.
Yeah, there's no denying that. Maybe it comes down to them having just come off work or studying or whatever on Fridays, and then they're like, all right, no slack, guys, straight to the grind. Meanwhile, everyone else is grinding throughout Saturdays and Sundays. I don't know. Also listening to Mark and the guys yesterday with McClay and Scaff, they were also a little bit sad, obviously, with what happened. And their fantastic day 1 here, it's really difficult to replicate that. Now, though, with how they're looking and where they are currently in the map here, this could be a decent start for their comeback and how far they can take this. I already see Scaff haven't taken, I think it's close to the Twins compounds. It's a really great spot for information, and maybe they're going to be able to enable themselves to get deeper here. Let's see how deep and close they get to Ascend here. Then obviously going for the so-called phase compound where it always ended in our old circles. Now not so much anymore.
No, definitely not. Yeah, you stole the words right out of my mouth. I was going to talk about the fact that Scav's taken a proactive position. So that's already like a
great minds
decent
think alike, my friend.
We've known each other too long, I think.
We're way too synergized at this point.
It's been a good few years, mate.
Next year's a decade. I can't believe it. You're so old.
God, is it 10 years?
Next year, man. It's crazy.
Oh my God. All right, well. Yep.
Time to retire, old man. Back to the retirement home, grandma.
I'm gonna be honest. Can you, if PUBG outlasts my StarCraft 2 career, then I will be very confused. That will be an insane milestone if that happens, right?
Yeah, it would be.
Jeez.
Such a crazy thing to think how different the game is already, right? It's when you look back at some of the early tournaments, 2017, 2018, where even $50,000 tournaments, everyone was traveling to a LAN like pre-COVID and everything. It was just crazy. And then
Frost
now
was a pro gamer. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy to think of, to be honest. Like it's come so far, and the game is practically already PUBG 2.5 with how different it is and how much the game has progressed, but both in graphic and also how everything's kind of lining up with how minimalistic it was before.
The game's very different, that is for sure. That is 100% true. For some players, obviously, they think of the old days as those glory days or whatever, but hey, I still have a ton of fun jumping in with friends and playing this game. There's still nothing quite like getting some chicken dinners in PUBG. That feeling when you're able to go up against some very tough teams in adversity and be able to prevail. It's a very good feeling indeed. But Everlong, they're needing that feeling right now. Going up against Starry Skies, two teams that are kind of languishing down towards the bottom of the tables at the moment, scrapping for some of the positions just south of the center of this circle. Pretty decent positions. If you can kind of come out on top of this and the circle comes your way, it'd be a good start to the game for them.
Good. Let's hope they are able to do that. Now here on board with example, some call him the GOAT. A lot call him the GOAT.
Oh yeah.
But in my book, to be the GOAT, you need to win multiple PGCs. No, I'm joking. He's still chasing that one. And yeah, for Batulins, like we've asked multiple times, like yeah, one major championship is not enough. We need to win multiple. And I thought it was last year, man. I thought PGC last year was theirs, and then crazy things happen, and yeah, Belmouth becomes the MVP and wins a Porsche.
Yep. For Batulins, an example, they felt like their names were on that Porsche, but not to be the case here for Twisted Minds. Yeah, it's a tough one, right, for Twisted Minds, because you win a PGS, you win a PGS, you win a PGS, you win EWC, you win PGS, and you do those kinds of things. Oh yeah, you win 7 regionals. they non-stop win. It's just when PGC comes around. As you say, every time we ask him at EWC, he's like, no, I don't want 1 PGC. I want 2 PGCs to prove that I am truly the greatest of all time in terms of the IGL role. I mean, he already basically is, but, you know, he's very concerned about his legacy. It's interesting because, I mean, even if you look at Liquipedia stats alone, Batulins has won, I think, $761,000, and that's just his share of his team's winnings, right? So, you know, dividing by 4. So the fact that his rosters have been able to accomplish such a thing in as much time is insanity.
Yeah, it is. Such a tenured roster, such a legendary lineup here. Now, Getrox, though, finds Micah. We're going to have to figure out where we're going in terms of the circle. As we're closing in 3 minutes, we're going to see the next pop here, as you see. The BRDM and Vitality. So far, Vitality in that big mid pack, and it's just so close here. Obviously, Na'Vi catching up a little bit could be huge for them. Getrox gets a confirmation here on to Micah.
Bit of a freebie in the end.
Yeah,
not too bad at all. As these teams will just continue to find themselves as central position as possible. Only 1 casualty in the first 8 minutes. Again, not too much surprise here for EMEA. Especially with how much land actually exists in a circle like this, right? There's so many places you can take. Hell, even like when you think about Na'Vi's coming in a little later from what is normally their graveyard, kind of Cantera splits and drops and things like that. Nemesis has got such a wide split on that southwest side as well, where you could easily have a circle come down there and suddenly they're absolutely laughing because they have like that hillside along that those trident roads, right? So there's still so many ways this could end up.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see with how central most of the teams are, what side we're going to end on. I really do love some of the kind of Monte and Nuevo proper endings where we end close to it. Not always urban, that's a difficult one, especially with the hill, the so-called 80 hill, where you have the oil refinery. It's really difficult to kind of traverse that and survive, especially with how everything lines up. But now Nemesis taking more space here. Melman's got a lot of info deeper inside this circle here, James, and he's going to be chilling so far and get some information close to the zip line here.
Okay.
And James. Oh
no! You thought El Diablo was coming. You thought
I was ready for it.
That was almost a smart call. I appreciated that. That was good, but no, not yet. Not yet. It's so funny. You remember sometimes we get those very far west circles, and you sometimes get people going all the way up to like the hillside along the unplayable, and actually they can farm a load of jump scared. But yeah, I mean, things like that could happen, right, for Nemesis. Like, they're just shoring up anything that they can do. Melman's getting a lot of information from over there.
Yeah.
From some of the teams that are going to be ahead of him in some of those compounds, which are actually already taken.
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot contested already. So, let's see with what the side we kind of go. But if we do go west, it's basically only Nemesis and Vis that's kind of set up in big greedy splits here, and it's quite a lot of space there. Also with the unplayable on the western side, you can really push hard away from that. We also had that great game in our playoffs where Waptruck actually had that kind of high ground above El Pozo and succeeded quite a lot from there. So that's another location that's quite playable without being locked down early on. Presenti on PGD on the southern side here. Even though they're quite the distance away here, they might have a chance to get in. But let's see with, oh my God, Southwest James. It is. It's actually the Nemesis circle. And because they take so much space on one side and then all of a sudden it comes to them, they now have the pick of the litter.
Yep. And they are just going to be heading into the compounds that are on that hillside that they had prior. And this is also, as we were looking at PGG, a very important circle for them, right? They get that south shift. They know that they're very likely to be able to make landfall on that circle with not too much resistance. Not only the fact that they have a glider to be able to scout, but they have the BRDM as well, which will shore up some defenses. But everybody else is going to be making a bit of a mad dash right now. Ascend is going towards what looks like might be Brickyard, or they might go a little bit further along the roadside onto some of the compounds that actually exist down there. We'll see. The problem is that I think there's some teams that want to crash onto the Nemesis Hill, but it is currently occupied, but they're very heavily split our Nemesis, so they've got to be careful about if anybody comes up their way.
That's the time to call a bluff here. That's the time to, especially with these kind of high chests, that's the time to really strike and get in and get involved here. So let's see if that's going to be the case here. I like the Starry Skies location here, but I feel like it's always extremely difficult to hold as not a full 4-man because so many teams can kind of encroach around it. So let's see how much they get out of it. With VP having the low ground compound on the longhouse here, they need to make sure their cars are safe.
I like
to hold on to.
I like your poker terminology of calling a bluff because that kind of only happens in like these pro games, right? Like for the most part, sometimes you get it in ranked where people are taking kind of splits, but the comms aren't that clean, you know, the games aren't that clean. But here, games generally are clean. And generally what will occur in early moments like this in a game is that people will be going for these big splits. So you can potentially call some of those bluffs. As Hakatori just apparently doesn't let up. And all the kills in all the lobbies are Hakatori's apparently.
Yeah, does not want to share at all. That's just his. And yeah, we're going to see more of that. Nixie finds Vaso, though. A little bit difficult for Starry Skies, especially that high ground spot there I'm talking about. More shots continue here. And yeah, what a gamer. And you know what? Every time I'm playing ranked and I'm looking, checking my ranks, just like that #1 survivor is just staring at me. It's Hakatori. Usually it's some of the other guys, but yeah, it's Hakatori just staring at me. It's just so good. Such a high kill average here. But now Nixie and the boys, they are involved for this one here. Can they get Starry Skies evicted from this high ground spot? That's really the question.
I remember when we turned up at PGCM, the game record of Hakatori was something like 800 games played after the season start or whatever, and I was just like, what is going on?
Yeah.
But, yeah, as Nixie and the boys here from Virtus Pro want to get rid of Starry Skies, continue to hold on to their extreme lead that they currently have. M249 in hand for Kurexi. Tries to charge up the molly. Sees his little head peeking over that window, so he'd be able to have to throw it through double windows. Although, I think he now is in the building. No, he's on the other side, so he's run away.
Oh, Silas finds Beamy. That's an opening. And Silas finds Nixie as well. The gamer himself is in here. Now with... he did not expect Kurexi to be this close here. Mommy comes in, gets Kurexi down as well. He's 1 HP. Oh my god, Luckerox gets him, and that Starry's guy's out with 3 knocked here. Surely someone's going to be sending it in. And already here, the fashionista himself, Himanen, comes in and starts throwing nades up there to get some of those flushes, to steal some of that away and deny VP off this game.
Yeah, I love that what they're doing here. They really knew exactly that they wanted to hit this hard as fast as possible. That said, though, they're not being too aggressive on it. In the kill feed, you would have been able to see as many knocks as you did, so, like, just get in there. There we go. Finally, some of the connections with this utility. Good stuff here from the Mythov. Can they finish it on up and really put a thorn in the side of Virtus Pro, who would love to... I mean, they've already shored up their defenses at the top of this board at the moment, but Mythov is looking to disrupt things.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to be able to lock out on with the big man Luckerox. And for me, though, again, fighting for an edge position here, it's just about survival, but Virtus Pro has already gotten 3 points, and if they keep this average up, it's going to be difficult for anyone to catch them still. Well, that's really the big one. Okay, Luckerox with a cancel as well. That's probably going to be an easy knock for someone.
God, there's so many people on the south side of Montenuevo. I mean, it is the compounds all in those warehouses as well, but nades forwards from going to be multiple teams as well. Everlong trying to do some damage. As I say, the circle has favored Nemesis once again. This is their game to try and make a big catch-up here to Virtus Pro, if anything's to be said and done about it. As it's Chris, does get himself a few shots through that smoke, not too much going on just yet. One nade contains with Fantasia in the distance. Going to be sweeping him up in just a moment's time. Oh, but sweeping up T-Bone. Sweeping him aside. This is brutal stuff here. Just constant nades back and forth.
Yeah, it's difficult. Everyone's going to be fighting for this high ground, fighting for this hill here, and the compounds and hard cover around it. T-Bone here with the blue zone backpack might actually save him. Let's see if it dies down. There's a nade coming into. That's a great nade. It's going to hit a lot of damage. Kenna finds Fantasia and Renax. That's crazy. Yeah, Saint finds Killikai, though.
I think Everlong has to get in there pretty soon, because once those smokes actually dissipate, Twisted Minds does actually see them. Keta with another one. Saint does finish them off, but Keta!
1v4!
Oh my god, he takes them all!
Everlong completely vibed here with Keta. Great nade opening and then just wipes the floor with the rest of it. What a game for Ascent to start things off with here.
Oh, they're done. Oh, is Twisted Minds coming in now? Okay, Batons did hit some shots against it. Chris knows exactly where they're going to be moving on in. Example's moving to a position for assault, looking to try and find a position on this longhouse, and then maybe seeing what he can actually do from there. Flashes on forwards. Chris is healed up. He's got an M249 in hand, the big boy gun. Well, I mean, that's the arm, but it's still a very big gun. And Panzerfaust in hand as well here. Perfectix, he's just going crazy with it. Okay.
That's arguably a big boy gun as well.
Yeah. Kaboom.
Perfectix here, trying to get this locked out. Trying to get this finished up quickly so they can continue this fight here. Circle ships coming to their compound too here. Perfectix finds Keter with the Panzer and the Flush easily with the Orc as well. Oh my god, it's 1 HP. Can he survive this? Trying to hide in the corner here. Shots around coming in for him.
Okay.
It's Chris finds Perfectix and now, easy kill here for Example to finish things off. And now an easy res on Perfectix. But at this time, like, if I'm looking at it and I have an easy breach or kind of pull-up on this, when I know that Perfectix already knocked there, that's my timing for a breach, potentially. There's quite a lot of buildings to be opening up to. Beamy finds him in for the flush and confirm as well. Oh my god, Luckerox and Beamy got justice too.
Wait, how have they survived all of this? They took casualties early on to the Mythov, and Mythov didn't get aggressive on it, and now they've had to leave, and Virtus Pro has been able to clean them up. That is ridiculous. I will say, the circle has gone down into the valley majoritively, right? Which actually causes a whole lot of problems for these teams on this west side hill. To try and actually eventually get down, win the fights that they're going to have to take as well. Aspiro and Na'Vi trying to hold out PGG. Nemesis eventually might actually look on over here to see what's going on. But PGG taking more casualties against this. Good for that lobby. Hakatori's down. That will help.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit hurt, Na'Vi here, but still 2 kills and a little bit of a campaign for them. Can find more kills too. PGG actually doing it kind of good on them, but Fustic swings around, gets the confirmation on. This will be a really good push in the smokes, as you point out. Let's see if they can get this cleaned up and stay 3 alive. It's Presenti.
Spirit down, Presenti. You got to do a little bit more here to be able to save the boys at the moment here for PGG. Coming around the corner on the hillside. You can see him. Well, actually, wait, the car was moving there for a second. Gotta be careful about all this. Boostic actually does take down Presenti in the end.
Oh, that's a great headshot with him. 249. Almost popped them, but he's down low, and now, yeah, he's in the distance inside that blue zone. Only phase 4, so we're only talking 3 damage per second this time. Nice favors. They get Sloy Jacket, but still, they got hurt a little bit, and now they're on the chase for this next zone, James.
Twisted Minds breaks the 100-point mark, as we do have Hicks trying to go for a bit of a Panzerfaust, thinking that might be somebody next to that car. Not to be the case, though, here. Nemesis down to only 2. No kills on the board for them so far. This game should have been their opportunity to try and catch up with Virtus Pro, but it's kind of fallen by the wayside, and Virtus Pro's only extended the lead. Nemesis is down. This means Twisted Minds might actually jump them in this game.
Also found another Infinity Stone, and they look like unstoppable to find Nemesis. Gedrox gets Lookarooks, and Beamy's down to just nothing here, trying to survive for as long as possible. Inside the zone, could maybe survive long enough for a placement point, and
here comes Quizzes.
That's just really scary. Yeah, can Vitality clean him up? Can he get another kill here? Nice push out to get Quizzy confirmed as well. Another point to come the way of VP once that dies out. Habibi finds it, though. What a sneaky theft there for 1 point.
Oi! Hello. That was a jump scare if I've ever seen one through the door. But yes, Vitality, not too bad on that cleanup. Gedrox and Hello My Bad on opposite sides of this road at the moment. Twisted Minds, okay, my attention completely changes from Nemesis to them, because when it came down into this valley between the 2 hills,
right,
Twisted Minds has the spot. So this could be huge for Twisted Minds. Will our 7-time regional champions be able to just strike back at what was an insane lead from Virtus Pro? And again, they got 5 kills in this game somehow to Virtus Pro, and I think they shouldn't have in the end. I think maybe they should have been cleaned up overall, but yeah, it's a good salvage game even for the #1 boys.
Yeah, 1 more point could have been had if it wasn't for Habibi stealing it. He even had like a few bullets to go for the flush here. I think he was gonna get it from the bleed out eventually, but yeah, got stolen quite quickly with that last kind of damage coming in here. Now Bushuda Wildcats under a lot of pressure from HiVE.
Ooh.
That's a great nade. It's gonna find Crossberg. Morse coming out here. The Turkish roster under so much pressure.
It never ends. How many blue zones is that?
What's going on?
That's so many. It's such a shame for them that they're not on target, and Celtic and Medibay had moved over on this right-hand side.
Yeah.
They would have just been evaporated. They would have been deleted. The body doesn't fall over, it just phases out.
Oh my god. Stratos finds Scav though here, noslack, under some pressure. They actually have a high ground spot that's a potential top 5 with some kills for noslack, so they could be looking good here, but let's see if they recover. Medibay, Celtic, and the guys from Bushuda Wildcats is roughed out here in 10th place. Now HiVE back to a 3-man and 3 kills. They have got some space ahead of them, but they're gonna fight either Viz or noslack at this point. Borz also inside, is gonna have to fight noslack.
Yeah, very important fight back for noslack, obviously, as we were watching them on what is effectively El Pozo and kind of like seeing what they can flex out, seeing if they can start getting something going for this game. No kills gone the way just yet. I want to see some spice from noslack here, as they do see Viz in the distance trying to make the move on forwards against this, but there's so many teams around them. It's going to be carnage up here, Avenger. It's going to be carnage.
It is. I think this is going to be one of the wildest games on the top side of this ridge here. Once we're getting off it, we're going to have only Twisted Minds and S8UL and some of the other guys here, but Viz does find Dante, and now Borz, Viz, and noslack is going to be this awkward 4-way fight here, James. It's going to be kind of rough for whoever is managing to survive, but IXE opens it up, and noslack looks like they have the upper hand.
Are they back? Because this looks like a bit one noslack here. Scar finishing things off against HiVE as well. Sees Habibi in the distance. Okay, they're shooting at everything, and they've actually played this out brilliantly with the 4 kills going their way. He's just going to clean it all up. All right, this is lovely points for the boys.
Yeah, this is the comeback game that they needed. This day was a rough one, and the first game of the day was actually even rougher here. That's actually pretty good and accurate. Look at that, how close it is from that distance. Actually beautiful. Doesn't connect just yet here. Viz, Scav finds R2, and IXE gets Marshall here, and look at that. noslack has the benefit of this.
I feel like in the 4-way fight, noslack is like getting every one of the kills.
Yeah.
They're just not really sharing anything with this. I thought it was going to be carnage, but yes, it was, but it was only noslack dishing out that carnage at the moment, as Viz and Borz technically still alive. underneath these rocks. It's a bit harder to dislodge people when they're dancing around these rocks, but that's a great molly. Damn, IEXE. His head's on fire. His opponents are on fire. It's all popping off.
I get it. All right. Oh my God, what a circle. That means that, I said you all obviously have an advantage here, but it looks like we're going to be ending outside and kind of close to the road, just below them by the looks of things. Navi has made themselves into a great spot here. noslack is going to have an extremely difficult push here unless they make some crazy send on to Navi's location here. But damn. Look at that. The high ground to come off from SZUL or even for Twisted Minds to get out of this house later. Yeah. There's just no cover to be played here unless you're playing kind of uphill for Twisted Minds safely.
Ooh. Yeah, big fan of these flyovers to get a complete lay of the land, so thank you for that, as the noslack's going to be making a bit of a mad dash, and understandably so, right? When you see what they're actually going to work with, Ferris does huge damage with that M249, that's a good boost to get out, but Boostic will finish it off. And that is now for Boostic and Ferris to be able to join up. So it's now their turn to play the duo. It was Spiro and Yakitori in the previous one. And now Ferris. Yeah, it's like, well, we'll show you, boys. All
right, SZUL, this is your game. This is your chance to try to log in to this top 5 here with noslack being out. And look at how close all of the teams in the from 77 to 73 here. Just so many teams fighting for that 5th place currently. Navi looking so strong once again here. They continue to absolutely dink. Phil Ferris just sees a guy that's just casually standing there looking on. Like, oh, it looks like I'm about to have visitors. Oh, never mind, I'm getting shot.
Get off my lawn. That was tough there for him. Borz in the distance. Also tough for them. There's not much cover to work with. Borz is gone. Now, 5 teams remain. I didn't even realize that Vis and Vitality actually had one still alive each.
Yeah.
Yes, Hello My Bad slowly sneaking in behind Twisted Minds, but Stratos, how much more meds do we have? Okay, he's going med hunting.
Trying to, at least. This one, next one's going to hurt. He's dead.
Yeah. Too much time med hunting.
Too much time med hunting and too far away from the zone. Now, Hello My Bad with 11 could kind of make this work for a little bit, but still top 4 for them with 3 kills is a decent game to hold on to this kind of mid-pack fight where the big game for them in the next one, they could still jump into 5th here. So big games to be had. SZUL, this is their chance to separate themselves, James, though. This is their chance to hunt down Navi and get closer. But we'll see how they take on Twisted Minds. That they're eventually going to fight, considering we have a solo and a duo left on the other side of things.
Here's the thing. If you want Virtus Pro to be challenged at the top, Twisted Minds has got to win this game, right? If they're able to do that, suddenly things get a whole lot more spicy for the day. And good mortars here to try and do some damage towards the Navi position, but they are still in that house. And just a little further away, but not enough here for Boostic. He takes some big damage here despite being in. It's the perfect shot because that shot has to land what is effectively adjacent to the door to be able to make something work for them. And that's going to be the signal. They're moving on it.
What?
Huge.
That's huge. What a great pull-up here. Nades are coming out. Defensive nades too. That's a great push here. Example finds Boostic immediately. And now Ferris with a... Oh, that was so close to get 2 of them, but he got stunned and now he's going to have to try to push out. And it's Mini, the wrong gun to be things going down here. Ferris finds Petulins for the knock here. And this is SZUL's chance to make a push for it and get space ahead of them. Example's got the defensive anchor here on this rock, but they've got too many angles, it feels like.
Yeah, some very damage from Twisted Minds. They knew that they had to do something a bit more desperate. Try and get across there. Whoa. Example takes down Phil First. So 2v2 at the moment here. And the problem for Phil First was that was a very wide angle he was taking. So Molodoc's going to have to do some magic if he wants to ever get on over there. And he's being shot at by Example. The cross that he would need to make to try and get to Phil First is vast. I don't think they have the smokes to be able to do it. I don't think they have the time to be able to do it because there's going to be some shots going that way. Surely.
Yeah, you would think so, right?
He's moving up for it.
Question here. This is going to be an easy push for him to get this confirmed here. He doesn't know the exact location, though, of him, James. And with Molodoc's anger from the other side here, can they make something happen? He's inside the zone, doesn't bleed as much. Molodoc, if he makes a push for this, it might work out, but I don't think he's going to be able to. He's going to get denied. Or maybe even they use Phil First as a bait Never mind, he's dead.
He was trying for the cross himself. Any desperate move you can make there, right? When you know you're going to bleed out if you just stay up there anyway. It's worth a try. Worth a try for sure. As example now, he's going to be still set his eyes and his sights up here against Molodoct. And it's going to be up to Lou to keep his eye on Bestaloch. So, I mean, Twisted Minds, yes, technically, they did lose out a man advantage situation against Virtus Pro before.
Right.
I don't know whether or not they lose this one. I think finally we might be getting that Twisted Minds victory.
I think there's a big shot at it. I think this is their game to get this one closed out, to get that first chicken dinner, and makes it interesting at the top. But still, as I said, you're only 15 points from Na'Vi currently, James, and if they're able to clutch this one here, that'll be huge. That'll be 7 more points to come their way and be really close within striking distance of that Na'Vi.
Such an important maneuver by Twisted Minds to go against the Na'Vi position as well. Like, if you're staying on your side of the road and you don't dislodge them, then it would have been so difficult to make this game work. But Twisted Minds understands exactly, at most times, what needs to be done. We watched it just then. But let's see if Bestaloch and Molodoct can do anything. It's going to need a little bit of magic. They are fantastic players. Of course, Molodoct was subbing in for Twisted Minds throughout the last 3 PGSs, so he's very aware of how this team plays. Whoa. And just like that, he takes down the IGL he subbed for. Good stuff here for Molodoct. 2v2, but Lou knows exactly where Bestaloch is. He's got to be very careful now, as Molodoct's getting a bit aggressive on this.
It's very much a utility game at this point here. It doesn't look like Molodoct has too much of it. If he can get something, look how low Batulins is. That's a... Oh, I didn't... Imagine if that rolled on the correct side of that hill. That would have been perfect. That's a really open push for him. Lou finds Molodoct, and now it's down to just Bestaloch. Can he do something? I doubt it. This could be Twisted Minds' game to close out and get that final chicken dinner and try to hunt down VP. That's in such a deep, deep lead currently.
And it's looking like it could be possible. Will Twisted Minds make magic happen in EMEA once again? Because right now, they're staring down a win. That will be big points to try and parlay themselves and kind of propel themselves towards what would be #1. Just another good game would be putting them in an amazing position to assault #1. It's Twisted Minds. Finally, after 12 games, a win goes the way of Twisted Minds. The EMEA Kings. They will not be dethroned just yet.
Yeah, what a game for them to start things off with here. That's great, great news for them to have a chance at a chase, and it's looking difficult when VP is still putting a little bit of points on the board every game. And even if it's just 5 for the next ones, they're going to need to win another game effectively with potentially double-digit kills to have a chance at chasing them down.
Let's get Blank back in to talk about this one. Some masterful moves, some masterful decisions, and some testing circles, I would say, Blank, for this one. But we're back with Twisted Minds getting the dub.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard game, but Twisted Minds, first chicken dinner on the cards for them, which is great to see. But they're tireless, right? These players are tireless, and I think that's what's a little bit frightening maybe for Virtus Pro, where they are not giving up without a chase, and they want that history to repeat itself for Twisted Minds, and they're making a good case for it. What I was happy to see, though, is it's the return of the slack at the top of the leaderboard. They were coming back at it and making it happen. It was a difficult push, though.
All right, somebody get this guy out of here. Bring Mark back in, please. Jeez, Luke. And I do agree with what you're saying, though, because they actually donked on that 4-way fight up at the top of Entra. I was pleasantly surprised to see that after what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. I'll say yesterday, let's just call that an oops. Let's say all the bad games was yesterday. I hope we're going to see somewhat of comeback form. That's great, though. But yeah, there's no denying the consistency for Twisted Minds is unparalleled. And this being their first win after 12 games, it looks like they're just ramping up just to make it exciting at the end. And yeah, if that slip up yesterday from VP was the difference maker, or the 1 point that Beamy lost to Habibi here in this game, if that's going to be the difference maker, that could be a big story. But we're talking 13 points difference here. They're going to have to continue this point difference to Virtus Pro every single game for them to have a chance at locking down this championship for the first PEC Spring Finals.
18 points go the way of Twisted Minds. And again, Blank, Na'Vi, another 14 points after what we saw in the previous game. And again, it was the other duo, Faeris as well as Boostic. So they just take it in turns, all these players, looking brilliant on Na'Vi. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi looked fantastic. I mean, that whole versus noslack was very, very good. Twisted Minds, you see what it requires to push Na'Vi as well from Twisted Minds, where they first need to get themselves the mortar knock as well, and then you send across. And even then, they're sending an off angle to the side. There was a lot of moving parts to that push from Twisted Minds, and that was for 2 players. Like, that's the scary thing. Like, they put so much effort into that just for 2 guys from Na'Vi, because they didn't want to give them a single chance at winning that engagement versus them. But for Twisted Minds, they look really good. I felt a little bit bad for Phil first there, because I felt like his angle was not terrible. It's just they spotted him so quickly and took him out. But if he was able to find a pick from there, it could have been very different.
Yeah, I think there's also a moment where, Martin, you called it, right? If Faeris suddenly hits that Panzerfaust as Twisted Minds is trying to make the move on them, that game looks completely different. So it's a deadly thing to have to work against.
That would win a S8 UL win easily if that was an opening, because they just immediately send everything at them. They push out, they get the utility committed to it. And yeah, as much as this was a fun one here, Keta being on the receiving end of a Panzer, that's also what kind of saved Twisted Minds a little, because that would have potentially been a Perfectix gone down too, and that would have been a different story. Also, the opening on Na'Vi made everything possible for Twisted Minds. Otherwise, they would not have had that window of opportunity to kind of strike on them either.
Yep, very important moves, very important plays, as you can see here. The funny thing is again, our production picked Twisted Minds to focus on this game before it happened, and they've been able to call another winner. Are our production the gods of PUBG? That's my question, Blank. I think so. They're pretty good at it.
It's a good question, you know, and we'll have to wait to find that, honestly, because they are pretty on point a lot of the times. This is the push I was talking about. It's just nice to see. But that Panzerfaust, like you say, it was so close. If it's not for the fact that vehicle gets posted up there, very different story. Fertility even goes down right at the end there with the help of the exploding vehicle. But yeah, I think Twisted Minds is playing so well right now. I don't think it is out of the realms of possibility that they're able to overtake VP in the next couple of matches. But like Avenger says, it's a lot of profiting that needs to be done. But I think that VP does need one of those 29 pointers at this point. That would be nice to have.
Yeah, just to shore it all on up, Artego is going to be next here. But Virtus Pro, as much as they probably weren't sweating coming into today, might be sweating a little bit now, because the King does not like to be dethroned here in EMEA. Twisted Minds is going to be angry. And I'm also getting word that our producer just won 4 beers for that prediction, actually. So well done. Oh, good stuff. Very nice. Oh, I'm also getting word that we have team comms ready for that previous game. So let's listen on in.
Между зоной.
Виталити, смотрите, они будут подашки. Над ними справа подходите и ебать.
Я пошел над ними слева подходить.
Надо. Один внутри, скорее всего. Может быть, внутри. Малик дал.
Резать меня, резать надо.
Высадил пикап. Туда можно кинуть.
Я играю потом.
Можешь бежать?
Вообще можешь просто резать. Тёма там все видит.
Я дотекаю. Норм.
Я тебя пикаю сейчас.
Да,
Один хп.
Не пикайся. Хорош.
Тогда давай, давай. Тогда давай. Просто фить. Да, просто фить. Что это было за звук, блядь?
Не пикает.
Два хита. Nice.
Oh, some frantic comms at the beginning there for S8UL. I think they understand as well. I mean, again, what a leap that they have had up after day number 1, right? And it's expected, Avenger, with a team like this, with the caliber of player that is on that team, you would expect them to be challenging for at least top 5, if not actually the championship. Yeah, we do.
Another finals coming up here for them. It's going to be huge, but still a top 4, a top 8 is always something to come at. But to log in your PGC spot, to log in Esports World Cup, to log in PGS, you need to be top 2, I would say, to have a chance at it.
Yep, it's, I guess, across it when we get to that combined standing and see what's going to be going on. It'll be interesting because, again, if you're S8UL, it's not out of the realms of possibility. You just kind of come back in and see how things go for Finals 2, and then suddenly you're at number 1, considering the kind of performances we see from them in the previous 2, or now this day, and then leaning into these games here, blank. So definitely high prospect for S8UL, even though that first day went a bit
I think that my main thing that I'm looking at right now is just the way that the tournament changes between like that sprint you have of the 5 days to qualify versus this right now. I think if you look at the leaderboards, like a lot of people would say this is a bit more of a return to normality right now in terms of where teams are setting up. This looks a lot more how we expected it to. And I think that's the thing, is that it really is real desperation in those qualifiers and how much effort you have to put in a short amount of time.
Yeah, you bring up an excellent point, because if this was the same format of the playoffs, suddenly, like, if you just take day 1 from our 3 days alone, then the leaderboards are like, what's happening? What are all these teams doing? And things like that. But now when we take a look at teams like Virtus Pro, like Twisted Minds, over a marathon period, Martin, they will almost always prevail, it feels like, in lobbies like this.
Yeah, but do they need 18 games to do it, or is 15 enough? That's the question here. But yeah, good to see the kills tied here. But with BB also, he was the knock leader, or close to it. I think it was 28 to 30. So it's obviously where a lot of damage comes from here, guys.
All right, only 3 games remaining here. Is there a world where Virtus Pro gets caught up on? Could it be in this game? We're about to find out. Thank you, Blank. We'll talk to you after this one. It's me and Martin here to bring you the good old Tago.
Yes, indeed. It is a southeast to northwest plane path here. We're going to be ending Omaha Muzan. And for me, it's really a game of them coming around and getting things started here. The good old Twisted Mind split is quite easily be reachable here, so it's going to be a great start to see things up with. We've had a lot of crazy circles we saw yesterday, and what we've seen, actually the tendency in general we've seen on the last couple of patches, we've had a lot of these Northern Ireland circles, and yeah, it's really a kind of usual tendency that we've been seeing. So teams can react to it, and the E-pickups are usually looted for quite a while here, but once we see this first circle pop here, we're going to see where the teams are going to be ending up here. But yeah, interesting to see in terms of these teams. We've got some teams that so far in the lead, with Virtus Pro being 20 points ahead of Twisted Minds. Yeah. They're going to need such a big game to start things off with here. Close to see here, though. First circle. Are we going to have another Northern Circle shift? Oh, is it going to be a prison one? Oh, it's a prison!
Okay, right. Swamp is always something that's interesting for me. And coincidentally, this is exactly where all that silly pickaxe action happened over at PWS, over by the swamp location. So, you know what? That's my challenge to the players now, even though they can't hear me and they never will, whilst we're obviously commentating and they're playing. But get that pickaxe out and cut through these swamps, yes.
I think that it's balanced right now, but if you play around something with, nades and C4s and pickaxes, you can make some crazy plays and set up people, because at this point where we have, thousands of hours played on the maps and so, people are very used to kind of the driving and where the paths are and everything. Once if I'm driving around, it's like, oh, this is a usual kind of highway spot, and then all of a sudden there's been a red zone there, and I'm driving through a basic, old minefield where there's just holes everywhere. Yeah. And if you can kind of alert that to be in a spot where you can say, okay, we're gonna put out an 8 here, we're gonna put out a mortar, and we're gonna start with pickups. You can make some crazy traps for some of these guys that either is trying to breach your compound or is trying to do something around it, and you can set up kind of counter location to it. So I'm really curious to see how that works out for the next couple of years, because we have not invented the most crazy things with the destructible terrain just yet.
Create moats around compounds, and then you can't really fill them with water, but you can definitely fill them with bodies if people try and crash around. One thing, especially on Tago, for me, I don't know why it's Tago specifically of everything, but anytime I'm playing and a red zone happens and I'm trying to rotate after the red zone's gone, I'm like, I forget the red zone is either there, and I'm always like kind of going into the dips that has been created, and I flip, and I'm so annoyed. I'm just like, Every time, man. Every time. It always gets me.
This is why I'm almost exclusively driving a US now, because it's so hard to tip over, obviously.
True.
And also, it traverses terrain so easily. Borz, though, in an early spot here. Look, there's some shots coming in already. Example trying to see it. Oh my god, he's actually low. One more hit, one more could connect, and then they're out. But now Borz gets out of it. Look at that. Oh, the tracers. I love it.
Oh, good stuff. Yeah, but if you use the US exclusively, and I can't use my McLaren, I can't use my Lamborghini, I can't use my Aston Martin, you know what I mean? Well, you could use a different Aston Martin, but not the cool one, in my opinion. So, coupe all the way, and then I'll just flip, and I'll be like, guys, can you pick me up, please?
Guys, I need a tip over.
And then they tip over, like, damn this red zone. I've got to have all these craters.
Yeah, look at this. That's true. With the Zen trying to push in and get a little bit deeper here. This is a good start for them, but they need to not lose bodies here. 64 points, 13 points from 6th right now. There's a huge difference from 9th to 6th. We're talking double the amount of PGC points, from 25 to 50, if you're able to just jump that little space. And right now, our middle pack is definitely, it's separating themselves quite high. HiVE with a good game could kind of join that lower middle pack, but otherwise it's separated quite heavily here. And as I don't know, that's I think he's playing very, very, very high colors. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, or a nuclear bomb just hit outside his building and it's
suddenly
turning
he zoomed into the
radioactive.
red zone, James. That's what I think.
Oh, maybe. But yeah, you're right. The high contrast is. Whenever I watch the level of contrast players play at, it is just. It is
unreal.
radioactive, basically. Yeah,
it is. It is insane contrast and insane in general settings that some of these guys have. I like it, like high quality textures and anti-analyzing, post processing, and that looks clean. But when these guys, they're just trying to make it look to as low graphics as possible, just to get the first of all FPS, obviously, but also to remove as much foliage as possible. And I understand that, and I completely agree. But for me, if the cleaner it is, the more easy it is for me to separate out a pixel that shouldn't be there, a player, something in the distance.
Hey, good settings. The game's pretty, man. You're running around like all these little forests and all this stuff, and the way in which all the terrain rolls and stuff is very nice. I will say for Borz, they rolled from that emergency pickup all the way into Hosan Prison, and Nemesis had to give up their 2-2 split for it. So I think for them, considering where they were coming in from and not taking a casualty against Twisted Minds, it's kind of a win for Borz. Currently at 12th place with 39 points. They're just going to have to sit there for a little while now that the red zone's on top of them.
Let's see what they end up doing here. Noslack, Sata, so impressed with what he's been able to do here, and the PNC selection comes in and finishes after the next finals here. But Sata, man, he's made a name for himself. He's made the argument for him to be in that finish lineup.
He's good.
He's good. He's a great player. Should be or could be joining. I would say Correxy at this point is obviously a given here, but wow. Sata has been an impressive player to play with so far.
I'm curious what Virtus.pro's plan is going to be for this game, because again, I don't think the defenses are as shored up as they would like now. 136 points is phenomenal. However, the one team behind you is the one team that could quite easily make up that difference, and that's not a sensational title. That is not me kind of going out on a limb. That is Twisted Minds behind you. 20 points, yes. For 3 games, 20 points, very doable for Twisted Minds.
It is indeed. And damn, I hope they make it a 2-horse race, or Nemesis has a great one and kind of make it a 3-horse race, but damn, they've been good, they've been strong. And as you pointed out when they were talking, they were kind of getting questioned a little bit in the chat, saying, why didn't you win that last game? We were just for the memes. We tried to make it interesting. We tried to make it close, and
for the content.
For the content, hopefully we get to see some content, and it's not just them running away with it. But yeah, even if it's just the consistent 5, 6, 7 points per game that we know that they have been so able to get, then it's a different story. But they did have 3 games in the first day with just 6 points, and if that happens here, lined up perfectly, that's going to end them in somewhere in the 140s, and that's very doable for Twisted Minds, for sure.
Right, and you can see there, about 2 kilometers away from that red zone for Vis, but you never know. You never know.
I like that. That's a meme now. That's good.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that is maybe becoming a meme, but it's a good one. I like it. Look in the middle of the swamp. A lot of crates there. And also, actually, what is interesting is the S8UL, when they were BB team, always took these compounds next to swamp. When it comes to kind of a hold on a position there. And they had a lot of success on takeoff from those compounds in the past with these kinds of circles. So
yeah, they did.
There is a world where they are able to bump up even further.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see though where Seta goes now and what they decide to do here. It's a circle that's closing in just a little bit under a minute. And how deep the teams are going to be able to be. It's always Vis and noslack that's close to each other. Like so often in those kind of locations. It's almost like Stratos and the guys from noslack, they think alike with the Finnish mindset. And yeah, again, for how everything comes through here with PGG locking down a 2-2 split, that could be kind of called out from noslack if we end up going on the southern side here. But I really like S8UL's 2 split here, James. It's looking really, really strong.
Yep, Nemesis knows that the Mythov are moving in above them, so got to get out of dodge as quickly as possible, as So said. Get back to the rest of his team. The spray comes in from Mika. Doesn't connect with anything, though. So Nemesis lives to fight another day for that. And again, you know, considering where they are right now on podium, with the potential of Na'Vi trying to catch up now, that is very deadly. So we get a big shift. It goes to a bit of a lean to the east, not really including anything from Hosan Prism. So all those teams on that west side going to have to get a bit of a move on. Na'Vi's already moving into the middle of the red zone, into the compound that's there, and that's a huge move for them. But Nixie starts things off against Kiliakai as Virtus Pro is on the warpath.
Virtus Pro starts to get just a few more kills and knocks here, and Ascent being on the receiving end. Keter goes down as well to Corexi, and Corexi found T-Bone as well with a nade here. It's falling apart for Ascent. They're hoping to have another great game here. Batulin stole it. That's another point to go the way and away from VP here. Now it's Chris is left alone.
Like, if you just don't move, maybe they're like a T-Rex, they don't see you. Chris, it's not working. Now, the Virtus Pro is mad now. They see the red flares. They see the potential for kills, and they came charging into this compound for it.
Oh, they did. Trying to get them away, trying to say, don't steal our kills, what are you doing? All right. Can Chris get a knock and a flush potentially? They think he's in where T-Bone is knocked, but now the SWAT team comes in. A 3-man face checking here on T-Bone saying there's no chance of you getting survived for this game here or revived for this game. And let's see if they survive for this one here. Beamy flushes it out. And now we have Crossberg and Celtic fighting HiVE here. We're talking about HiVE. They need to make a play to get in and rejoin that middle pack here. As that UL finds Mogul. Ascend is down as well in the distance. Luckerrock's finding its Chris.
Important location for these teams at the moment, kind of scrapping across what is effectively the middle of the circle. Need to move forwards, trying to get more damage here against them from warehouse to warehouse. Bit of a spray comes in to finish things off for Mogor. Done and done here. And a nade here against Rocks here. Bushido Wildcat's doing well. Panzerfaust across the way. Doesn't really do any damage at all as he moves in to try and deal with Schengen. Finishing off the remaining players, and they do finish it off here. HiVE down and out.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Let's see what they're going to be able to do in the next games. But yeah, we were talking about it, that 50 points. They could have been having a great game and actually rejoining that kind of top 10 there. But now it's looking like it's going to be rough for them. Vitality also looking strong with their current combo that they're holding on to. And yeah, it might be a Hosan or Southern Hosan ending. We've seen so many of them recently. Can Vitality hold on to this compound here? Are they just going to play on that northern side of it and just kind of deny any teams trying to get deeper into this circle here? TMO on that western side of S8UL, but there's so many teams that's trying to get into a greater spot here. We have Nemesis on the western side just kind of scouting in where the drops have come to Melman right now, but it's going to be a rough one for the teams not holding on to some of those great spots where you can kind of have an entry of the next circle and kind of an approach angle into it. You have some great rotations for the majority of the teams here, but right now it's looking great for Vitality, great for S8UL, great for Na'Vi holding on to that Hosan mountain just south of Hosan.
Does Borz have a second D pickup? Is that what we're going to see here after the Hosan prison transition?
They looted Hosan, you know. There should be one in there.
Well, we will see. See if they even take it, right? Because the thing is that technically they have Halo Senpai actually driving on forward, so I think the rest might take it, and then let's see what happens from there. At the same time, though, PGG also setting one up. The circle goes straight to Hosan Fields to get things a-rolling. So Bushido Wildcats a very important win for them. But if Twisted Minds wants that, if they take this south side of Hosan and continue to hold on strong, I don't know. I think Twisted Minds might be on the catch-up here.
They could be. They could be indeed. Let's see what happens with the angles and changes we're going to have from the teams rotating in here. This, though, trying to get close. It kind of drive Scout a little bit. I think they're taking that West Hill above S8UL here. That's a really good threat, yeah, as you're pointing out. But that's not a lot of space, and not that many teams can actually play there. But they're getting shot from so many angles here. They're trying to find a safe spot. I don't think they know exactly what their plan is, what a car fault could work out, but it's difficult to hold on to. VP might be joining them later on as well. They got the compounder. They've got some good shots and nice angles lined up on multiple of the Viz members.
Yeah, it'll be difficult to negate both the Twisted Minds and the Virtus Pro angles on this spot here. So they're trying their best, but if you move over to Stratos, Virtus Pro sees you. If you move over to the other three, Twisted Minds kind of sees you a little bit from where they were. That being said, though, more teams are going to actually be repositioning themselves as well. PGG actually sending one from the parachutes into the field, and the rest are going to be coming along with cars. So they'll try and pitch up alongside this. Just as long as you're not in nade range, it should be okay. You can exist in these fields for quite a bit. Again, the way these fields work on Tego, I say it every single time, they're some of my favorite fields in the game because they are kind of indented into the ground, so you can actually play them.
I completely agree. It's some of the best design of how fields should work. If there's open fields, it should be like this, because you can play and leapfrog into the next field ahead of you. And you're, especially if you're that kind of last team to come in from that angle of approach, it really works out here. Sosa trying to figure out where to go. Luig, it's a trade with the Panzerfaust and the AUG. And now Sosa, it's been on the receiving end of things here. Can they get it? The flush comes in. Melman gets the point here. Really important points for Nemesis to try to hold on and steal that BRM. It's mine. Mine now.
Well done here by Melman. Wants to try and get the recover on here for the rest of them. Sosa down, of course, but they're doing a pretty good job taking down Hicks as they're trying to defend their man. Doing all right with it. Yeah, taking a BRDM for this. What a brilliant little trade here for Nemesis, keeping their dreams alive.
Defense tries to get some cover out here and rolling. It's a little bit difficult. I'm not sure if we're going to see more kind of fights on this, because I really want to see them just kind of finish this fight on quickly and they get deeper into the zone here, because as time passes, too many teams actually take control of some of the crucial areas here. I really see it's going to be difficult for Nemesis to get any angle approach, even if it's just, you know, a miracle sent to Hosan to try to get some of the open area there. It's just to play every single hill that's kind of next and ahead of them here. So let's see what they end up doing here. noslack. They do get a shift though here, James. Look at that southwest shift. It's perfect for SZUL, and it's Hail Mary and a hope for Nemesis to play that southern side.
Yeah, this is looking bad, right? It's like when you're playing D&D, you hear a rustling in the trees, and then your DM suddenly says, yeah, there's a giant owl bear about to strike you. And they do take down Borz, actually, so the wolves in the trees are gone here for the second. But now for Nemesis, I mean, where do you go? Technically, yes, having the BRDM is huge, but you're going to have noslack looking over here. Oh, he's just shooting the BRDM. He's crazy. I love it.
Yep, get that out of there. I mean, you should be dying. Oh my god, Scab though. Look at that. That's an easy nade thrown. Sata finds Melman as well, an easy flush as well. Lovely. And the BRDM is out though. That would have been fun if they were able to repair it.
Maybe they were looking for that, but yes, regardless, they shut down Team Nemesis here. Now, third place might be open if Na'Vi can make something of this. They're having a bit of a scramble though on that east side of the new circle that's come along, because we've had a big southwest shift on this one. As the Mythov in the distance is aware of what has been going on around them. They do have Justice a bit ahead of them as terms of an anchor point, but of course that's not exactly got tons of cover as well, and there will be teams around that position like kind of looking down on where he actually is.
This could definitely be SZUL's push for Navi's location or Navi's spot on the leaderboard, right? Because 15 points, that's basically a win with some kills, and Na'Vi right now is under tons of pressure on this eastern side here. They are basically pincered in between PGG and Vitality, and it's just in a shack. PGG has a greater spot, has cover, has 3 gear, whatever they found in from all the crates, and Vitality has the last kind of hard cover on the southern side here. So it's definitely going to be difficult for Na'Vi here. And if they all 4 commit to this angle here, it's going to be really easily nadeable or blue zonable for the other team. So let's see what happens here. And if that's the angle approach, they go deeper though, James.
Yeah, and where's Starry Sky's going to go here on the CSE side? Because they're wrapping around. They didn't want to go through Hosan. They don't want to go near those fields. They're wrapping around. This could enter right next to where Na'Vi is, or try and hit the compound where Vitality is. Regardless, it's a big wrap. Akatori at the moment in the distance trying to deal with PGG. Zabilla is down as they're on the corner of the fields. Starry Sky is also driving on in. It's exactly what I thought was going to happen here, and they're just driving into the barrels of Na'Vi. This is feeding them some good points at the moment.
It is. Akatori getting more confirms onto Starry Sky. The points that they need to separate themselves from that 5th place from SDU. Oh my god! Did he just absolutely slaughter him? That's huge. And look at that. With the booster getting that confirmation on or knock on to Silas here, that's massive. Ferris also helping out. Hekatori has to heal here. Hello, my bad. This is looking dire for Na'Vi. They're going to be under so much pressure. Explosion is about to happen here. And hello, my bad is the specialist.
That's pretty good. 169 meters. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think that might be on point here. He's going to have to run. Look at that. Has to separate himself from the cover.
Oh, no, you're right.
That was good.
Yep. Spirit moving on away from it. There was only 1 shot coming in, no? Did we hear a second?
Yeah, I think it was for distance accuracy, right? And they checked if it's actually far enough because, what is it, 13, 14 meters, wherever you're scrolling up and down. So it might be too far, might be too short, even though that you try to be as accurate as you are. So let's see here. With that next circle shift, though, S8 UL is laughing, and Versus Pro still has a huge chance for this game here, especially with the BRDM in play. Now all the teams from the southeast, Vitality's going to have to make moves here. Na'Vi, PGG has kind of the eastern side, but they're going to potentially have to fight Bushido Wildcats. Noslack's going to have to make a massive push, either crash S8UL or try to get the space off the western side from TMO.
Yeah, with this circle shift, I heard the cheers of thousands of Indian fans for S8UL as, of course, they have got themselves in an amazing position.
Hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, true. But that said, though, will they be able to hold it on down? It can be difficult, especially when crunch time actually comes, if multiple teams actually want to try and make the play for it later on down the line. As some of these teams on the edges are eventually going to get desperate. They will be playing a lot of edge at the moment here, some of these teams, though. They'll be trying to sweep some of the teams away from them so they can control some of the edges. As Levante and the boys here trying to deal with Na'Vi. Na'Vi has only got 1 kill. And after all was said and done during all of that, Ferris is down. Gedrox looks to finish him off, comes around the corner on that, and did take some damage there to Boostic on that nade. Goes for the spray, but it doesn't work on out here. Yeah, Gedrox goes down, but Boostic is also taken away, thanks to the fact that Hello My Bad was able to finish things off.
Kusi finds the confirmation onto Ferris, and Spiro goes down as well. BB finds a BB. BB had fight with Everlong too. Metabase steals it. That's falling so much apart for these teams trying to get in there. That's a C4 though, James.
What's the plan? It's been beeping for a while.
Oh, no, I denied.
Okay, well, never mind then.
That was fun. I love the kind of Hail Mary sense with that, as we see Twisted Minds trying to get a little bit of a comeback from this one here. It's a deny to get it. Yeah, I think it's just a deny, both for the points and everything, right? There's no way they survive this. I feel like they're going to get held by PGG or some of the other teams looking at them. He does get a first aid off, but I don't see this happening. Presenti has this on lockdown, no?
Well, yeah, you'd think so. He's keen to try his Perfectix, clearly. All things considered. Okay, no, we're going back. We're not keen to try. The last thing you want is Beamy getting the kill. Oh, dear. That is exactly what I was going to say. The fact that if it is Virtus Pro that has the line of sight, that's the last team you want taking you out in that moment. So, honestly, it's rare I ever say this, but it's a mistake from Perfectix. I can't. Oh.
It's going the way. That's the 1 point he lost to Habibi in the last game. So it evens out eventually in terms of stolen and lost kills. This, though, they're trying to hold on to this northern side. And now, finally, the compound gets pushed a little bit onto the next edge of this circle here. Sure, they still have the cover, but eventually we're likely going to see them having to leave this compound here. Noslack, what do you do? you're gonna have to make a play here. It's either push onto TMO or onto Virtus.pro's location here. And this is not a team you want to be giving points.
No.
Maybe TMO is fine to get the points, to see if they can get points on them as well. IXC finds Ares. Micah gets flushed as well from Satakova finds Ares as well. And it's actually not a bad play here to get points from a team that, sure, if they lose points to them, it's not going to have a location for it, but still, they are now in 5th place.
But the problem is the Virtus Pro still alive, still kicking, 4 alive, 5 kills to their name so far, and they're opening up a firing squad, and anybody that's going to be moving on the low ground below them, as noslack is currently in that firing line, watching those smokes. Justus has technically got a bit of a reprieve in what is that little shack. I think maybe he actually might get pushed out of that by the blue in just a few moments' time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the circle, looks like Bushido Wildcats is going for the big wrap around here to try and dislodge the position of Vitality. More smokes here for noslack, just spraying on through. Why on earth not?
Yeah, I don't really see anything else than them just delaying the inevitable here. PGG's out in 9th place, and they actually managed to survive and opt for placement points here, James, and that's huge. TMO, though, that's the last target. Justice sitting in there. Habibi finds Saint. Everlong, a little bit of a rough spot here with Rinax being the last player alive.
You know, I was very concerned about the Vis move and the way they did their 3-1 before, but it's kind of worked on out here as Celtic gets some rest of Vitality. They're done. But yeah, for Vis, they've survived long into this game here, Avenger, with their previous move, looking for that plateau.
And noslack actually survived quite deeply into this one, managing to get 6th place and the 2 placement points that goes along with it. Managed to getting a few kills from the 7 total here. Just 10 points now from Na'Vi. It's kind of a clawback here for noslack compared to what we saw yesterday. So
100%.
That would be huge for them to have a chance at if it wasn't for Na'Vi's fantastic games. The last 2 games yesterday and the 2 first games today. Nice shots coming in from Code Marco here. The Turkish superstar himself.
But where does Virtus Pro turn their attention to now? Because right now they are crossing all their T's. They're dotting all of their I's. 26 points ahead of Twisted Minds. Not down just yet. 7 kills on the board. If Saint goes down, that's 8 kills on the board. Oh, but Arton, hey, does take down Beamy. Maybe there's a world here where Vis can dislodge and kind of stem the tide of aggression that's going to be coming from the way of Virtus Pro.
They said UL makes moves here now. They need to take control. They need to make space for themselves and potentially make a little bit of a push onto the angles that Bushido's Wildcat had. And now Celtic pushes on, gets Renag out, and yeah, now Everlong in 5th place here. Look at that. A doozy opens it up on Code Marco. The backfill onto Bushido Wildcat's position here is actually huge. Look at that. Confirmation comes in, and now this is their chance. This is their shot to strike. If they manage to clean up the lobby here, they might be able to take 4th place, James.
Yeah, perfect timing here from them. I was saying before, they're very good from those compounds. They've been able to hold them for a long time in this game. The circle's kind of coming their way a little bit as well, but it is all worked on now. A doozy with the car 98, getting some big damage done here. Lookrooks and Nixie, they'll peek on over and do some damage as well. This is getting absolutely sandwiched on this one, and it's not too much surprise of the teams that are able to make it work. Virtus Pro over on that western side looking spectacular once again here on Tego, and you're crashing on in. Oh no, that's your own nade. I understand. Virtus Pro's on the warpath once again. 150 points is insane.
Yeah, congrats, you guys won the finals of PC Spring 1. But damn, that's a showing. That's a great way to show up. And now Pains is going to have to try to survive. Goes for a little bit of a nade here. He might be able to squeeze another point out here. Actually was pinpoint accurate onto Nixie. If it was cooked a little bit better. Oh, Pains finds him. That's actually huge. Is he going to be able to get saved, though? This is the time to strike. Molotov finds Celtic now, and this is SAUL's chance to get a win. This is their chance to lock down this victory, to hunt down Na'Vi in 4th place.
The issue, again, for the entire lobby every single time, there's almost never a trade where Virtus Pro has a knock go against them to then not get a re-knock on their side. It's crazy how efficient they are with fights. But now SAUL, as you say, what a jump up it's been from them in the past day and a half, as now 87 on board. They should be able to get maybe a little bit more from this, but again, you're going up against the lobby leaders, you're going up against one of the best, one of the very best in the world. Beamy shuts down Crossberg, despite the shots initially coming from Crossberg. And now, a 4v4 here. 2 of the very best teams in the world. Couldn't ask for more.
Ah, that's massive. Beamy got down a little bit. Oh, that's actually massive. manage to survive that now, they're gonna get that absolutely out of there, especially with an MG3 in the hands of S8UL. A 4v4 here by these two teams here. It's a 2-2 split on both sides. Lockerox finds one. Lockerox gets straight out by Besto, now a 3v3.
Not bad from Bestalosh, shuts down Lockerox completely. Now a doozy once again with the Car 98, trying to do some damage against Nixie as he was trying to wrap around. Even just a slight deny on any kind of moves would be huge. But the problem is that the trades that I was talking about before did not go the way here of Virtus Pro this time. They do have Lockerox completely gone. Beamy down as well. Bestalosh able to get that going. And Phil first finishes it off. S8UL is securing a big win here and potentially going to be able to surpass Na'Vi to be able to take that 4th place.
Yeah, that would be huge. And I think that they would win the tiebreaker with this win here, with the placement points coming their direction here. 4v2 for S8UL. The 2 potential more kills on the sides are Corexi and Nixie, and they're not going to go down without a fight. And look at that. Get that man into that car and get him in on the front seat. He's got the MG3. That's my seat. That's advantage for that. You can't put him in the back. That's not happening here. He's the turret. The 990 RPM MG3 for the drive-by would be massive there, but they say no. They go off a little bit of an off angle here. Correction goes down to 60 HP here. Tries to go for a little bit of a nade. A 3-man push here with the nade coming out. They're going to have to try to deny just a little bit. And now it's going to have to go for a first hit here. They're trying to secure it's not going to be a 2v3. They try to make it a 3v1 here on the side of it.
Yeah, and the person that they've left is the one with the Car 98 being even more annoying. So if they actually rotate around and then they have to negate the line of sight of the 3, you then step into the line of sight of the Car 98. So it's on perfect maneuver here coming out from S8UL to try and get rid of the rest of the members here from Virtus Pro. And they know that they're completely separated up as well. Correx is going to try and dance around it. And he threw down the smoke to try and challenge the Car 98 angle. That's a really smart move as he's trying to dance around against the 3. It's a great shot from Corexi. What a play from him so far. Is it so? No, it's not going to go away. Phil first here does reply in kind. It's all up to Nixie now.
Nixie, he's got the 4x. Oh, that's a great nade. Gonna do some damage onto Phil first. Doesn't confirm. They'll walk get a knock on any of it. But yeah, now it's down to Nixie. And look at this man. He's got. Is he gonna go for a fight with a 4x on the AUG against a Doozy here? Doozy goes for the confirmation on to Corexi. Yeah. Can they maybe squeeze one more point out of S8UL? Doesn't look like it's likely. Shots come out. Lots of shots connect, actually, from the AUG 4x from Nixie. Oh my god, a headshot as well. The spray control on this man is insane.
Yeah, he's really feeling it at the moment. I completely understand the play that he did prior as well. Oh, jeez Louise, good reaction times. He's got to do that every single time. Oh, he gets Molotoved. That's crazy stuff. But the nade that he threw to then look at a Doozy, he was hoping, okay, well, you throw that Hail Mary nade, hoping that it gets like an insane 3-piece. And then from there, you can try and clean on up. But yeah, a 1v4 here, it's almost impossible for Nixie to make it work. He's just going for a cheeky flush.
That's 1 point. Yeah, he managed to squeeze 1 point out of them. That's actually massive. They do have a bit of an advantage in terms of the control here. Yeah, no, he didn't bring the full shield either. It's going to be a difficult one for them to make something. They've got hardcore, they got softcore as well. He got the angle, but it's an S8UL here for this win. 6 kills and a chicken dinner, James.
Talked about it at the start of the game. From these compounds, S8UL is powerful and they're able to convert with this one. But oh my days. Let's bring Blank in to talk about this one because the problem for everyone else. Virtus Pro still stays alive towards the very end, gets tons of kills and even makes a meal of that last fight. What a game this has been on Tego, Blank.
Ridiculous stuff, quite honestly. I think it's a fantastic one watching all these teams try and vie for position towards the top of the tables. A really enjoyable game to watch as well in terms of all the dynamics, but I do sort of feel like a doctor in the ER where it's 37 minutes past on the hour and I'm calling it. I think for VP it might just be done here. What an incredible run out towards the top of the tables. S8UL, fantastic finish from them. But Nixie still made it look really difficult.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's crazy. Absolutely crazy right now. He's firing on all cylinders for sure. And I think, like, Martin, when you look back at PGS3, you look back at the fact that that was almost the most points won on an international tournament comparing place 1 to place 2. And then they come in here, for PEC. It's not too much of a surprise that Virtus.pro looks as spectacular as they do right now.
Yeah, there's a reason why Nixie's in-game name currently on the live service is VP TPP King. He does look pretty unstoppable when you're looking at it. Those 4x sprays with the AUX are disgusting. I had some TPP games against ranked today here, but luckily I didn't run into that nasty stack. It was like Ibiza, Kristalny, Lukarox, and Nixie, and they were just rolling everybody in the lobby. Disgusting to see. Corexy though, he had a shot. He got Molotov down, and if it was for maybe one stun grenade thrown over and getting those 3 guys, that could have been the difference maker. But yeah, they managed to squeeze 1 point out of S8UL here, and this was their game to win. It got closer than it should have been maybe, but still, they locked it down, and they're able to get the most out of it. Great game, though, from Virtus.pro and Bushido Wildcats, but it's S8UL's winner.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I just want to actually go back to that small play again by Curexy. The fact that, you know, we're talking about, Blank, how there's no way you really can negate what is actually coming to you other than a smoke. To deny that line of sight from a doozy, to then somehow try and greet the 3 that are coming your way. So just even small things like that, it really shows the caliber at which these teams are playing. These individual plays are going on here, which will eventually crown Virtus.pro the champion.
Really smart maneuvers by him as well. I mean, the way that he was playing around that rock, he's so confident in the direction that he's going as well. I think that was what was so astounding to me when I was watching the game. There was no second thoughts of which angle he was going to peek. Oftentimes you'll see players jiggle from one side to the other, unsure where to go, where you're playing that do-si-do. But for him, he was like, I'm going to peek left side. All right, I think they're going to try and play me on there, so I'm going to go for the right hand side peek. And I think if he does hit those shots, because it was mostly headshots as well, pop the helmet off of him. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a good rebuttal coming through from S8UL, it's a very different story there, where then it opens up a little bit more time for Nixie to play around, because that K9 starts to feel a little bit less useful.
Yeah, Curexy doing ginormous damage in this, and the team focus. And you know what? I can't believe it, because they posted this 30 minutes ago. The team focus was S8UL. Our production team might be hitting as many shots as Virtus.pro right now. This is, Avenger, this is wild.
Yeah, they're too good at their jobs, man. Someone's got to stop them. But yeah, that's good. Obviously, them locking this one down here. We were looking at it, especially with this shift here, having the compound is great. And when you're in, I don't know the exact comps, but I can tell you something along the line translates, guys, this is gifted, we're winning this, we just need to stay 4 alive, and let's lock down this position here. Then the backfill onto Bushido Wildcats, and then an honest 4v4 with VP that they managed to win out here is obviously huge, especially considering VP had a BRDM, they had good cover. And if they were 2 or 3 alive at a better position here, VP, it might have been VP's game, but yeah, S8UL, man, too good.
Yeah, very good indeed. That nade going forwards for Nixie here as he tries to make something happen during all of this. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do before we start the game, the next game, after the break, of course. I am going to tell people on the stream which team the production team's going to try and focus on. Are they like living in the future, and then they actually just know what's going to be happening? Anyway,
feels like
let's listen. It really does, really does. Let's listen in on the team comms from this game, of course, before we do go to that break.
Next to me, peeking on yellow. Arani, you need to stay alive. You have the only. Paint hide.
South. I go on the other cars. I'm going on them.
I'm going with you, Luka.
Just go on them. Go on them.
On me.
Knock.
I don't have a crossfire.
I don't have my count. I don't have count. They haven't hit yet.
I have.
We're gonna blow, okay.
We need to play, boys. We're gonna die.
Окей.
Не видите? Они вышли села.
Я даю
На пятерке уже кончается.
Бля, за БТРом
Хае, давайте. Хае.
У меня нету всего.
Право лег. Бля, он нокнул. Бори лег, справа, у Никита перед... Найс. Сколько, где типов теперь рядом, видите? Я взял половину.
Один рыжий.
Право кут.
Это ВПшка. Все, один рыжий, один правый камень. Этот.
За камнем. Я лег, Андрюха, беги. Слева пеку. Сейчас справа уйдет. Справа
живет. Не открывайтесь под него.
Справа.
Wanna shoot away, Rush?
Up one. Comes. Just 1 HP on try.
Oh my god, that shield.
Что, фул хг? Пули, да?
Подожди, я трупа утаю.
Справа от камня пикает. Справа от камня. За щитом.
Я просто жду.
Fantastic to watch back those final moments here, and Virtus Pro really cementing themselves in an insane position at the moment at number 1. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a break, and when we return, we have the penultimate game. 2 more games remain to see if, okay, let's be real, if Twisted Minds can pull out the most insane thing of all time, or if Virtus Pro continues to look as amazing as they do here at PEC Finals.
Take it slow, Nix. I'm going on the opposite. I'm gonna go on the other side. Yeah, I'm going on the other side.
Yeah, dead.
He's hit.
Dead.
One more car. You have to fight him.
Fight them.
Walk one. I'm playing. Might be going in.
That's
Reset. Full race.
How many active?
Save the cars.
2.
Yeah.
What's happening? Where are they?
On us. He's low on the date, yeah. Oh no.
They're very far.
He's one hit. Okay. One warehouse is one by.
Did you need him?
Left.
Yeah, did he?
Молики дают. Из будки чел. Из желтой вроде.
Nice, все, я контроль надо. На в туалете.
Knock one of PGG. On blue.
I'm mortaring it.
I don't see.
He has no
bro.
feature armor.
I'm gonna play roof now. Nice! One active! Let's kill him, bro. Let's kill him blue line. Excellent blue line now. Let's kill him.
Where are they?
1 HP on, under the copper. Nate the rich boys. They're fully stuck on blue.
Green. Yellow and green.
Окей. Я хилюсь.
Я прям тебя камнем дал же.
Да я видел камни, Никита, нормально, расслабься.
Nice.
Running. Some running.
Играет. Он щит желтой играет.
Я вижу. Я ломаю щит, он тебя смотрит. Ебал ему дал. Я ломаю фулл щит просто.
Он какая-то мне.
Его убили.
Это пока. Это весь. Понял,
Найс.
Поправо на...
На левый
I need to fall back. BB cannot leave. I have full.
They can drive literally. No, that's okay, bro.
What I wish I knew when I started playing PUBG is mechanics alone won't make you pro. Decision making is actually will. And also, like, when you're new in the game, you gonna think like the aim, your recoil control, your leaks is like most important one. But yeah, it's also matter. But like the real thing which making you a professional, it's how you are using your brain in the game, you are thinking in the game, and yeah, also how you're making the decisions. So if I could tell my younger self one thing, I'm gonna say, like, don't grind the game, learn how to think about the game. That's it.
Totally understandable. One of the biggest minds in the game is a doozy, as S8UL just comes off the back of a brilliant win here for them on Tago. Now trying to challenge those very top spots-ish, because, of course, that top spot at number 1 is going to be very difficult to attack here. But now S8UL moving up into 4th place here, Martin, alongside Na'Vi.
Yeah, tied. A big tiebreaker, though, over them. They're looking extremely consistent when we're talking to the total placement point. More than 3rd place, more than 2nd place, only beat by Virtus Pros here. So it really just comes down to the kills here. But this kind of opens the conversation, is if Team Nemesis doesn't get the ball rolling here, 3rd place might be up for grabs by either SQL or Na'Vi, right? And that's the interesting one. And even so, if Twisted Minds kind of slacks a little bit, Team Nemesis, if they get things rolling, 13 points is also very doable. So let's not call it a day for Virtus Pro, but still, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place very much up for grabs for the teams that are within striking distance.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. And if Team Nemesis did somehow fall behind S8UL as well as Na'Vi here, Blank, that would be a return to the normal hierarchy realistically when it comes to PECs as well as our regionals, because those 4 teams are the ones that kind of do dominate these lobbies normally. And for Nemesis, that'd be a bit sad.
I think for Team Nemesis right now, it's a tough one. I do think they keep falling into just these unfortunate situations where they're not quite able to get through. There's like this very clear moment for Team Nemesis where if they can make it past that 18-20 minute mark, usually they'll have a good game. But I think they've been struggling from there when they're playing on the edge. And that really unfortunate moment last match just there where they're not able to fully clear out Borz, and Marshall guns 2 of them down, and it delays them so much not able to get out. So for Team Nemesis, I do think they can hold on, but it's 2 games. It's a really stressful situation right now.
Yes, it is. And you guys don't need to stress too much about the code below. Obviously, you need to go and get yourself the other half of the code, which will be on social medias if you can actually find that out. And I did say I was going to tell you which team the production is going to try and go for a focus on, and they've been cheeky, they've been a bit smart, and they've also kind of leaned into the leaderboards a little bit, because they've chosen Twisted Minds as on Rondo of all maps, surprise, surprise. In 2nd place, the ones that have to chase, surprise, surprise. Good eye there, production. I like the choice. As we take a look at Boostic going up against Bestalosh here, 18 kills apiece, but Boostic almost doubling the damage here, Martin.
Yeah, huge. Boostic is such a prodigy, such a gamer here. It's good to see him doing so much here. Still behind the leaders, but with 18 kills and where Na'Vi's on leaderboard right now, it's definitely impressive. But yeah, I like it. If there's anything to do about it, the 2 last games here, Twisted Minds would have to have a massive game here on the penultimate game to have a chance at striking Virtus Pro.
Imagine if Virtus Pro decided to hot drop test track. But anyway, let's get to it. No, they're not. They're going to Hungshine. It's fine. It's fine. Blank, Avenger, take it away for the last 2 games.
So we're getting straight into this one. It is the penultimate match of the day before we close things out here at the PEC. It's been an exciting one, Avenger, so far. Some really good teams, but VP has definitely stolen everyone's hearts during this one. A bit of a change of pace for what we expect here at the PEC with Twisted Minds. Currently not being able to catch them up today. And that's even with VP having not the greatest of games on match 1.
Yeah, it's crazy how much of a lead they've been able to establish. But then again, if you're bringing out 16, 15, 19 kill chicken dinners, it's going to be hard to hold on to that. That's like a horse you're sitting on the horse, you're on for the ride, and they're just running away with it, right? And so far here on Rondo, it's been difficult for teams coming into this one here. But Twisted Minds, man, they've always been having so good games here. So I like it from our production side of things. They're looking at this one here. This is the focus, but look at that. Ooh. If that's not a VP circle, and potentially a noslack and S8UL circle, I don't know what is, but I'll tell you this, Blank, right now. This is some of the most difficult games to predict in terms of where we go with the circle. And not really until Circle 3, you'll know exactly where Phase 4 is going to be going towards.
Yeah, there's plenty of unplayable in this area as well, in terms of where you're playing on the outside edge of the map, which is maybe a little bit nice for teams. So they know it's going to be maybe a little bit more central. But again, this could be a hard shift down towards VP on Phase 2. It is a difficult one. I'll give you that, Avenger. But for noslack, yep, this is a nice one to maybe get some of those points on board for them in terms of the tables. Getting up towards that top side is a little bit more difficult now. I think they've been giving it a really good go today, honestly. With the way things ended for noslack yesterday, it looked a little bit up in the air, right? It looked a little bit gloomy, but they have bounced back today. They've absolutely bounced back today.
Yeah, today so far, 3 games have passed. 36 points for SADUL, 33 for Vis, 32 for Navi, and 28 for Virtus Pro, and 23 for Twisted Minds. It's been looking really good for SADUL. Vis being able to hold on strong here. noslack, sadly, only on 17 so far, but that's the points that they were able to get in the entire day yesterday. So still a better day so far. So let's see what they're going to be able to do here with Sats and the boys, especially with how this circle looking out. And I'll tell you right now, Kova, Livy, and Scaff, they know Rondo's circles better than anyone. So let's see what they're going to be able to do with this game so far. And actually, a fun stat we can pull up so far here, how many points they've been able to get on the Rondos we played so far. It's actually 28 points for Virtus Pro, especially with the big game that they're able to have. But Send and Twisted Minds are on 17, noslack 14. So some of the teams that are specialists on Rondo are in the chase right now and in the lead.
Navi, it is interesting looking at the player stats as well, right? Where they have, like, a lot of the stats are quite similar to some of our top teams in terms of the kills, survival time, but that damage count is just out of this world for some of these players. And it really speaks to, like, the playstyle of Navi, where if they want a spot in the circle, they're very happy to fight for it. They're very, very good at opening up spaces on the map for themselves. They'll definitely have to do this here with such a southwest shift on this one. Have to thread their way past Twisted Minds, Starry Skies, and then into potentially S8UL as they make their way into the circle. But I don't think Navi's going to mind too much about that. They're definitely very warm today in terms of mechanical skill. As we heard from S8UL, it's not all about the mechanical skill. It's about the decision-making in the game.
Molotov almost headbutted the camera and the screen right there. I'm not sure if that was about. They're looking pretty good for this circle. And let's see how deep they can take it, though. But yeah, talking about the damage numbers as this game progresses a little bit, it's actually kind of impressive how our top 5 damage dealers are within 400-500 damage of each other. But there's a 1,200 point damage gap from 5th to 6th. Hackatory, 5,252. And then Lewis, the next one, is 4,000 flat. Then we have Diffix above him, 5,400. Example above him, 5,400 and some. Beamy above him with 5,500. And then Nixie in first with 5,600. It's kind of insane how much better these 5 players have been in the PEC finals for first finals of PEC Spring.
Honestly, it was very nice, like, getting Nixie on the show and then seeing just how well he's been performing, because he seemed very, very humble when we got to speak to him in terms of what mistakes he was making and then how they were going to address them. And then you watch him in game and he's just taking names all over the place, decapitating squads. Crazy player overall. I think he's had a really good 3 days so far. Bushido Wildcats, they're on the run in, on the roads, going as fast as possible to get into a better position. They're wrapping down on that southwest side, going to get themselves across the bridge. There is no one holding them out at this point in time, so they can get across and she take a little bit of a position on the other side. And if they need to recross, at least they've scouted this area out beforehand.
This is something that Bushido Vikings are really, really good at. The car caravan driving so close to each other. If anyone shoots at them, it's a 4-man drive-by, it's a 4-man pull-up. Like, they're so close to each other. Meanwhile, here we see Ascent and Borz kind of chasing each other a little bit. And this is the car caravan that's not happening. Killia guys taking shots. Borz is chasing them down, basically. It's only Killia and Kera now with this Chris now down to Lampo. And it's going to be a little bit of a drive by here for Borz. Potentially, they're actually disengaging just a little bit. It's not really worth it. I love it's Chris, and I think he might be live. I'm not sure. They've a lot of personal streams. If you guys want to check, there's some really, really good content coming in through here from PEC. The best and most competitive region in PUBG currently, in my opinion.
Whoa! Stamp on it, I see. Metabay, though, finds Borz. They make their way on over. Bushido Wildcats will back off. Metabay, on such low HP, will duck behind some cover for the time being. Celtic pulling out a nade of his own, sends it over the top, tries to confirm the kills. Doesn't really need to just do that dry with the M4.
Yeah, great play here from Bushido Wildcats. Really holding on to this location here is important, but Metabay and Celtic being able to lock it down. Keta finds Metabay with M24 though, before Metabay found Louis. Just trying to get the confirmation here. And Celtic did manage to confirm that point. Important points here for Bushido Wildcats. Trying to get into that top 10. Trying to chase down one of the teams that's actually shooting at their targets. Ascend here. Now on board with Kilyakai, the Austrian man himself. And yeah, let's see if TMO tries to. Oh, that's actually a pull-up. Look at that. They're going in aggressive with it. And I love that from TMO. Punishing the 2-2 split here from Ascend.
And the bamboo falls and TMO enters in towards the building. Looking to slice through Ascend with the katana. You know what Ascend can get done here. Kind of a tense situation there with Bushido Wildcats, actually, where they're playing this 2-2 split, but they are able to hold off Borz. That was a very, very good moment for them. Justice, Panzerfaust in hand. Kilyakai sends a nade over, but the fight is just brewing for the time being.
Yeah. Let's see what TMO can do with this one here. Some Panzerfaust in hand, but the advantage really goes to Ascend having already been in this compound here. They can peek it from behind safety. Now a pull-up comes in. T-Bone pulls some of the other sides of things. That's going to be well received by Justice. Look at that. That's a kaboom right there from the Panzer. T-Bone on the receiving end of that. And Keta. Oh, he goes for a nade flush. Look at that. Tries to get the shots off here. But damage done already. That potentially could be a really good nade. Kilyakai finds a double knock onto Ares and him, and Justice gets the explosion on T-Bone for the flush here, but it's now a 3v2 with that fantastic nade from Kilyakai.
Yeah, on the other side of things, it might have been Justice opening up a little bit of opportunity, but Kilyakai with the double nade really has caused some big problems. Justice, though, fighting for his life. Takes down Keta with the Molotov. Really trying to keep things up. It's Chris. Will finish off He-Man with the nade as Kilyakai looks to head down the stairs with the shotgun in hand. Mika will find It's Chris, but the wraparound is there.
Nice shotgun push here from Kilya. Now it's a 1v1. Can he find him? Can he get the push? Oh my god, it's Metabay that finds Kilyakai in the distance here. And TMO looks like they're going to be able to survive just a little bit. If I'm Bushido Wildcats, I'm pulling up on this. They know it's 2 knocks. They've seen Justice got hit as well. He's half HP, so that could potentially be easy damage done to them. They also have to heal after the rest. Like, you're hurt for a good 20-30 seconds. After this here, but yeah, next circle pop shortly here, and Bushido Wildcats wanted to be ready for that. That's a northern shift, and noslack is looking great for this one here. SAUL looks good. HiVE has some control as well, but there's still so much water and so much river, so many small ponds that count as unplayable here, still inside the circle. So not much is going to be determined until that third pop.
Yeah, you're sort of expecting that it's going to come up over towards noslack and SAUL, right? We could have something a little bit wilder, but I think right now those two positions are fairly strong in terms of the teams playing them. The Vitality do head on that northern edge as Viz tries to push through, but they've got Everlong as well as HiVE on their front side. And as we speak, it is Na'Vi making that entrance over towards the east. I do think if Starry's guys get into engagement with Na'Vi, likely Na'Vi's winning that one out.
Yeah, we could see. Oh, Perfectix finds Soul City. Nemesis. Such a rough one to lose a player already. That's just sad for them. They had such a great showing so far, and today it's been anything but. It's just 12 points for them on the day. I think it was something along the lines of that. Or is it even less, maybe? 9 points on the day. That's not enough, Blank. If you're a team in the chase for second place, if you're trying to defend your third place, losing players like this, yeah. Nemesis sitting far out. It's actually one of the worst spots currently with how the river kind of works out. SAUL holding on to that recall station area there, but there is some unplayable high ground rocks that's also going to pull away from it eventually. So let's see what happens. Now on board here with Na'Vi. One of the teams that's trying to hunt down that third place. Just 11 points, Blank. They could do it with one more great performance in this one.
Oh, easily. And Na'Vi's been showing us some excellent stuff today. I do feel for Team Nemesis there, but I think you were saying earlier, Twisted Minds, they know Rondo like the back of their own hand. And it was a fantastic trap, they said. I think it's very obvious where Team Nemesis kind of wants to go. They want to scout out that area. They're going to lose a player from it. I mean, they knew that it was a risk they had to take to try and find some safe passage here on Rondo. But Twisted Minds, they know all the nooks and crannies of this map, so they weren't going to get through easily. And now Starry Sky starts to encroach on that position. And you're right, Team Nemesis is now in a little bit of a rough spot. I think the only thing they really could do is try and wrap down towards that south side. That's a long shot. That's a real desperate gambit they'd have to go for. Otherwise, they just have to play this pincer.
35 seconds until this next pop here blank, and we're going to see where we're going to be ending up. A lot of the teams are playing this passively, slowly, except for TMO with a crazy pull-up, obviously, onto Ascend, but still... A lot of teams are trying to figure out their space and where they want to hold up. Mostly it's a game of information now with what compounds are available. What spots can we play into? Where can we go to from these next kind of jump spots that's available to them? That's some really, really rough zones to be happening on top of Nemesis and Starry Sky, just disabling all electronics. You're relying on cars, if you're relying on your scopes, they're disabled. And look at that. Okay, so HiVE looking good, noslack looking good. Then unplayable from the river, it's going to go north. The unplayable from SZUL's side, it's going to go away from that as well. It's very likely we're going to be ending up close to where HiVE, Vitality, and noslack is currently.
Yeah, it's sort of what we expected, right? Off the back of this circle. noslack identified that, as did SAUL. So some very quick thinking there. Twisted Minds, they know they got to get a move on. They head over towards the pagoda. Gonna try to play around that as much as possible. But there is some fire coming from the side from Silas as the rest of the lobby also takes some pot shots towards them from HiVE. Team Vitality. Machina Wildcats, though, going up against TMOs. Mika will go down, as will Justice. The Doozy's also getting involved at distance.
Well played here by Gomago. Now 57 HP, has to make something. Actually stolen away. Man, last player here, he's coming in. And yeah, it's a rough one for him to try to get more points out of this one. They got 3 kills, but more placements is unlikely. The question is, who are you going to be giving these points to? What area can you try to survive for just a little bit longer? This, okay, sure, you might be able to survive for a little bit, but let's see if noslack weeps you just a little bit later. Lots of guns here available for him. Look at that, that's an AK and some bullets, and a Dragunov too.
Yeah, it's not bad. He's kind of rocked up to an excellent location. Kirixi with the mortar on VP, trying to open up a crack in the circle. Maybe it was Bushido, like you say.
So.
It's pretty on target. You know, Code Marco's fairly lucky and instantly scattering back inside the building, away from the mortar fire.
A little bit further left, and that disables cars. That hits targets. That's disgusting. It can't be further away. He can't put it further away. Like that would be. He would have to reposition the mortar to a little bit back and then shoot it a little bit further. But if that hits a car or hits the opening of that hard cover, that's going to be difficult. Circle closes. Teams are trying to sweep in here. Now PGG from this northeastern side, straight in towards Na'Vi. Or 3 gear on the sides of these guys, but they're hurt from the blue zone. 60 HP, 65 HP, 70 HP. That's 1 or 2 less bullets you need to be on the receiving end on potentially Na'Vi here. And now they're going to continue. Try to send it a little bit deeper. A little bit of a Hail Mary here. Are they going to get towards this, or where are they going to end up? At least they're driving close together. They could do a pull-up.
Yeah, I mean, for Na'Vi, that's sort of easy prey there, and PGG knows it. He just has to scamper away from that position, as Saviz also finds targets, and PGG is just from one hovel to the next. Can't quite find a place to stay right now. Can't quite find anywhere to call home. We'll just rock up over towards the pillar. Play around the back of this. There is SAUL here, very close by, and again, PGG is sent packing.
Yeah, these guys are on a camping trip, that's for sure. Them being all 4 alive and still in cars is kind of surprising. But they're going to try to get a space in some area around noslack, and they actually managed to pull up on a crate as well. Look at that, beautiful. Sabila has to heal, Sadek has to heal, and now some shots are coming out. Silas finds Hackatory. Who's the good point? Nitro. So it's a little bit of trading on both sides here. Ferry is a little bit of a dry up here. Pull up, and that Silas goes down to Spiro. And that's some points coming the way of Na'Vi. I don't see them saving Hackatori. Maybe that's a pull-up, put him in the car and get out of there. Silas gets stolen from Lou. That's Twisted Minds getting a little bit of points here. They need to have a massive game and a chicken dinner to have a chance of catching VP.
There's always a lot of pressure on you, right, when you come into a game and you think to yourself, we need kills, right? Not every game constitutes that. Some games require you just to play towards the center and finish up with a 6 kill game with a chicken dinner, and that's great if it's day 1, day 2. When it comes down to the last 2 matches of the day and you're still a fair ways off, you know you've got to really push things to the limit. And for Twisted Minds, you kind of the aficionados of Rondo, they've got to take it to the task. Lou is finding shots over towards Hackatori. He gets the re-knock over towards him as they picked him back up, and Na'Vi is investing resources into that one. Mom sends forward to try and find a ditch, but it's not happening as Batulins sees it's coming from a mile off.
Yeah, he's got called out from that now, and Nemesis trying to get some more points, trying to defend that 3rd place. Both Na'Vi and S8UL, both on 2 kills so far. It's a difficult one, this one. So many teams trying to get in from this western side here. S8UL eventually also going to have to play somewhere, potentially on the northern side, potentially somewhere on the west, or breach somewhere. It's already so congested towards that middle ridge line. Levante goes face first. Look at that. Boom. He's down to 2 HP himself, but that is Vitality taking out HiVE.
He just tanked it, dude. He just tanked it. I mean, he went in fully expecting to die, but it seemed to work out in his favor. Molotov, though, gets absolutely put down over there from Fantasia, from Everlong, and they're just continuing the charge here. They got the lances out, looking to hit S8UL out the saddle.
Finds one. It's now Versary with an MP5 in hand. Polo as well. That's gonna be a great nade from Besto, though. Finds them. And now S8UL, they might be able to survive. I know that's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a 2-man with the zone pushing them. They do not have a side inside this next one here. And now Marco bleeds out, and a lot of teams are trying to kind of scurry into this one here. VP got that southern side, hoping for a shift. They're going to have to fight noslack and PGT, or make a big sweep on that western side.
I get as much done as possible here as S8UL, but they are likely to go down. In comes the Mortars. It's a little bit far over towards Twisted Minds, but this is definitely a place where Mortars can be extremely effective. Twisted Minds, they're playing 2 positions, 2 players over towards the Pagoda, 2 players holding out players coming in from the southeast side. They've kept tabs over towards Team Nemesis throughout this entire thing. Na'Vi, on the other hand, they've just been sweeping players aside on this northeast edge. They've got tons of areas to play with, but they're not quite in the blue just yet.
Oh, shots. Crossberg finds Correxi, though. The drive-by tried to happen here, and now more shots coming in here. Metabase low, Crossberg's low. That's a great nade. That's probably going to be them out. Beamy finds multiple of them here. And VP getting more points, just skimpering through. Even though it's rough games, they managed to pull up and get stuff done.
It's a lovely nade, posted right underneath the vehicle. I think that at that moment, Bushido Wildcats knew they were doomed. Sage will find Lou, though, immediately stolen away by Fairest, which is unfortunate for Team Nemesis, but they are making an opening. It's a nice nade, big damage between the 2 of them. The Twisted Minds is a really big deal. I mean, already under 3 players is a bit of an unfortunate situation to be in, but Team Nemesis, they weren't going to forgive them for earlier. They set the bear trap, but the bear has finally been let loose.
That's great. That's a really good reposition here. After showing yourself and then just hurting out, they said, oh, he's right there. He's going to be on my ping, my color. But State says no. Oh, that's Beamy and the boys out. PGG and Viz collectively destroying them. 11th place for them, and now the nades are coming in. Look at that. Batulins is down to State's nade. Now it's Example. He's going to try to get into the smoke. That's another great nade here. Nemesis is starting to turn on a little bit to defend that 3rd place.
Yeah, really good stuff from Team Nemesis. Great off angle from Stade. Really good patience coming through from the 2 backliners there from Team Nemesis as well. Waiting and confident he'll find an angle over towards them. Very well done. Team Nemesis, like you say, they're desperate to hold on to this 3rd place. Those PGC points, they do fall off quite sharply as you drop down towards 4th, so holding on to 3rd is a really big deal for them, with S8UL down to just 2 on 6 kills. They're a little ways off. It's not too far. And I'm actually honestly surprised that SAUL does get 2 players in. They waited out the blue a long while before marching back into the circle.
He might actually get a full open kill here on Kovalevi. I don't think they expect them to get in that quickly behind them there. And now noslack down to a 3-man. There's no way Kovalevi's going to get rest here. Hackatory finds IXE. And now noslack goes quickly from a 4-man strong from the southern side to a 2-man. Defex steals one. And now Na'Vi is going to have to make moves here. Can they get on the northern side? I'm not sure. Vitality looking extremely strong now. Posting up on that northern side. Trying to get Na'Vi, push them away. Deny that entry.
It's a fantastic position for Team Vitality to have. And this is where those vehicles really come into play, right?
Yeah.
Because it's so open, I imagine a lot of vehicles are sort of on their last legs at this point in time for quite a few teams. Na'Vi's been playing so much on the outside. They're one of the few teams that still has vehicles up. Getting shots out the car at that range, into that angle, real tough stuff. But even the vehicles here taking a lot of damage. An onslaught of grenades goes over towards Team Na'Vi, but Na'Vi's still kicking with 3 players. Make that 2 though, as another nade is sent. It is a little bit pitch long, but Vitality, they were ready for this.
That's great utility off the side from both Vitality and onto Na'Vi and from Na'Vi. Look at that. That confirmation onto Gestrox. It's strong now. With one more blue zone. That could have been a little bit longer. That would have denied them. Levante has full 3 gear. And now with the blue zone being thrown in the direction of them, I don't really think that it's going to be more than this. I think they're just going to agree to survive on both sides of it. They're going to have enough cover and enough kind of riches to play out of. And then eventually they're going to have to fight. But now I think they're going to agree to stay alive alongside each other.
Sorry, very lucky on that bounce there. Molotov will keep them at bay for the time being. In the meantime, Team Nemesis is taking it to Viz right now, as well as noslack. Like you said, this team is very unwilling to let their place go. Sadly, Habibi will find a very good nade over the top side, keeps them out. The blue is at their back, so they're being pushed in. You can see them here in the picture-in-picture, just trying to stay alive as long as possible. But noslack as well as Viz are starting to move on in. And there's another big nade. Will do a fair bit of damage. Emergency cover flares are down. The side swipe is in position, primed and ready to go from noslack.
SAUL has managed to get a really great spot into this circle here. Favors finds Squizzy. Bestlock finds Stade. Mailman goes down as well to Besto. SAUL getting points here. Defix finds a BB. That's an opening that's needed now. Look at that. noslack pushes in, gets points done here. Now they can also sweep on to Viz. Gets a great nade here. It's going to do tons of damage to Stratos. Scavs find it, and now it's a 2v1 versus R2. And
Na'Vi's still not messing around over on this north side. I feel for the observers right now because there's a ton of action going on. It's all so important. SAUL though live far into this game, and the fact they were taking kills from this side of the map, coming down all the way on the northwest, very impressive stuff. noslack though looking to finish off the remainder of Viz, but a nice shot from the sidelines. We'll find at least one. It's all up to Scav now.
1v1. Viz and noslack. Arton and half HP. Stun grenade on the side of Scav. The IGL himself here can make things happen. 3 kills for him already. noslack trying to get back to their place that they feel like they deserve. Just 9 points less than Na'Vi currently. But they're both alive. Both SAUL, both Na'Vi is alive and strong here. Oh, Arton is so blind here. He's pushing him. He's got the cover. Barrel. And he makes things happen here. Good push around here. Scav tries to swing around it. Only 10 bullets. Scavs takes this one home for noslack. Gets another point for placement and a point for a kill here for noslack, and gets Viz out in 6th place.
A really gorgeous couple of stun grenades sent through from Scav. Had him blind for so long, and he really needs to move up. 10 bullets left in the magazine as well was kind of rough coming through for Viz, but Scav's able to secure himself a top 5 here. He'd love to get himself into a top 4, but it still takes us from Borz living on the northwest. He's been alive for quite a while. Vitality is finding shots, and Na'Vi had to slow things down. I think both Vitality and Na'Vi are starting to run low on that utility. Didn't want to keep pushing it any further.
They've got most to work with here. They can get in. Ferris finds Hixes from Borz. You did not find more Infinity Stone this game being here, but now it's top 4. Borz got some points, but still in 13th place. They're outside that mid-pack. They need to have great last game to get more PTC points. Now that open run here. Look at that. SHUL just absolutely right for the picking here. And Scav finds Phil first even. Levante tried to get most of it, but didn't manage to secure it.
I mean, Scav would love to grab these points and does find Phil first. Boostic will finish off Bestalosh. But again, for Scav, this is a huge moment for them. I mean, on 98 points, I mean, sure, it's not going to be enough to leapfrog, but it does set themselves up, primes them for the last game. If they get a second place here, it's huge for noslack. Na'Vi with one last player up against the 3 from Vitality, not looking good for them.
Boostic denies it though. The Quizzy push did not come through here. Lots of stun grenades being committed to this one here. He's got nothing left but a gun and a dream. 3 gear and a 2 helmet on him. No more utility. Can he make a push here? Such an active player, such a proactive and strong player here, Boostic. Look at the shots from the distance there, trying to deny the angle, but can he make something happen? A bit of a foldable shield here to get more angles of approach. He's not inside this next circle, but it doesn't really closing him for quite a while here. So maybe he's hoping for Scav to make a push on to Vitality to kind of split the fight 2 ways.
I mean, it's kind of an awkward one because you post up 2 players on this front side. Now, Vitality's position feels a lot less secure, right? Yes, they have the buildings, but they were hoping that they could just secure these kills over towards Na'Vi, finish them off, and then regroup down towards that south side to finish off noslack. But now you're in a situation where you're basically forced into 2 1v1s.
Yeah, 2v1s for sure. Levante, though, he turns his eye towards Boostic and goes for a mortar shot towards it to help. Hello, my bad. Now turns his eye towards it again. Opens up for the push here. Boostic sends it in. Tries to get a 1v1 with Hello My Bad. Hello My Bad got the cover here, but shots come in and he's low. Boostic gets found here. Hello My Bad wins it. And now it's a 2v1 with noslack, and Scavs manages to get a 2nd place here. 99 points. Can he squeeze more points out, or can he clutch it against Vitality that is making a run for it in our penultimate game here of PEC Finals Day 3?
Yeah, it'd have to be a huge game from Scav. When we get to phase 9, it's going to be completely closing in on Vitality on Levante's position. It's almost an impossible game right now for Scav to make work. He has a Molotov and 1 stun grenade. That's it. They send out the gas can towards him as well. Did hit him with the Molotov though. That's big. And is able to get out the line of sight from that gas can. Good shot. Doesn't quite connect over towards Hello My Bad.
Oh, he pushes him. Tries to go hit him with the laydown here. Can he get a lineup? Can he get something? 29 HP is not enough here. And we see Levante push around. And Vitality, they strike back. A 9-kill win for them blank to get a 19 total points here. They tried to make the dream run happen in the last day here of PEC.
I mean, for noslack though, that's fantastic getting yourself a 2nd place. Na'Vi, the storyline is still clear, is that they will just barge through anything in their path. It looks so good. This is also really fun engagement going on here. We'll bring back Kalaris to break this one down because it was a pretty fun match overall. And noslack, again, I'm telling you, Klaus, it is the return of the slack.
They're back. They're back. I think that it's funny because I was sweating buckets for Vitality at in these last moments. The fact that it came down to 2 1v1s and Hello My Bad had to deal with Boostic as he was pushing on up here, Avenger, that was incredibly important. Because if suddenly Boostic's in there, I don't know how Levante deals with the potential pressure from both sides.
No, he would become an absolute overcooked patty in a burger, that's for sure. I mean, you don't survive that, but it almost made the dream work as well for Scav. That Molotov was on point, it pushed him off the wall. If he got the first hit off, he actually had a decent shot at it, but yeah, 30 speed, not a lot here. But what a play for Na'Vi. Them being able to get this far and this deep from their side is great. Also, Nemesis managing to survive and push on to Twisted Minds here. They got lots of points out of this one too.
Yes, they did. Looking back here, you're right though, Blank. Considering what Scav and noslack were able to do, very important stuff. And I actually thought There was a moment where we saw him picture-in-picture as well, where I think Levante just shot a Panzerfaust at the tree. Scav was at. I'm like, oh, jeez Louise. We're throwing everything in the kitchen sink here to try and get rid of Scav, who tried to make a really decent run for it after that gas can play with the molly and things like that. So really well played by them.
It's a fun game. It's a very, very fun game. I think a lot of the teams that definitely wanted points did grab some for Team Vitalis. It's a bit more of a redemption game for them at 19 points. But with how tight things are on the leaderboard, this will actually push them up a little bit. For noslack, it's just about confirming position and set themselves up for this final game. You see 99 points for noslack. Navi's ahead of them, tied with S8UL. But for Virtus Pro, it doesn't look like they're going anywhere. I think it's actually mathematically impossible now for either of those teams to catch up.
Yes, I did some delving into the history of our regionals, and I wanted to see by how far number 1 was ahead of number 2 by the end of it. And actually, it was just our most recent regional at the end of 2025 here, Martin, which was Twisted Minds being first place against the second place of Slam G, and they were 47 points ahead. Now, I don't think we're going to be breaking that here, Martin, but who knows?
Yeah, unless Twisted Minds go out and says, okay, let's break some records, guys, and Twisted Minds dies early. But yeah, that could be full to see, but yeah, that's going to be it, though. The Vante, almost a 1K club for him, just shy of it. Looks good for that, but wow. noslack and Scav and the boys here really makes a run to get back, to get as many PTZ points as possible here. And as you said, as you pointed out, playing throughout this year, it really starts stacking up, 10 points, then 20, then another 20, then from 80 to 105. So that third place is ever elusive here for most of the teams.
I don't really think that these guys are going to be able to catch up, but in terms of those points for PGC, very, very important. I'd love to see noslack at least get themselves up into a top 4 and finish things out strong. It really depends on this final game, but they have the momentum going for them here now, and that can be super beneficial going into a final match, because if you're going into the final match feeling a little bit dejected, Calaris, you don't always find yourself the big maneuvers.
Yeah, it's a tough one. No epic maneuvers either, really, in those kinds of situations. But I will say the production blessing is over. They picked Twisted Minds in this one. I told you at the beginning of the game, and then they did not get the win here, Martin. It's a travesty from the production team. Oh,
yeah. Also, what a rough circle for Twisted Minds to make things work here. I usually need to see some big test track games for them, but yeah, great push from Nemesis. They're able to close this one out here and get some points, but yeah, I'd still say even though they defended a little bit here, it's just 6 points from S8UL, 6 points from Na'Vi, and I think it's 15 points for noslack for them to take that third place. So that's really the big story for me. Who can take that third place? Who can get these PGC points that's so needed to get to PGS, to get to Esports World Cup? Even though sure, it's only our kind of first finals, we're going to have 1 in 2 weeks as well. This could matter so much because the top dogs continue to be top dogs. And I think even not the tiebreaker, but the points that's coming through from the playoffs might have such a big effect that could be the deciding factor for PGS and Esports World Cup.
Yeah, definitely could be. I'd love to look at the leaderboards after this, because we got the team comms, so let's listen on those and let's look at that leaderboard again after it as well, just to kind of get the lay of the land before that last game.
Медленно проходить, да, подожди.
Только лево, налево и лечь.
Я прохожу.
И тут целься лечь.
Меня у нас справа нокнули. Бля. Щит не забрал? А, найс. Смог гуд, Андрюха. Здесь...
Только влево добежать.
Se oli 2 tiimistä.
Ei oo ring.
Я белый.
Я
белый 5.
Правая палка, правый треугольник,
Есть флешка ему?
Да, я флешу. Флешу без остановки его. 6 флешек. 6 флешек.
Я под это играю. Флеш. Ну хуйня. Он белый.
Парни. Слушай, давлю, упор вдавил.
Хорош.
Profi. Ante, vituinen se on hyvä. New kill.
Лучший, брат. Ебать ты чемпион.
Ой, тяжело.
You could hear there at the very end from Vitality, they were very happy with finally rounding that one out. A sigh of relief. All right, here's how everything stands going into our last game. Virtus Pro. Certainly, congratulations, you're gonna be the champions. Twisted Minds, I feel like, unless Nemesis does something crazy here, I don't know whether or not Twisted Minds is gonna be assailable, we'll see. The big thing that you brought up just before this Avenger is that the third place for podium, I think S8UL and Na'Vi could quite easily take this over. After what performances we've seen today from them, Nemesis has got to hold on strong here.
Yeah. That's a 3 potentially small chance of a 4-way fight for third place, unless Nemesis says no. We want to take that second place. We make a dream run. They have a big game, the Nemesis kind of game that we saw that they're able to have in day 1 here. But yeah, I would really love to see this big fight evolving in between the teams here. It could be decided in some of these late game fights here. It definitely was. When you're looking at Nemesis pushing onto the Twisted Minds push here, especially in Rondo, that was them saying, okay, if we want to have a shot at more PGC points, we need to take out Twisted Minds as soon as possible, and they're able to do so.
And of course, Nixie, he may as well be crowning himself the MVP of the tournament right here, right now, because Virtus Pro's in number 1. Even though Diffx was holding on strong with the kills, I don't think we'll be knocking Nixie off the perch. And an example, the GOAT here, Blank. It's not able to keep up in this PEC.
I mean, you say that, this 5.7k damage is very impressive.
Still insane.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, joining around the world as well. The final game here for PEC. Virtus Pro are the kings here of PEC, but who is going to be able to challenge those podium positions? Let's find out.
As we head into our final match of the day here at the PEC, it's down from the south up towards the northwest. It's a bit of a scary playing path here, Avenger. Could be some shenanigans right here at the end of the day.
Yeah, it could be. We could have a military game, and that would be glorious, wouldn't it? I'd love to see that. Surely that's going to be some VP bridge camping on that western bridge. That'll be lovely to see here. Funny stat here to pull out. As you saw, maybe you feel like, oh, Example, that's not a lot of kills. Example has stolen 0 kills and lost 4. Meanwhile, Beamy has lost 6 kills, stolen 3. Nixie has stolen 4 and lost 5. So they're on a much smaller kind of loss ratio when we're talking about VP, where Example has not been able to steal any kills but lost so many. But still, the Damage King is still here and always so ever present in that top damage leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, for Twisted Minds, it's been a good, honestly, it's been a good 3 days. It's just been bombastic from the side of Virtus Pro. Insane stuff from them. We get a somewhat Sosnovka circle here, but very unlikely it's going to drop down here. But it does really tighten up the space on the Northern Island, right, in terms of where you're playing. Because I think most teams would assume that this is going to end on the mainland. So you've got Farm, you've got Potato Hill to play around with a little bit. Players might be trying to set themselves up along that coastline, potentially. But overall, it's a bit of a weird circle to be playing.
Yeah, it is. Getting out my permanent marker and writing circles and stars on the floor right now, praying for some crazy shifts. We would love to see some military games, still a double southern shift or something crazy, but still, yeah, it's unlikely. It's looking like a Na'Vi home turf-ish ending here, and I can tell you right now, that's the conversation going through their story. They're like, okay, where can we get the most points? Where are we most secure if the circle comes north? And where can we make the most things happen here? Because that push for third could be massive for them. Only 6 points up to catch Nemesis here from their current position. And Na'Vi would win a tiebreaker, considering that they have 41 placement points and Nemesis only have 35. So that's an easy 6 points to be gathered for them here. And yeah, lockdown would be massive. Also, when we're looking at the leaderboard here, Bang, we have to admit that the top pack and mid pack have separated themselves quite heavily here. Looking at Ascend and Down, even though they had a great day yesterday here, they've fallen 15 points short of PGG, 20 points short of Vitality to fall into that 10th place. But still, a top 10 is still really respectable. It's 20 PGC points for 10th place. Huge difference.
I mean, PGG being in 9th, it's going to be hard to catch up to them. Certainly possible with a really, really strong game, but with Ascend playing on this western side, having to push through quite a few teams. As you'd imagine, the Team Nemesis is going to start working their way down, as is noslack. It's going to be a difficult game. Tricky, to say the least. But I think Ascend can still grasp at that 9th place, potentially. But I think with how much this game means to noslack, Na'Vi, S8, UL, and Team Nemesis, very much doubt they're going to let this one slip through their hands here. I think it's going to be a game where everyone is focused to the absolute maximum as we head into our final errand goal of the day. For S8 UL, I think a 3rd place here eventually will be basically what they're looking for, right? I think getting over towards the 2nd place will be a little bit of a wild game for them to have. But I do think they could be absolutely proud with a top 4, even if they finish right now in 4th place for them. They get up towards top 3. They'll have done all their fans very, very proud. It's a really tough lobby. I think going up against Twisted Minds and this revitalized Virtus Pro, yeah, it'll be a crazy result to get any higher than that.
I guarantee you that S8 UL is saying, if we win with big kills here, we're getting 2nd if we can take down Twisted Minds early, because that's the aim. Because from 4th to 2nd is 80 to 150 PGC points. 150 PGC points is like, okay, we're basically already almost putting our tickets in the basket for PGC, and we're looking really strong for the next finals in terms of Esports World Cup, in terms of PGS, because SHL is obviously not invited, and the teams that are ahead of them in VP, Twisted, they're already getting invited because of the GPT partner status to PGS, and Twisted Minds being the Esports World Cup winners and champions defendants, they mean that they're directly invited, and VP having won PGS 3, they're very likely to be directly invited depending on the next PGS results. So it's very, very important to get as many points as possible here. But yeah, for sure, in the next playoff, we actually have some absolute banger games coming up here, both for this one, but also next weekend and the weekend after that. There are so many crucial points and games to be played in the coming weeks here, all around the globe. Obviously, later here, we're going to be seeing PAS jumping off as well and having their conclusion. We've been having Master Series going off as well for the Southeast Asia region too. Korea is playing, and obviously we've had some crazy games to be determined already. But yeah, the next 2 weeks is crucial if you're an esports pro player in PUBG Esports.
Disappointing crate there for Marshall and DVS inside.
Disappointing? Nah, I will not have that. That's, you put that straight in the car, and then when somebody crashes your compound, you can say hello.
Not what he was looking for, I imagine. But you're right, it's a nice backup weapon to have. Better Bay will find He-Man and the Mid-4 looking to duck out potentially early. But they do gain 2 placings right now, up towards 14th. Although it's pretty close right now, with Starry Skies only behind them by 1 placement. Everlong looking to try and get themselves out from the ditch that is a 16th place. Sort of an unfortunate game almost for S8 UL, where they're so used to playing on that eastern side, and this game they don't drop out early, they don't try and cross that bridge or go for a long drop, they instead drop up towards the western side, which is probably the smartest play for them. But where the circle ended up, it would have been very nice to be starting over towards Milter Power.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see where we end up though for this one here, man. It's actually quite the intensive game, especially if we keep a lot of water in play here playing. That's going to eliminate so much playable space on that northern side. And knowing the majority of the teams here, like when you're going towards that farm split, that snake, that area, that Na'Vi, the Na'Vi split even basically, west of farm and north of the small ferry pier and shark fin, that's contested territory. That's hot waters, warm waters of... That's already blood in there, and sharks are swinging around. Look at that. Rocks, though, finds Kovalevi, noslack. And their dream of trying to get into that top 4, top 5 is falling a little bit apart here.
That's from HiVE, from Rocks. I wanted to see a little bit more out of HiVE, honestly.
Yeah.
I think their end games are fairly decent, if not a little bit passive. But I think there's a lot to be taken away as they come out from the PEC. And they have 2 more weeks to really figure out what went wrong, what went right. But I think HiVE's got a lot of potential as a squad. I think right now 12 plays, 52 points. It's not terrible. It really isn't terrible at all versus some of the best teams in EMEA going up against. But yeah, they definitely need a little bit more of that. The Na'Vi steroids, let's say, where you can kind of just send yourself into any situation and try and beat it out. So we'll see what happens with HiVE. I'm really excited to see their future.
Yeah.
PGG similarly, also with some excellent players. I mean, Presenti's made a really good case for himself over the qualifiers and these 3 days.
Yeah, it's been looking decent for them. I'll say this though, for me, for HiVE, like Mogor has obviously been the big story to tell stories about, but the big game they had, and only podium they had, was the 10-point game in the first game of the finals, where we're like, okay, HiVE's back, they're looking good here, and then it's falling slowly off for them. Not a lot of consistency, not a lot of big kill games for them, not a lot of synergy and kind of cross-working together here. And yeah, Sloy Jacket though on my end for PGG, 18 kills for him is very impressive with what PGG has been able to deliver here. Presenter really didn't get started until yesterday. But man, Scav and IXE has really made some stories and for themselves here. Satta as well. I'm really curious to see what Finland ends up looking at here. It could be could definitely be a Corexi plus IXE, Scav, and Sats, and then Kovalev as coach or something like that. That would be an interesting lineup. But let's see what ends up happening with that. There's so many awesome things happening here during and throughout PEC. So that's a northern shift though. That's going to be a farm, somewhat home turf circle here for Na'Vi. They're going to be able to get the snake compounds west of farm if they're able to scout it quick and lock that down. But yeah, Nemesis also locking down shelter. They could also have a great game off this circle.
Yeah, it's a definitive circle shift as well, so no silly shenanigans down towards the south side, towards the bridge or Sosnovka. So every team can think that they're quite clear and free to just play on this mainland. But we did squeeze out a lot of space very quickly. I say you will make their way in. Everlong is at the road stop. They haven't quite paid the toll yet to Na'Vi, so haven't passed through just yet. VP playing down towards that south side on the coast. A little bit less information gained from there, but right. I think VP will be absolutely fine. I think they're generally fairly cognizant of what's going on in the circle right now.
Yeah, you would assume so for sure. Now shots coming in here from Vitality, shooting towards the send, trying to drive around this northern line, trying to sweep around this, but Vitality is already setting up for a bit of a camp here. 85 points for them, a few more, or they could overtake this and get that 7th place lockdown. I doubt that they're going to be able to catch noslack. 14 points is a big game for them. They basically have to win. Hackatory, though, on the other side finds Patulins. And now, this is the chase we talk about. Na'Vi with a fantastic game. Wins, a win and a chicken dinner and double-digit kills. That could put them in there. That could put them into the conversation. But it's a really difficult team to go up against without losing any players. And that would mean that if they're going down to a 2-man or a 3-man, they're going to have a difficult time winning the rest of the game here. Let's see with this engagement, though, Blank, between Na'Vi and Twiz.
Yeah, two extremely good teams. Going bat for bat here. Na'Vi potentially opening up the gateway for SAUL. Well as Team Nemesis and themselves to get past Twisted Minds, potentially get that 2nd place. Not that far away right now. 15 points total to break even with Twisted Minds. Yeah, it definitely requires Twisted Minds to go out early. As soon as Twisted Minds starts profiting on this match, the odds of a team kind of getting ahead of them goes down and down and down. You're sort of just on that cusp of being able to catch up to them right now if you're in 4th and 5th.
Oh, for sure. Let's see, though, what happens with this one here, Blank. What a circle to kick things off with, and Twisted Minds holding down, locking down that center position here. It's going to make it difficult for all the other teams to get that push and try to get that 2nd place. Unless we see an all-these shift, Nemesis getting a big start to see things kicked off here. They're locking down the shelter. And some kills to come their way with some of these rotations trying to send it in. It's going to be cool to see, though. But HiVE trying to log out and shut out Ascent at this point here. They're trying to make an argument for themselves to push up further and try to overtake Ascent. It's basically a big fight for 10th place right now, and the rest is trying to fight to get into that top 6.
Looks like with a very interesting decision that they made here. You can see them on the south side of our screen, wrapping around towards the bridge. And for Na'Vi, this could not be better as they grab themselves a lovely compound here. They're just going to get Boostic over towards them, regroup on side, but this is a lovely place to play. You do have First Pro down towards their south, though, sniffing towards this location, which is always a scary prospect. Ascend, it's Chris, gets lost inside the fields. The UAZ is not going. And Metabait will find the shots for Ace 32 on the sidelines. There is an aerial cover as well. Kill ya Cobra Kai! At it again.
That's crazy. T-Bone also found Crossberg here. They might be able to put It's Chris in a car and get him out. Extract that man. Save private It's Chris. And you know what? If there's someone I want to save, do you know who it is? Blank.
Who is it?
It's Chris.
Is it? It's Chris. Fair enough. Oh, we want to get that boy back up again. Ascend. Love to finish in 10th place. So they solidify their position. It's great. For Twisted Minds, though, it is a catastrophic result there for Viz as they absolutely blast them out of the picture. Viz eliminated, and they will be the first team that will be going out here in the final game of PEC. Locked in at 7th place, but Vitality are behind them by only 2 points. And Vitality finds a massive nade over towards Dante and Schengen. They might just be getting those couple of points right here, right now.
Yeah, they might be able to jump into that 7th place, and the 7th place is 40 PGC points. That's massive considering we only had 16 points coming in from our playoffs winners to S8UL. And now here with Twisted Minds, they're locking down this central position so heavily, but someone's got to stop them if this 2nd place would be up for grabs. And Nemesis currently are that team in the chase. S8UL and Na'Vi would have to have massive games to contest for that. But yeah, Na'Vi's looking good. They're looking poised for this 3rd place. Nemesis is going to have to make a great push onto Borz, onto Starry Skies, or have insane circle off come their way.
Struggling now. Oh my goodness me! The VRDM blows up, and the small moment in between, it bucks and breaks, and It's Chris will find the shots underneath. These players are some of the best in the world, and this is from a 10th place team, man.
So impressive here with that. Now Borz encroaching onto Twisted Minds here. And if they could stop them, that means that there would be an open discussion to see, okay, is 2nd place actually up for grabs? But that's going to be a different story now. Nixie finds adversary here from Everlong. Next circle pop is crucial to see who can take that 2nd place or 3rd place away from him. And look at that, it comes the way of Nemesis. This is fantastic for them. There's a lot of open space in that center circle here, but Nemesis got an edge. They got their claws inside, and it looks like they're going to be able to get up.
So said was knocked, isn't the process of being rezzed right now. But it seems like they've got the nemesis of their own in the Borz, the wolves in front of them who are howling. Letting them know that they're here, no slack. They have been down towards the south side for such a long time, and they make a break for it. Look to get towards the center. Scav does get knocked out by Boostic. Will be on the ground, but there is a space to play for now.
This is a difficult space to play when you have players that is on the top side. It has ridges, so it works as cover from the farm side, from the compounds, from the Harry Potter. But once the team's on the top ridges towards the dirt road high ground, they get a spot towards it. Then it's actually easy. Look at that. Tempo Dip gets absolutely blasted here from State. Could he find shots? Could he find kills? It's coming in, but it's a little bit close to kill you, but does not get. Look at that. The drive-by pull-up here from T-Bone. Shots coming out towards Hello Senpai. Chases him down. Ascend is on an absolute tear here. Can he get the confirmation as well on him? It looks like it. Good points here for Ascend. Great game to start things off with.
Yeah, beautiful shots from T-Bone. Quick switch on the vehicle. Stayed. We'll find Killia Kai, though, with the mortar from up on high in the middle of both these buildings. Great predict as well. How has he figured that one out? I mean, it's a typical location where you rock the vehicles up and park them anyway, but damn, well played. Well played.
Threading the needle with a mortar in between two buildings, just unreal. He gets another one, that'll be huge here now. Vitality is sending it a little bit. It's Chris gets a bleed out onto Getrox. Perfectix finds Quizzy. That's potentially another point to come the way of Twisted Minds. Already 127. That's difficult. T-Bone finds Quizzy for the steal to deny Twisted Minds. Another point now. Levante and Hello My Bad rocks up to have a fight here with Ascent. And welcome, says T-Bone. Good shots from Gilliakai again.
Yeah, takes his head off. Really, really well played. Gilliakai had a bit of a game here from Ascend. And like we said, very, very unwilling to give up that 10th place on the leaderboard. Zavilla from PGG. Gonna take some shots, and it's SAUL who is suffering off the back of this. They take one knock on their side, but PGG maybe look at push this a little bit further. In the meantime, it's Virtus Pro getting knocked out of the vehicles. That's Hakatori from Na'Vi taking the shots over towards Corexi. They're holding on though. They're right on the south side. This is a tough place to play a Virtus Pro. Lucarux just gets the first aid kit off, and the nades just behind him, but he hightails it out of there.
Samble gets Kiliakai. That's another point to come the way of Twisted Minds, and that second place looks to be cemented. Looks to be denied from anyone. Unless we see an absolute insane chicken dinner for Nemesis or a S8 Duel miracle run in this last game here of our first PC finals for PC Spring. Now, Starry guys gets back to the copy-paste, past the compound here into copy. And they might have a good game too. They need it. They're in 14th place right now. They could make a little bit of a run for it though. Lucarux finds Phil first, and best of luck here though, Blank.
This is a huge grenade and a really terrible opportunity for SAUL, right? Two players going down, potentially being flushed out would be really bad for their tournament rankings. Luckily for them, backup has arrived in the form of Na'Vi. They were coming in from that eastern edge for a long, long while and do pincer up towards Virtus Pro. It might be Virtus Pro actually going out quite early. SAUL, though, they thought this was backup, but in fact, it's just another enemy to try and take down.
Yeah, they have Na'Vi and SAUL Burger onto VP here though, and they are out in 13th place. It's a little bit too late, guys. It's great that you stopped them, but they've already won the tournament. So now it's just about padding your stats, padding your points a little bit, and now you're in direct contention with each other here. A fight in between these two teams could cement the 4th place. And look at that! It's Boostic once again! He gets an insane, complete wipeout of S8UL. What a player!
It's the boost flick from one side to the other. What an unbelievable spray coming through this from this man. The 4-piece onto S8UL and denies them entry into the top 4. But for them, it's entry into the top 3. And they want more off the back of this. Moving in over towards TMO. They see them inside the shack. They want more points. It's a last day flourish for Na'Vi. 117 points, 9 kills on the game. But TMO is holding them off for the time being.
He comes in to get the points flushed here, and he gets a little bit of points. 11 kills for Na'Vi. He's got a sliver of HP, and now everyone else is encroaching onto them. Twisted Mind comes in for the deny. Blue Zone's being hurled in their direction. Can they stop them from the hunt here? It's looking very likely that this is going to be the end of the story for Na'Vi here, but a 3rd place is massive. Now it's up to Nemesis to try to take it back, because surely Twisted Minds is going to shut this down, and there it is. It's Justice that gets Boostic down, but what a play from Na'Vi. I cannot believe it.
Na'Vi in 3rd place now. They've drawn the line in the sand. It's 119 points to 116 from Team Nemesis. Dropping SAUL into 5th place, though. Goodness me, Boostic, what a spray down. Obviously, only one vehicle to work with. Not the greatest thing to happen, but sometimes you got a chance here. Versus Boostic, not the best idea. noslack from somewhere, somehow, on Sosnovka, get themselves into a central zone at the end of the day. And it's 10 points, I believe, to knock SAUL out of 5th place on this one, which would be a wild result for noslack. But 3 players, they're starting on 0 points here in terms of the kills. It's a little bit of a difficult one so far.
Yeah, it is. It could work out, though, perfectly. So the chase is Nemesis to Na'Vi in third, or Nemesis if they win the whole thing and take Twisted out to second. That'll be huge, but I don't see it happening here. And now noslack is getting absolutely demolished. Batulin's finding TMO here. It's looking like that second place is absolutely cemented. I don't think there's enough kills even left. We do have some placement points, obviously, but Nemesis would need 14, 15 more points to take away that second place. But yeah, if they can make the dream work, they could get back that third place and cement even more PGC points to come their way. Look at that, though, as well for PGG. More points to come their way could also be potentially a 7th, I think, with 6 or 7 more points if they can take on noslack. But Sata is looking like to get points here. He gets like it's exploded just in front of him, and Sata finds Sloy Jacket. Salik gets the confirmation onto it, though, and also confirms Sloy Jacket. Salik destroying just a little bit of the hopes and dreams here for PGG.
noslack down 100 points, but a decent result for them. 50 PGC points for them in 6th place. Really, really well done. I think it's a great showing from noslack. Team Nemesis, though, still a little bit ways to go on this one, but they're keeping it just as calm as they have throughout the entirety of the tournament, playing on this edge side, trying to work their way in. And for them, miraculously, they've made it past that 18-20 minute point with 4 players alive. Typically at this point in time, Team Nemesis starts to spiral a little bit out of control for a lot of these teams, able to take a lot of space on this one. But Twisted Minds, they're working with Lynx AMR off in the distance. Always a deadly bit of opposition to go into.
Now, Borz, can you find something from this one here? Now, Marshall finds Batulin. Stade finds Luik, and now this is the points that they need to get that third place back here. The push from Diffix and the guys. Diffix has had such a tournament. An all-star player finds Rocks. That's 1 point for the kill, 1 for placement. HiVE is out in 6th place.
HiVE goes down.
They're up to 3rd. They took it away from Na'Vi.
And Team Nemesis, like you say, get 3rd place off the back of that one. It was a rough one. It looked a little bit scary, but they just kept things slow and steady. And it's Borz who were a really big problem for them last time, but it's Twisted Minds. They're looking to really send on over towards Team Nemesis, take them out early. They're not taking any prisoners off the back of this one. Example, will burn out Hixus.
And now it's just about if PGG can take 8th place away from this, or even 7th if they survive for a little bit longer. If this fight kind of evolves or a little bit longer and they survive on that southern side, PGG could make things happen. But otherwise, it's cemented like this. VP, congrats on 1st. Twisted, congrats on 2nd. Nemesis, congrats on 3rd. That's our podium finishers. Na'Vi, what a run. What a play again from Boostic and from Hackatory. These 2 guys, man. It's going to be so exciting to watch Ukraine play in PNC because those 2 guys have to be on that roster.
Just an incredible result. I mean, I'm very happy with the top 3 that we've seen from this one. In the meantime, let's wait and see this one close out. Twisted Minds really gunning for it here. I mean, it sort of, I think it is impossible for them to breach 1st place.
Yeah, completely impossible.
But they're giving it a good go. They're giving it a good go of it. 10 kills on this game. They wanted it to look close. That's what they want off the back of this one. They don't want VP feeling a little bit too free at the top of the tables. I'll let them know that they're always going to be breathing down their necks in the upcoming tournaments. Effect 6, 5 bullets in the Lynx AMR, ready to let loose with this one.
Yeah, there's 16 more points available in the lobby. If they kill the remainders and get 1st place, that's even not enough. That would be 153, I believe. So still 6 points short of Virtus Pro, but PGG's out. That is them cemented in 9th place. It was close though. Look at that. Tied with this. 1 point up to Vitality. But still, PGG to get a top 9 is very respectable in such a stacked lobby, in such a stacked regions here, Blank.
That's a terrifying thing, hearing Perfectix open up an air conditioning hole in Zabilla's head to finish off PGG. Twisted Minds, though, 3 players, Nemesis. They're not going to be able to catch up to 2nd place. And I think that's the big thing that Twisted Minds are sort of worried about in this game. Gave it their all, and they do hold on to that 2nd place victory for the PGC points too. Nitro from Starry Skies, they're going to get themselves 14th place, maybe up to 13th off the back of this game. Potentially with the placement points involved, getting 3rd. Emergency cover flares, they are going down now. Team Nemesis, a really, really clean way to finish out today.
Blank, I have news for you. If Starry Sky wins this, they could get 13th instead of 14th, and that's one more BGC.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Effective still going crazy with the Lynx AMR. Drops Team Nemesis down to 3, and that gives good, ample opportunity for the rest of Twisted Minds to move a little bit further up. Only 2 more bullets left in that thing, though. See what kind of use you can get out of it. Starry Skies look to make the big old push over. It's Mom, it's Nitro, it's Vazo. Stepping up to the plate versus Team Nemesis. They've got a player down. This is probably the best opportunity Starry Skies is going to get with that nade.
Oh!
It's right underneath his nose.
He inhaled that grenade. Nemesis trying to shut this down in a show-off. And now Nades comes in. That shield is a little bit damaged too. Can they make this happen? Panzerfaust in hand. Trying to see if they've got a little bit of an angle here. Twisted Minds playing this so smart, but Nemesis is trying for the control here. Starry Sky could still make this push here and get more PGC points. And that's what they're looking for. Everything matters.
Such a frustrating one here for Team Nemesis as well, with Twisted Minds just slowly eking their way around on the western edge. Luckily, Stage will open things up well over towards Mom.
Wow.
The effects will find Vazo. That's 2 down already. The rest of Twisted Minds not looking too happy about this one, hoping that Starry Skies would delay for a little bit longer here. It's not the case. Ammo's looking like a little bit of an issue, but Sosad's got the big guns. And the Mini 14 available. Not much util on the side of Diffex.
Oh, headshots coming in here too. And now Silas trying to survive for just a little bit longer. It looks like Mama himself is gonna be bleeding out there. Vatso is also left up there. Stade finds Nitro, and now it's left to Silas, the Belgian superstar himself. Silas finds Diffex and opens it up. Stade is low himself, and this could be the time to strike for Twisted Minds.
It's time to move on up, but delaying slightly as Silas has the angle over towards them, but really needs to be looking over towards Team Nemesis, who have basically roofed the entire team. Twisted Minds just cannot find this opening for themselves, with Team Nemesis controlling much of the high ground inside this location. But the blue is going to start to push them in off that high ground into open sightlines. And as we saw before,
my God,
not a lot of utility on side. Good spray from Silas. We'll find Diffex.
If that was cooked perfectly, that would have been a 2-knock right there. Silas trying to make the most of it, opens him up to 2 players, and that's going to be enough. He does find Soset. Look at that. That's 2 knocks on the side of Nemesis, and now Twisted Minds, they have a chance. A Lynx singing its song in the hands of Perfectix here. Full 3 gear as well. Can they close this one out? And again, make the story for, again, this was such a 2-horse race, but still so close. No, that's a big nade for Lou.
Pin pulled. And the game looks like it's coming to a close here. Stayed the final left alive here for the boys on Team Nemesis. And that is the closer. It's Virtus Pro at the top. It seems like the natural born killers in the Polar Bears have figured out how to use C4. And they've blown our Twisted Minds out of the water. Our champions at PEC.
And what a game to make this one a story to be told. Twisted Minds beaten on their home turf here in PEC. They had so many victories, Kyle Harris, as we bring you in again here, but what a game. What a way to finish things off here in the finals.
100%. As much as the kings of EMEA are able to make a little mad dash for it at the very end and make it competitive overall, they have been dethroned. Fair to say here, Virtus Pro taking the #1 spot in the end. But what a last game. Let's talk about this before we really kind of get down to the nitty-gritty of the actual overall leaderboards here, Blankers. I cannot believe that of all times for Twisted Minds to then continue to turn it on. It's the final game. Nemesis defends their 3rd place as well. It's picture perfect for these teams.
Yeah, it is fantastic. I mean, for Twisted Minds, yeah, that spray is disgusting. But yeah, I think for Twisted Minds, it's a case of they're defending their second place versus Team Nemesis. It's really quite a storybook ending for us to have Twisted Minds as well as Team Nemesis go up against one another. You got the new dogs on the block once again here in Team Nemesis, but it is the guys on Twisted Minds to school them at the end. Perfectix with some disgusting Lynx AMR shots.
The individual plays just never end when you get to watch EMEA. That's the great thing, and also it makes it super exciting for not the next week, obviously, where we have the playoffs, but the next finals, Avenger, when I'm no doubt Twisted Minds is going to be annoyed. Okay, yeah, we got second place, but we want first, and look how close they are to taking first, despite Virtus Pro looking absolutely insane throughout the 3 days. 26 points for them in the last game. Jeez.
Yeah, that was a catch-up. Virtus Pro also getting 0, right? And they made it close, but they had established a lead. And I can tell you the lead was established on Rondo and Tego. Virtus Pro had 32 more points that Twisted Minds had on Rondo and Tego. That's where the difference was made. And even though the catch-up here on Erangel happened for the last game here in Twisted Minds, it did not come to fruition for them. But a second place is still respectable, and 150 points. But look at that, 10 points only. But they had 32 points more on Tego and Rondo. It got close.
10 points. Virtus Pro is the champions of the first finals week here for PEC with 110 kills on the board across 15 games, Blank. That is just a firing line of all the other teams lining up. And unfortunately for them, Virtus Pro is the one with the gun, looking amazing.
Yeah, it's out of this world, really, for Virtus Pro. The only team to break triple digits. I think for Twisted Minds, it bears repeating, though, for them, they were able to get 50 placement points, one ahead of Virtus Pro. So still showing us that they are the consistency kings here in the lobby. But yeah, I do love that for Twisted Minds. It's a case they get to the end of the game, they're all whispering to each other, saying, make it close, make it close, make it close.
Silas here with 900 damage done here for Starry Skies. Starry Skies didn't quite get the opportunity to shine as brightly as they may want to here, but Silas in this last game doing damn well for himself. And again, I want to quickly talk about what Boostic just did, because Boostic Avenger actually blew my mind in that moment where they're going from fight to fight, holding things down, then the spray against the 3-man in the car. He is just an assassin.
Yeah, man, if anyone was doubting this guy prior to this game, he just showed himself exactly what he's capable of. We also saw it yesterday on Twisted Minds, a one-mag spray down to get 3 players out as well. And he's done it again here. He's such a gamer, this guy. It's cool to see 6 kills for him to come his way, and Na'Vi to have a little bit of a mad dash towards that 4th place.
I just wonder how much time he spends in the training area shooting at the cars that are going on past. That was just absolutely monstrous. But let's take a look back. Virtus Pro, of course, are your champions here for the first finals weekend, as Nixie with 37 kills available. They were the team focus. Obviously, they didn't get much done in this game here, Blank. But regardless of the fact that you look at the kills, right? Every single component of this team is aiding in their ability to get to the late game, to get those kills on board, to take spectacular fights left, right, and center.
I mean, to be honest, they kind of pulled a Team Nemesis, right? Week 5 of the Cups, they just didn't show up for the last save. They didn't have to. They brushed the dust off their shoulders and just took the win. But outside of this game, it has just been an absolute treat to watch Virtus Pro play. And again, the fact that it takes SAUL and Na'Vi pincering them to take them down, and even then they live for a long while, man, it's such a fantastic team. Really, really just a joy to watch.
Yeah, just on point with nades, on point with everything that's going down. Yeah, and everybody just sweeping in, saying, let's get rid of Virtus Pro. Let's make this an exciting game towards the very end here, Avenger. But again, really, when it comes to the championship, really couldn't go to a nicer guys, right? Obviously, as we take a look at the PGC points, 264 PGC points here for Virtus Pro in number 1. Twisted Minds, 162. Nemesis, 120. That is a huge, huge opportunity here for Team Nemesis in 2026, Avenger.
Yeah, it is. what a way for them to push themselves into this. And obviously, sure, it's PGC point to talk about here. We've got more finals to come. We've got in 2 weeks one. We've got our PC fall as well. But right now, that's a great foundation to step up on, especially in behind Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds. For Esports World Cup is probably the first upcoming big name to talk about here for Team Nemesis, right? If they do pretty well in the next finals, guys, in the next playoffs, that's actually their shot to make their way to Esports World Cup.
Yeah, very important, of course, as they will not be playing out PGS's 4, 5, and 6 because those are still the invite-only ones. So for them, everything really relies on these PGC points and how everything goes on down. As Avenger mentioned before, it's very likely that Virtus Pro will be getting one of those PGS spots to EWC. So for these teams challenging at the top, very important indeed. Na'Vi and So S8UL make a big run for it. noslack as well, 61 PGC points. Nothing to sniff at all, Blank here, but it was very clear in the last half of our finals that Na'Vi, S8UL, the big teams really came out to play and challenged the top spots.
Yeah, again, I think that it looked very obvious that once we got in that marathon, like, it evened itself out. But some of these new names are to be feared, and it's very cool to see.
All right, let's listen in with some of the team comms on our final game here before we go to our winners interview.
Я ниже.
Сейчас тачка взорвется, увидишь.
Тройку вайпнул.
Забей, нужно выйти.
Сори.
Они уже встали сверху.
Да понятно.
Нокнул. Слева нок.
Хорош. Едь.
Нок еще за машиной. И далеко за САУ. Я смотрю за САУ.
Нок за машиной.
Pushing right.
You can see that. On the car.
Прям, у меня охуенное дерево тут.
Я нокнул.
Нок лево, вот играем.
Да, вы смотрите право.
Зона есть, не надо.
Да, мы понимаем.
Бля, я ошибся. Там тачка чел. Не нокнуться.
One is going on foot, one is going with you as nice shot. He's on you as. Healing.
Тот даешь тоже. Смотри, слева ползет. Слева от смока ползет, братан, далеко.
Я даю. Контроль слева?
Может резать.
Там рейс аккуратно.
Бежи влево, за дерево, забежал за дерево.
Окей.
Вайп.
Хаяк, держи.
Nice try, bro.
Сейчас так.
Охуел, дал.
Ренок один и два ноги.
Справа. Нокнул.
Ласт ноги.
Справа тоже.
Фул справа.
Парни, идете?
Хорош.
Nice.
No, estúpida samba.
Good comms here from the teams trying to challenge for the top spot of the very last game, of course, as it wasn't as much for them to play for, considering Virtus Pro have been able to completely secure that #1 spot here. For Twisted Minds is all about pride, and they're definitely all about being able to be consistent and eventually becoming a world champion, which they will never let go of. Every single game they will try their very hardest to get the win, regardless of the position that they are currently in. So good to hear from those comms there, Martin, as always, for these teams who are going up against each other in very tense moments.
It is always awesome to kind of hear the insights. And as much as you don't understand the language, the urgency, the pinpoint information that's kind of coming out here is always it's always cool to hear. But yeah, Twisted Minds, the specialists on their angle in Miramar.
All right, well, we have our interview ready, and you know what? We've talked to him once already. This is what Batulins feels like in all the past PECs and PCSs, and now that man is Nixie. Nixie, congratulations. How are you feeling, fella?
Thank you. Feeling good, of course. After winning tournaments, of course, you have to feel good.
Absolutely. So I guess my first question then about that is that obviously you guys came in with a great lead today, no doubt about it. What was the kind of feel for the team coming on in? Obviously you got to be elated with that lead, but you know that teams like Twisted Minds could catch up, right? Regardless. So how did you guys come in? What was the feeling like in the team as a whole?
I mean, the main focus today was that we cannot have a 0-point game, so we cannot do risky stuff early game. Like, we can just take our time, overloads, make sure we get a couple kills early, punish some teams. So make sure just to have 0-point games, so we don't like throw this lead, and that's basically it. Maybe even like if we know that Twisted Minds or someone is like popping off, play their side. Maybe they're weak in their game. So that was like the coming into today. That was the main focus.
Smart moves. And then leave that 0-point game to the very last game, because by that time it was already done, right? So it's all good. Avenger, got a question?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it wasn't until the last game that they actually, beat your points. And if it wasn't for this last game on Erangel, you guys would have been better on Erangel as well. But you guys beat them on Takeo and Rondo, and Twisted Minds were actually better on Miramar and Erangel. Talk to me a little bit more about you guys, and why do you think Rondo and Takeo is working out so well for Virtus Pro right now?
I mean, I don't really know. I don't really know why. It's not really we put like a certain specific, like that we practice one map more. But I guess Erangel could be because we changed loot spot this year for Fairy Pier. So that could be one of the reasons, I guess, why they're doing better or why we're not doing as good as on the other maps. So I guess that could be the only reason why.
Okay. Blank?
Right, so bit of a long-winded one, but say when you qualify for next final, I'm going to say when. I'm not going to say if. I'm going to say when you qualify for next finals, and you can't choose Twisted Minds. Who do you not want to have to play against? If you could choose one team to not qualify, who would it be and why?
I mean, I don't know. Every team, I feel like every team is the same for us. We don't really look at it as like competitors or something. But if I would have to choose, of course I need to say Navi, because they're such like a powerhouse when you like the hard fraggers. Like they could always just clutch up a situation where no team ever would. So I guess if I had to choose, it would be Navi.
Cool. That's kind of the answer I was expecting, to be honest.
Yeah, it's totally fair,
it's a fair
right?
one. Very fair.
You see what Hakatori does, what Boostic does. They're just insane. It's crazy sometimes. One more question from me then, Nixie, because I've been saying it basically all day, or at least even the last 2 days, right? The fact that you looked the way you guys did at PGS3 and the way you do here in EMEA, which is the deepest region, it's the most skilled region. Like, there's no doubt in my mind, at least, that there's an extremely good chance that you guys become world champion at the end of this year. How do you feel around that? I understand you probably have some confidence about it, considering the way the team is playing right now. Surely, what's your outlook?
I mean, of course, we're confident as like we just came up from previous 3 win, coming into PEC, we won it here as well. But I would say that like even though we won this tournament with 10 point something points average, I would say we still didn't play up to our potential. If I would look if we would play a perfect game every single game, we would literally have like 200 points easily.
Yeah.
So I would say like, yes, I'm confident, but we still need to work on many things. And coming into PEC, next PSC, PGS, we'll have like a lot of time to prepare for PGC, which is of course the end goal. But of course, I'm confident in myself and my team.
Fantastic. Yeah, great to hear. And that's a great mentality to have about it, right? Because like even when you're the very best in the world, you've still got to keep getting better to deal with all the teams that are trying to catch up to you. So Nixie, thank you very much for joining us. Any final words, final shout outs as you now are the champion here for this first week?
I mean, thank you guys for having me, first of all. Thank you guys for casting, observing, analyzing. Thank you guys. Thank you our fans for cheering for us. We saw you guys in the chat. Big support, and yeah, just thank you everyone. Thank you tournament organizers. Thank you everyone.
Thank you to everyone from Nixie. Thank you for joining us here, and congratulations. Go and celebrate, and we will see you the next week for the playoffs and another final.
Yeah, thank you. Bye
bye. Of course, that is Nixie, who not only is now here the champion for the first week, but also basically the MVP here for the team. Of course, MVP in PUBG, we talk about it many times here, Avenger. It really is a team effort in general, but the fact that once again, he's the kill leader, right, after also being the kill leader at PGS3, it is just, it's great to talk to him because you're basically talking to one of the best players in the world, hands down right now.
Yeah, it's awesome to see them up there. And like knowing him from throughout, like it's only come through the last couple of years, right? He's such a grinder. He's such a good guy, and the effort that he's put in throughout the last couple of years, that really shining through this year, last year, is so awesome. I'm so happy for Nixie. It's good to have him in this team. He's such a great ambassador.
Yes, he is. And of course, the code's still running here for Code Red today. You can get yourself some G-Coin. Go on a scavenger hunt over on social media and find the rest of that code. And gentlemen, I think we are done. I'm going to get some final thoughts. Blank, how have you enjoyed your PEC? Maybe we'll see you in some more tournaments in the future. What do you think about that?
Oh, maybe it would be fantastic. Maybe if I stop begging Crafton for skins, that could be a possibility.
Yeah, that's your downfall.
But no, it's been awesome. I do really love working with you guys, and it's really fun looking at some of the best players in the entire world. I genuinely have really enjoyed myself, so thanks for having me.
How about you, Avenger? What have you been enjoying yourself? What a great tournament. Because again, every game has been like a banger. And then also we've seen so many great individual plays.
Yeah, I had so much fun. It's always awesome to be here and look at the pinnacle of what is PUBG Esports. And it's being leveled up. And I gotta say, when we started this format and kind of how it was, I really liked how these playoffs into this final has worked out. Like, it's been such great games. It's been such great display of skills. And yeah, we're going to have more of it starting next Friday.
For sure. Next weekend, we have got ourselves another playoffs. It will be the same way in which, of course, the teams have been able to try and play things out in the previous playoffs into the next finals. And then the week on after, we have a finals rolling back on in once again here to be able to play for PGC points, to be able to play for some moolah as well for all of these teams. And you don't want to miss it, because we've just proven over the last 2 weeks that EMEA is where it's at, Blank. It has been an absolute treat.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't wish anywhere else to be right now watching these games. So much fun, such insane teams. And again, for squads that are watching from the sidelines, we didn't qualify to the finals. They've done a lot of research, and they could show us something completely different next week. For instance, for HiVE, again, I still think this team has a lot of potential, but noslack, I could see them rising up the ranks, and I'd quite like to see S2G back at it again.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. Of course, we got Construction Workers X-Howl and Joga Benito that did not make it here into this final stage, Avenger. But in the Cups, they looked great. So hopefully we see them gone back to the drawing board throughout this week, having watched some games, seeing how they're going to approach what's going on next week and seeing if they can bounce back.
This week, starting from tomorrow, from Monday through Thursday, is going to be some of the most grinding, heavy games and scrims we're going to see, because that's your last chance. That's your last shot at qualifying to Esports World Cup, to the next PGS, to display yourself for a potential shot at PNC if your nation is already selected, right? So this is going to be some absolutely amazing games. So check out the scrims, check out the players that are streaming that as well. That's some great content to be had. Also, the rest of the regions that's coming through. We also have more pass in a couple of hours, so we're not done yet.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my ear to the ground and see how many times Avenger gets killed in ranked by all the best players as they're grinding things out as well.
I'm going to be grinding as well.
It's going to be good.
It's some of the most fun weeks to play, I gotta say.
Oh, I'm going to dodge, I think. I don't want to play against any of these guys. It's rough. Anyway, gentlemen, thank you for joining me. Thank you, everybody joining in around the world. Of course, as Avenger says, PAS is on in just a few hours' time as well, where you can watch the conclusion of Finals 1 for that as well. However, we're done here for PEC Finals 1, and your champions, Virtus Pro for Finals 1, are making it look easy.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.